You mean you are an elder god now about to descend into the world through my body? As long as I obey you, you can help me become a god and do whatever I want in this world. Bai Feifei lowered her head, suppressing the trembling of her soul, communicating with the voice that suddenly appeared in her mind. You can understand it that way, but elder god is just a translation, a nice term. Actually, you can call me the Great Old Ones. The owner of the voice in Bai Feifei's mind was named Suemo. Logically, he should be playing a game right now. As a young man of the 22nd century, no one played traditional games anymore. All you needed was a helmet with a brain-computer interface to enjoy a transcendent immersive experience. The game Suemo was originally playing was called Elder Revival, set in a Cthulhu mythos background where the power of the ancient evil gods gradually recovers human civilization's technology regresses, and eventually the evil gods destroy the world. Bai Feifei was one of the initial characters players could choose and the weakest one. Suemo chose her because weaker characters had more storylines, greater plasticity, allowing experts to show off their skills, and most importantly, this character was free. Of course, there was another less important reason. Since it was almost like soul transference, choosing a beautiful female character to inhabit was a unique experience. But the problem now was, after entering the game this time, the option to quit the game was gone. And immediately after he found he could no longer control the character. Instead, the game character began to act autonomously as if it had self-awareness. His spirit was trapped inside Bai Feifei's body. At first he thought it was a game bug, and once the helmet's battery died he would automatically exit. But he waited for 2 days, even fell asleep twice, and the helmet, which normally only lasted a few hours, still didn't power off and let him exit. Damn, what does this mean? Did I transmigrate into the game? Even if I did, it can't be like this. No body at all, am I like a pill elder? So he got a bit anxious. It seemed he had regained some control over the character's body. So he quickly tried to communicate with Bai Feifei was still struggling to accept this reality. She was fine, and now she had been infected by an evil god. Damn, was she going to die, possessed, become insane? How could she be worthy of an evil god's attention? Suppressing her fear, Bai Feifei continued. But what did you mean by you can make me not eat beef? Beef is delicious, I can't even afford it. Suemo said. That doesn't matter. I'm just making a bad meme. But the book says that the elder gods are indescribable great horrors, even knowing their name would instantly drive one insane. Bai Feifei said. How can it be? I can still communicate with you. Hi. How do you know you're not already insane? Suemo said. Actually, you're already insane, you just don't know it. No time to explain. Let's talk later. I really need to operate you now. Suemo felt his control over the character return. Without further ado, he directly seized control of the body. Bai Feifei's body trembled, and she was shocked to find she couldn't move. Then she watched her own body stand up directly. Suemo controlled the body, moved its arms and legs, and jumped up and down. The motor system is fine. It even feels more like my own body than... As he spoke, he raised his hand and swiped upward. Instantly, the dim scene before him burst into bright light. Bai Feifei, unable to control her body, was terrified in her heart. What's happening? Why did the whole world suddenly brighten before her eyes? This is the power of that old veteran. The brightness adjustment function still works. That's not right. Am I still in the game? Where's the exit button? Suemo was complete. Thinking this, he gave his own arm a hard pinch. Hiss. The pain synchronization can't be adjusted either. It hurts quite a bit. This must be at least 50% pain. For the sake of realism in Elder Revival, the pain synchronization ratio could be adjusted. But most people set it between 1 and 2, just to get a feel. 50 was too extreme. Why are you pinching me? Bai Feifei's exclamation came from his mind. You're still here. Suemo was startled. Before, when he played the game, choosing Bai Feifei was just a sensory modeling. He was quite unaccustomed to this game character having her own thoughts. Bai Feifei, what do you mean still here? This is my body. The events were so bizarre that she really began to doubt whether she was already insane. Suemo patted her chest to comfort her. It's fine, don't worry. I'm an old veteran, I know the plot. Don't you want to become a scavenger? Just watch. You? Where are you patting? Oh, you mean this? Hey, we're tight. Suemo said casually. In this game he had controlled this body and achieved many different endings. They were familiar, compared to those. Can you sit down first? Everyone is looking at you. No, at me. Bai Feifei's voice in his mind was starting to break down. In fact, the place where her body was currently located was not a private space but a huge auditorium filled with people. Today was the day of Shuguang City's public recruitment of scavengers. As long as one passed a basic test, there was a chance to become an official scavenger. Scavengers were the organization that fought against anomalies and aberrations in this game's setting. They were powerful warriors with special abilities. For outers, this was the most dangerous but also most likely way to enter the inner city. At this moment, the entire auditorium was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone turned around and stared silently at the girl who had suddenly seemed to have a fit. Facing such gazes, Bai Feifei felt suffocated, but Suemo didn't care. They were just a bunch of game NPCs. Let them look. As a player, he was supposed to be the center of the world. The key issue now was that he didn't know if he had truly transmigrated, nor how long he could control Bai Feifei's body. So he had to quickly get the game back on track, following the storyline. He was familiar with, otherwise later events would be hard to control. Tisk can't waste time. This round looks like a speed run. Good thing I'm a veteran.
Let's go.
Suemo thought to himself. On the podium at the front of the auditorium, a middle-aged man with triangular eyes spoke to him. You're an outer right. Standing up suddenly, is there something? Suemo glanced at him without speaking. He was very familiar with this man. He was the chief examiner of this Shuguang City scavenger audition, named Xiao Jin. Behind him were 9 pitch-black portals. That was the content of this test. Each one contained an aberration. If one could enter and kill it, they would have the preliminary qualification to become a scavenger. Since he knew all this and time was tight and the task heavy, he didn't waste any more words. Skip all the plot, just start killing. Suemo immediately strode forward, holding his head high under everyone's astonished gaze. Bai Feifei, Xiao Jin, what are you doing? That's a noble from the inner city. If he discovers your existence, we'll both be killed as anomaly. Bai Feifei said weakly in her mind. She couldn't control her body, and could only watch helplessly as Suemo did whatever he wanted. Suemo didn't speak. It seemed Bai Feifei still didn't believe in his veteran skills. No matter, she would know soon. Clang. He walked straight onto the podium, pulling a cold iron longsword from the weapon rack. Beside him, Xiao Jin looked at, Bai Feifei's delicate features, a lewd smile creeping onto his face as he stepped forward. Hee, this beautiful lady is quite impatient. Do you want to directly? The next second his voice abruptly stopped. Whoosh! Bai Feifei Suemo swung her arm, holding the longsword like lightning, the sharp blade directly resting on Xiao Jin's neck. Bai Feifei? Hand over the item. Suemo looked coldly at Xiao Jin and said, I'm in a hurry, so you'd better not make me repeat myself. The entire auditorium was stunned, everyone staring dumbfounded at the two on stage. You, what are you Bai Feifei was about to faint. She never imagined in her life that she would be holding a sword to the neck of an inner city. In one section of the seats below, the peacekeepers who came with Xiao Jin were dumbfounded, all standing up in unison. But Bai Feifei Suemo turned back before they even stood up, coldly looking in their direction, as if she already knew where they were. Suemo didn't speak, just watched them, while tightening his grip on the long sword. Immediately, a thin red line appeared on Xiao Jin's neck. That cold gaze, as if they weren't even human, made the inner city peacekeepers halt in their tracks. A thought rose in their minds. This outer city girl has definitely shed blood, and not a little. Outer city people are truly barbaric. Suemo never said a second word from start to finish. He was too familiar with the plot. He had experienced this scene countless times. This Xiao Jin was actually a beast in human clothing, never caring about the lives of the outer city's bottom people. Today's audition for those who want to face the aberrant anomalies should have given them something called a cognitive filter. When an ordinary person first encounters an anomaly, their mind might collapse instantly. The cognitive filter can help them resist that mental shock. With this equipment, the strong-willed can attempt to attack minor aberrations, while the weak-minded can escape in time to save their lives. But this Xiao Jin, out of his own malicious amusement, covered up this information and did not give out the cognitive filter. He wanted to let a few outer city people die first, using their gruesome deaths to scare the other participants and show off his seniority. When Suemo first played Old Era Revival, he didn't know these things got stuck here for a long time and died many times because of this bastard NPC. So after knowing every time he started a new save, this Xiao Jin was on his kill list. He would enter the game and kill this guy first. But given the current situation, not knowing his own circumstances, he decided to hold back, not directly taking off the guy's head. But what Suemo considered extremely restrained, everyone else found shocking beyond belief. The entire venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Bai Feifei herself held her breath, even forgetting to talk to Suemo in her mind. Finally, Xiao Jin, bleeding from the neck, managed to speak. You don't need to do this. I haven't finished explaining the rules. When someone tries to enter, it'll bring out the item naturally. As he spoke, he turned his wrist and a palm-sized bronze mirror appeared in his hand. So, before he could finish, Suemo snatched the bronze mirror from Xiao Jin's hand, then, without stopping, turned and stepped into a... Watching Bai Feifei's figure disappear before him, Xiao Jin hadn't even reacted yet. After a moment of silence, the peacekeepers below all rushed up, surrounding Xiao Jin. Mr. Xiao, are you all right? This is a terrorist attack, we should arrest her now. This might be premeditated, we should seal the scene immediately. Hearing the voices around him, Xiao Jin's face gradually turned ugly. He raised his hand to touch his neck, feeling the warm crimson. He didn't want to admit it, but he had been completely terrified just now. That girl's gaze made him feel that death was so close. This made him furious with embarrassment. He was a level 2 cleaner. How could he be scared like this by a little girl with no special abilities? The auditorium below also erupted in noise, people discussing in panic. No one expected such a madman at such a serious cleaner selection. Silence. Xiao Jin mobilized his own blood energy, his voice like a bell loudly stopping all noise in the venue. Becoming a cleaner doesn't require excessive concern for personality. What she did just now was excessive, but that's not important. What matters is how she performs against the anomalies. To maintain his image as a senior, Xiao Jin gritted his teeth and spoke calmly, then waved his hand behind him. You bring up the internal images of the lotus seeds. Several peacekeepers nodded and turned toward the direction of the teleportation gate Suemo had entered. Below each of the 9 illusory teleportation gates was a lotus seed that could open a virtual water screen so that people could see the view inside the gate space. This way they could see how the test subjects dealt with the monsters. Xiao Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred, imagining the scene of that woman being torn apart by the aberrant inside. He hoped that little girl wouldn't die inside so that he could claim she passed the test and then take revenge. As his eyes reddened, imagining Bai Feifei's miserable state, the water screen trembled, and before it could show the view from the gate space, it shattered. Crack. The next second, the teleportation gate Bai Feifei had entered collapsed directly, and a bloody thing fell to the ground. It was a 2-headed aberrant hound, its body covered in jagged sword wounds, a terrible piercing wound on its neck, the diamond-shaped opening still spurting dark red blood. Beside it, the sword-wielding girl appeared again, half her body stained with blood, now raising her hand to wipe the blood from her face. An aura of fierce, killing intent emanated from her entire body, making people nearby step back involuntarily. Looking at the bloody hellhound on the ground, everyone was stunned for several seconds, before they could hardly believe their eyes, and focused on the girl. She had been inside for only a few dozen seconds. The inner-city peacekeepers hadn't even had time to open the water screen, and the aberrant was already killed by her. No one even saw how she did it. The whole venue exploded with incredulous exclamations. She has the ability to instantly kill aberrant. When did the outer city have someone like this? Such ruthless methods. She's definitely at the level of a No one cared about her beautiful face anymore. They all felt a bit afraid of this bloody murderous girl. The peacekeepers who had earlier planned to arrest her immediately to curry favor with Xiao Jin now hesitated, seeing the scene. Flattering the boss wasn't worth risking their lives. And at this moment, the most shocked of all was Bai Feifei herself. She couldn't control her body. She watched her body walk into the portal facing the terrifying aberrant dog, and thought she was going to die. But then she watched in shock as her body moved with incredible speed, twisting at a bizarre angle to dodge the hound's pounce. Then with a few simple rapid thrusts, the hound fell screaming, blood splattering all over her. My body can do this? Who is controlling my body now? Could it really be some evil god? You? What exactly are you? Bai Feifei asked Suemo timidly, hesitantly. Already using you in a respectful form. Suemo replied with some amusement. This is all entry level. It's just that your body is too weak, or otherwise the blood wouldn't have splashed on you. It's fine. First become a cleaner, then kill more monsters to level up. What do you mean level up? Is it about improving strength? Bai Feifei was completely confused. She couldn't understand what Suemo was talking about. But when the hound died, she did feel an invisible stream of air flow into her body, making her feel a bit stronger. Killing anomalies makes you stronger. This was unheard of to her. Suemo couldn't be bothered to explain further. Leveling up by killing monsters is a basic game mechanic, nothing to be surprised about. He flicked the blood off his long sword with a flourish, then looked toward Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's eyes, originally full of hatred, met Bai Feifei's fierce, murderous gaze, and instantly became clearer. He asked with bluster, was that thing killed by you? Who else? Could it be you? Suemo frowned, his gaze turning cold. He wasn't sure about the plot after not killing Xiao Jin. Would this guy still try to give him trouble? Troublesome. Maybe you'll just kill him later. Seeing Bai Feifei's gaze, Xiao Jin shivered, quickly threw away any thoughts of revenge, and hastily said, oh no. I mean, do you need treatment now? No need, it's not my own blood. Suemo, seeing that the man dared not continue to trouble him, turned his gaze away, and kicked the corpse of the vicious dog over. Remember to credit me the contribution points. With that, he turned to look at the crowd below, his gaze locking onto a... Suemo knew the game's plot. This woman was Wan Qianhong, the true authority behind the cleaner selection, while Xiao Jin was only the public face. Previously, every time he played Elder Days Revival and killed Xiao Jin, this woman would capture him to proceed with the subsequent plot. He just took a glance to confirm that she was still here. Though he didn't know why he couldn't exit the game, the key plot characters still had to follow the original script. At that moment, Wan Shenhong was watching the wound on the hellhound's neck with great interest, marveling that she had encountered a promising talent. Such a skilled technique. She wasn't particularly shocked. After all, there were always capable people. But when Bai Feifei's eyes swept over her, she felt her hair stand on end. How could it be that the other party was looking at her? Could she recognize me as a cleaner? Impossible. This time she hadn't even come with the team. She had deliberately blended into the crowd to hide her identity. But clearly the other's gaze was searching for someone, and it was most likely herself. And what kind of gaze was that? A profound arrogance concealed beneath calmness, as if she naturally stood above this world, viewing all beings as ants with only herself supreme. As a seasoned cleaner, Wan Shenhong understood the contemptuous gaze of an indescribable entity looking down upon the world, but she had never seen a human with such a... Her heart was turbulent, but at that moment Bai Feifei had already averted her gaze, no longer meeting Wan Shenhong's eyes. Was it an illusion? After confirming that Wan Shenhong was still there, Suemo turned around and walked toward the most vivid red portal among the remaining ones. Sitting at the lowest level, Wan Shenhong inexplicably spoke up, addressing Bai Feifei's back. Young lady, you have already passed the basic test. You don't need to continue. The door before you contains a genuine Type 1 aberration, not something ordinary people can handle. Don't go in. Sumo's steps halted abruptly. After playing the game so many times, this was the first time Wan Shenhong, the newbie guide, had spoken proactively. It was quite novel. Without moving his shoulders, he slightly turned his head to glance at Wan Shenhong in the crowd. After that piercing look, he did not acknowledge her kindness, but instead stepped forward and walked directly into the crimson door. Wan Shenhong was stunned. She hadn't expected that the other party would simply ignore her after that glance. Regaining her composure, she made an immediate decision and called out to Qiao Jin on the stage, quickly open the water screen. Unable to contain herself, Wan Shenhong stood up. Since this eccentric girl insisted on continuing, she naturally wanted to see her skill in detail. Just now the other's sword was too fast, so she hadn't seen the process of killing the mutant dog at all. Now was a good opportunity. Moreover, if the girl failed, she could still rescue her in time. Qiao Jin hurried over to Lianzi and quickly brought up the water screen. Since Wan Shenhong had more seniority and was a higher-level cleaner, he dared not disobey. That sister just said that you've already passed the cleaner test. Bai Feifei's voice trembled in Sumo's mind. Unable to control her own body, she was still flustered to be stepping into a space containing a Type 1 aberration. I heard you, but this is an opportunity. Your current level is only 7, far too weak. You should kill more when you have the chance. This Type 1 aberration is a level 15 with low health. Kill it and you should reach level 10, which by your terms would be a first-grade cleaner. Suemo replied with relative patience. Actually, according to his previous game experience, he would have killed all 9 low-level aberrant creatures in this newbie welfare level to grind levels. But now he vaguely felt that his control time over Bai Feifei's body was running short again, so he decided to take down the elite monster first while he still had time. Bai Feifei didn't understand Sumo's game jargon. She didn't know that combat power could be quantified. But recalling the sensation of killing the dog, she thought he was saying that killing aberrations could make her stronger. She had no idea what the principle was, but she continued, but that sister seems like a senior. Completely ignoring a senior's goodwill, isn't that inappropriate? Heh. Suemo couldn't help but laugh. From now on you don't need to consider whether your attitude is appropriate. Instead, let others consider whether their attitude toward you is appropriate. Suddenly the bronze cognitive filter at Bai Feifei's waist emitted a crisp sound, cracking open. Here it comes. Suemo held his long sword horizontally. The muscle memory cultivated from countless games allowed him to instantly assume the most comfortable stance for power. The space they were in was very dim, but after Suemo adjusted the game brightness, the scene before them was exceptionally clear in Bai Feifei's eyes. On the bluestone floor before them, a humanoid figure lay slumped in a strange posture. Neither sitting nor standing nor lying down. But upon closer inspection, the figure's body was extremely bloated with 6 arms and 6 legs. The entire body was bloody with bright red muscles exposed. It was as if the skin of 3 people had been stripped and their bodies sewn together. In the game, this creature was called the 6-armed blood corpse, a level 15 minor elite. What is this thing? Bai Feifei's voice rang in his mind. At the upper left of Sumo's field of view, the sanity value had begun to decrease. This creature was incomparable to the mutant dog just now. Even with the cognitive filter, the mental influence still existed. In the game, sanity represented the character's mental state. Once it reached 0, the character would directly aberrate into a madman. Roar. The 6-armed blood corpse let out a furious roar and sprang up from the ground. But Suemo, controlling Bai Feifei's body instead of retreating, charged forward aggressively. Bai Feifei felt her throat tighten, as she watched the bloody monster grow larger before her eyes. Countless times in her midnight dreams she had longed to face these monsters and fight against aberrations, but she never imagined that the opportunity would come crashing through the door like this. At this moment, suppressing her fear and keeping herself from screaming was the only thing she could do. Then she saw the blood corpse's arms swinging from all directions, but her body skillfully found a perfect angle, ducking to evade all the attacks. The long sword swept through blood splattered, and one of the blood corpse's arms flew into the air. Having struck successfully, Suemo instantly retreated and said to Bai Feifei in his mind, "Not bad. You're decent. You didn't scream and affect my control. Keep it up." Bai Feifei's silence was quite satisfying to him. After all, when he first played this game, even he was startled by seeing. At this moment, Suemo was also very serious. Logically, he had played this level countless times. But before, it was just a game and he would recklessly trade blows. Now, however, he couldn't log out and the pain synchronization was as high as 50%. If he got hit, it would be quite painful. So he had to try for a no-damage run, but a no-damage run was not easy. Excellent swordsmanship. In the testing hall, watching the water screen, Wan Shenhong couldn't help but blurt out in admiration. In her eyes, Bai Feifei's ability to react instantly in such a dim environment, dodging attacks at lightning speed and counterattacking, was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, this was a genuine Type 1 aberration which definitely had mental pollution. To perform so perfectly under such mental pressure. She was not even an ordinary cleaner. Her eyes were full of curiosity and admiration. Standing before the water screen, she watched Bai Feifei's battle without blinking. Beautiful, so beautiful. Where did she learn such exquisite swordsmanship? But her body seems too weak. How can one have such swordsmanship yet be so weak? This was what puzzled Wan Shenhong most. Bai Feifei's moves were precise and ruthless like a seasoned butcher, but her physique was truly that of a little girl, and so ruthless. This girl's mental state is quite extreme. Sumo's tactics were extremely bloody. To achieve a no-damage run, he planned to wear down the enemy, first cutting off its arms and legs, then finishing it. By now 2 arms and 3 legs had been cut off. Bai Feifei's sanity kept dropping. Watching herself dismember the creature with the skill of a master butcher, her vision filled with blood and gore, she felt somewhat numb. Just then an unexpected change occurred. The dismembered 6-armed blood corpse seemed to realize it was being slowly killed. At the moment another arm was cut off, it roared and slammed its other hand in a reverse joint strike. Sharp bone spurs pierced Bai Feifei's neck like lightning and blood gushed out. "It's over." Feeling the excruciating pain in her neck, Bai Feifei's mind flashed through her past life like a lantern show. Was she really going to die being controlled without even understanding why? "Mom, Dad, am I going to see you?" But after a few seconds of despair, Bai Feifei suddenly realized. How could she still be thinking? The blood corpse before her was motionless, the bone spur embedded in her neck was stuck fast, and the blood droplets suspended in midair floated silently. Everything was like a frozen painting. At this moment it seemed as if a deity governing time and space had pressed the pause button on the world. The deity's complaints reached Bai Feifei's ears. "I'll be honest, a no-damage run is still a bit difficult. Forget it, let's try again." As the deity's words fell, the world responded to its command. Bai Feifei could almost hear the ticking of the world's clock. But this time the hands of the clock began to turn backward. The blood corpse's bone spurs pulled out from her neck, the torn flesh healed automatically, and the blood droplets splattered in the air flew back into her body. In a matter of seconds she witnessed the authority that only a dark god could possess. Time reversal. Suemo rewound the game for a short period. Clang crack. The world returned to a few seconds ago. This time Suemo naturally would not make a mistake again. He twisted his body to preemptively dodge, executed an upward slash, rotated his longsword, and the blood corpse's head fell off. Plop! The head fell to the ground. This level 15 Type 1 aberration emitted a layer of invisible experience light particles that surged into Bai Feifei. In an instant Bai Feifei felt as if sweet rain had poured over her, her whole body refreshingly cool. All fatigue and pain vanished and her life level underwent a qualitative change. Current character Bai Feifei. Character level 411. Remaining rewind count 10. Well, level 11 now. At least at this level can we start operating. Suemo looked at the updated data and nodded with satisfaction. Wasted 1 rewind opportunity. The rewind function still works, but the number of times is too few. In the game old days revival Jirifusu, Suemo always felt something was strange. Namely, despite having the ability to rewind, the number of times was very scarce and you couldn't even buy more. Only by completing a different ending once would the game reward you with 1 rewind opportunity. This resulted in even a top expert like Suemo having only accumulated 11 rewind chances. Of course now there are only 10 times left. Regardless of his current situation, the fact that rewind still worked gave Sumo a considerable sense of security. But at this moment no matter what he said Bai Feifei turned a deaf ear. She was dazed as if the past 19 years of her life were collapsing before her eyes. Ever since Suemo appeared in her mind claiming to be an elder god Bai Feifei had never believed it. She had always thought that the voice might come from some aberration that she was spiritually contaminated, or that the other party might be some malicious senior with mental abilities. Until just now she watched the entire world reverse its flow before her eyes. She finally believed that the other party might not be lying. An existence of the elder god level had actually found her, and in her mind it was chatting and laughing like a peer. What a joke! The water curtain shattered. As the contained six-armed blood corpse was killed, the blood-soaked Bai Feifei returned to the real world. The entire venue was dead silent. This time everyone had watched with their own eyes as the girl dismembered that aberration. Her cruel and bloody methods completely stunned them. Xiao Jin even pretended to be busy by looking elsewhere with no intention of coming over to talk. Slap, slap, slap. Applause sounded. Wan Qianhong slowly stepped forward, appreciating the girl before her whose face was covered in blood yet expressionless. Brilliant. Truly smooth and effortless. I didn't expect to encounter a genius like you in this test. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wan Qianhong and I am the chief recruiter for the Eastern District this time. Suemo glanced at Wan Qianhong. He was quite unaccustomed to her treating him with such an attitude. After all, when he played before he had killed that Xiao Jin, and even if he later showed his strength, he was always taken away by Wan Qianhong with a fierce expression like a criminal. Such a gentle and amiable Wan Qianhong left him a bit at a loss. I know, he said, nodding. Wan Qianhong was taken aback, thinking, how do you know, but still continued smiling. You are young and a girl at that. How is your sword technique so seasoned? Suemo frowned slightly. He had indeed never triggered this dialogue event before. These initial game plots were more or less the same. In his current state, he had no mood to waste words with NPCs, so he directly complained. Can we skip the dialogue? Wan Qianhong, what is this guy talking about? I'm a scavenger now, right? Suemo continued, beginning to rigidly force the main storyline. Wan Qianhong forced a smile. Although she had already noticed this girl was rather strange, but now she still felt it was incredibly unique. Yes, since you killed a formal type 1 aberration, you are already a scavenger. However, you haven't been rated yet, so you are a level 0 scavenger considered a trainee. Suemo nodded, having relieved a worry. He had finally pushed the game onto the storyline he was familiar with. His mood relaxed a bit. He looked Wan Qianhong up and down, then had a sudden idea, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Well, senior, do you have anything you want to give me? If following the normal game route, Wan Qianhong should be akin to a guide, so wouldn't she give some newbie benefits? With the mindset of trying without costing anything, Suemo spoke up. Ah! Wan Qianhong was stunned for several seconds. The other party directly demanding something was still unexpected. Ah! Haha, okay. Let me think. Wan Qianhong thought for a moment, reached toward her waist, and somehow pulled out a set of clothes, handing it to Bai Feifei. The blood of aberrations may be contaminated. You should discard this outfit. Go back, wash yourself, and wear this one of mine. The material is quite good and more convenient for movement. Suemo took it without any courtesy, even sniffed it casually, and stowed it in his arms. Thank you, senior. Wan Qianhong found her sniffing the clothes a bit odd, but seeing she was a young girl didn't think much of it. Anything else? Suemo wanted to squeeze a bit more, tentatively asking, how about some money? Wan Qianhong. She was really losing composure. Staring at Bai Feifei's face for a long time, she suddenly burst out laughing and patted her head. You little girl really are not polite. Too informal. Alright. Talents deserve some preferential treatment. Xiao Jin, bring me a blank level 0 scavenger identity card. No, that's not what I wanted. Bai Feifei was screaming inwardly in agony. This was too embarrassing. How could she ever do such a shameless thing? If not for her inability to control her own toes, she would have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground. What was this Ultimer who controlled her doing? An evil god of the elder god level, why would it do such things? Toying with mortals? Or some kind of perverse taste? Can't you stop using my body to do such embarrassing things? She now felt that this body of hers was really beyond saving. Maybe she should just let it control it. If it really returned it to her, she really didn't know how to face. Thinking of this, she suddenly trembled all over, and without any preparation nearly fell down. Bai Feifei. Subconsciously she looked at her own hands, feeling her palms clench and open according to her own will. Her body had Jia, can I only control it for such a short while? This isn't right. What's going on? Forget it. I've pretty much done what I needed to do. It's up to you now. Don't go too far, keep a low profile, and don't kill anyone rashly. In her mind, the demonic voice of the Ultimer came making by Feifei know that everything just now was not an illusion. Don't kill anyone rashly. In its eyes that was already keeping a low profile, she could now regain control of her own body, but before her came Wan Qianhong's slightly teasing voice. Here, take it, you money-grubbing little girl. Don't complain about the amount. I usually don't use money and I don't have much. Contribution points and money are all stored in your identity card. Remember to drop some blood and register your pupil later. Wan Qianhong spoke, handing a silver card to Bai Feifei. The card was made of metal with 2 rows of numbers displayed on it. The top row showed contribution points, and the bottom row showed the cash balance. Contribution points 6. Cash balance 5,000. Bai Feifei stared blankly at the card, unable to react for a long time. Take it, what's the matter? Think it's too little? Wan Qianhong said with a smile. If it were the previous Bai Feifei based on the personality she had shown, she probably would have said it's indeed too little, but the normal Bai Feifei certainly wouldn't. Thus she snapped out of it quickly, taking the card with both hands, and said somewhat flustered, No thank you, senior. Bai Feifei also didn't dare to refuse. After all, this was something she had asked for. She didn't dare let a high-level purifier discover that there was an evil god inside her. But if she were to imitate Sumo's extraordinary way of communication, she would be completely unable to do so. So at this moment, holding the card, even though she tried to force calmness, she appeared very flustered. Moreover, she had no idea what this thing was. Sumo seemed to perceive her confusion and spoke in her mind. This is called digital currency. Few people in the inner city use cash. Just as for contribution points, they are a type of points within the purifier organization. You earn them by handling abnormal situations, and they can be exchanged for special items within the organization. In the setting of Elder Days revival, due to the emergence of ancient powers and the prevalence of aberration civilization, only the small-scale inner-city area relying on extreme concentration of resources and talent managed to maintain a semblance of civilization with basic radio internet and such things still in place. The civilization of the outer city, however, had long degenerated. Bai Feifei, who had grown up in the outer city, could not even imagine that the numbers on this metal card could be called money. Seeing that she had accepted it, Wan Qianhong nodded and continued. You can go back today and pack up. Come here again tomorrow, and there will be a car to take you to the final purifier assessment. With your current strength, it's basically just a formality. Then you'll become a first-level purifier. All right, thank you for your guidance. Bai Feifei thanked him dryly. Becoming a purifier, fighting against aberrations, and entering the inner city had been her childhood dreams. But now that her dream was within reach, she couldn't be happy. The possibility that an evil god resided inside her made her feel as if the world was spinning. Wan Qianhong looked at Bai Feifei's reaction with some suspicion, then suddenly laughed. Little girl, why have you suddenly become so polite since just now? What, you become easy to talk to as soon as you get money? Haha, no need for that. I actually liked your previous boldness, treating me like family. From now on, we're all on the same team, so don't be shy. Bai Feifei. So it turns out that the Ultimer's way of speaking was more likable. She really couldn't understand people from the upper class. After this matter, Bai Feifei returned to her dwelling in a daze. It was a very inconspicuous shantytown in the outer city area. The dilapidated brick and stone rooms looked as if they would collapse with a single gust of wind. It was a miracle that they could even be inhabited. Sumo did not communicate much with the other party during this process. He was still worried about his own situation. If he had really been transported into the game, having to fight for control of the body with the game character he used to play would indeed be troublesome. And Bai Feifei, the native, naturally had no mood to talk to the evil god. Her destitute room had almost no luggage that needed packing. At this moment she was holding a rusty pair of scissors in her hand, standing in front of a black and white photo. The photo showed a young man and woman with resolute eyes. Bai Feifei's parents, whom she had never seen before. She remained silent, the scissors in her hand trembling slightly. Oh, missing your parents. Sumo suddenly spoke in her mind. Hey, don't be too sad. Even if parents are irresponsible, you can still have your own life. Sumo knew in advance that Bai Feifei's game character background was an orphan. Sumo felt that they had a lot in common in this regard, since he was also an orphan. After all, who in a happy real life would play games day and night? No, they weren't irresponsible. They just bore greater responsibilities because they were both purifiers. Without the dedication of millions of people like them, an orphan like me wouldn't be able to survive in this world. Sumo. This answer left him a bit dumbfounded. Come on, a game character with such high awareness. Bai Feifei's voice was nostalgic, even a bit fearful, as she continued. I have survived this long because of the kindness of so many people. I want to be like my parents, to strive to become a purifier, to fight against anomalies and aberrations and protect everyone. May I know your name? Didn't I tell you? You can call me old-timer, Suemo said. I mean your real name, Suemo. As soon as he said his name, Bai Feifei's hand gripping the scissors trembled instantly, and then her eyes showed a hint of confusion. It was said that knowing the name of an ancient one would drive one mad instantly, but when she heard his name just now nothing seemed to happen. And how strange. The evil god's name sounded so human. She had originally thought that if she really turned into something harmful she would kill herself. Even if she couldn't contribute to fighting against aberrations, she would not become a mindless harmful aberration monster. She didn't know what would happen to the evil god after she killed herself, so she could only choose a place with few people, hoping that the evil god's wrath would not affect others. Why would an ancient evil god like you choose me? Bai Feifei continued. Suemo then realized. Why had this girl been holding a pair of scissors all along? Her background evaluation was a resilient flower blooming on polluted soil. With an extremely firm resistance, her background evaluation was a resilient flower blooming on polluted soil. With an extremely firm resistance to anomalies, and perhaps she possessed some hidden talents. The background introductions of other characters all featured various unique abilities, only hers was such a useless description. Suemo hadn't paid attention at the time, merely thinking she was a blank slate. Little did he expect that this would set up a foreshadowing for the present. Could it be that she intended to seal him, the evil god, by committing suicide? If she died now, what would happen to him? No sis, don't talk about that yet. What are you doing with those scissors? Bai Feifei's pupils instantly contracted. She knew that time was running out. She had to make a choice soon. Don't do this, we can talk it out. I was joking with you earlier. I'm just an old-timer, not some evil god. Even if I were a good evil god. How about we make a deal? Upon hearing this, Bai Feifei's mind shook violently. Here it comes. A deal. This is the temptation of an evil god. Suemo continued. You see, you want to become a purifier to slay aberrations and anomalies to protect this world. I can help you rapidly enhance your strength to navigate the perils of this dangerous world, and seek fortune while avoiding misfortune. Bai Feifei clenched the scissors tightly. She didn't believe in free lunches. How could a sinister deity suddenly appear in her mind claiming to help her? That was impossible. Of course, as a trade, you'll need to do something for me. Rest assured, I'm a seasoned veteran, not like the others. It's just a simple matter. I don't have a physical body now, which is why I'm in yours. You must gather the materials to reconstruct my body, as per my instructions. Once that's done, I'll leave your body and well be square. In the revival of the old ones, there was actually a hidden quest for character customization, allowing players to create their own game avatar in the mid to late game and alter their appearance. Suemo had never paid much attention to this feature before, but now, if he was truly transported here, obtaining his own body seemed like a rather important goal. Can I refuse? Bai Feifei bit her tongue, speaking weakly. Clearly, no matter what Suemo said, she was unwilling to accept such a forbidden transaction with a sinister deity. Refuse? Sumo's voice suddenly rose an octave, speaking sinisterly. Of course you can. But without a physical body, my power will soon sweep across the mortal world, causing devastation and silence to all things. Just like now. If you commit suicide, my power will erupt instantly. Righteous maiden, you wouldn't want this innocent world to be buried with you, would you? Bai Feifei's heart trembled and her hand loosened, letting the scissors drop to the ground. What was there to negotiate? Did she even have a choice? Clenching her teeth, she gathered her courage and said, I have a condition. Say. When you control me, you cannot casually slaughter the innocent. Ha, rest assured. That kind of thing was just a novelty at first. I've long since stopped. Bai Feifei. Hearing this reply, she felt her future was exceedingly bleak, and could only pray that her choice today wouldn't lead to a grave mistake. Alright, deal done. Suemo declared the transaction unilaterally concluded. A night of chaos passed and morning arrived. Senior veteran, are you still there? Bai Feifei rose early, tentatively calling out. Suemo didn't respond. He had fallen asleep inside Bai Feifei's body last night and hadn't woken up yet. Hearing no reply from Suemo in her mind, Bai Feifei set off on her own to the testing site. She secretly wished that the sinister deity inside her would suddenly vanish. That would be a blessing. You're early. Good punctuality is a fine habit. Bai Feifei had just arrived at the examination venue when she ran into Wan Qianhong from yesterday, who greeted her warmly. Hello, Senior Wan. Bai Feifei greeted her somewhat timidly. Wan Qianhong leaned in, mysteriously whispering in Bai Feifei's ear. This is the largest recruitment of purifiers in Shuguang City in the past decade. A prophet will be present to observe your performance. Perform well. You're quite skilled. This could be a rare opportunity for you. Bai Feifei's pupils contracted sharply at these words. In the purifier ranking system, the first 5 levels were the grade 1 to grade 5 purifiers who had to follow the organization's orders and carry out various missions. Above grade 5 there were 4 other levels: Edgewalker, Prophet, Great Sage, and Eternal Sleeper. At the Edgewalker level and above in terms of power they could no longer be called human and they enjoyed considerable freedom within the organization. She actually had the chance to meet a prophet. Eh? Prophet, I'll do my best. Bai Feifei said. Wan Qianhong patted Bai Feifei's shoulder firmly and said with a laugh. Why the sudden timidity? If you have skill there's no need to be modest. I still prefer the all-conquering she-devil from yesterday. I've already reported your achievements in advance. Don't be shy. Bai Feifei. What exactly did she report? That all-conquering devil wasn't me. Wan Qianhong finished speaking and left. Bai Feifei sat alone in the oval-shaped venue nervously watching the crowd grow. Everyone present had been selected from various outer city districts. They all possessed the potential to become purifiers and now sat in solemn silence. Bai Feifei looked at them thinking that, without the help of the senior veteran yesterday, she might not even have their level of strength. Suddenly a loud arrogant voice came from the entrance of the venue. What the hell is this place? Even the air smells rank. The outer city air is haha, nothing we can do. Young Master Huang will have to bear with it. This is still the transition zone, not the real outer city. The actual outer city districts are like pigsties. Several ostentatiously dressed individuals surrounded a young Master Huang as they entered, making a loud ruckus and shattering the silent atmosphere. The outer city people present all turned their gazes, but after a few glances they quickly lowered their heads again. Outer city residents wanted to become purifiers, but people from the inner city also joined the purifiers. The ones before them were the noble inner city folk. The one called Young Master Huang was Huang Jiahao. He wore a smug smile and said indifferently, "These beggars. Are they all outer city folks who passed the initial screening and want to become purifiers? Didn't they say that outer city folks live under the constant corruption of aberrations? I thought they couldn't survive. There are still too many people." His sarcastic words were unsparing, reaching everyone's ears, and they stabbed at Bai Feifei's heart. In her mind, being a purifier was a profession of faith. Could someone like this become a purifier? After Huang Jiahao finished speaking, his lackeys immediately chimed in. These losers, even if they become purifiers, they'll just be cannon fodder. It's good enough for them to be young Master Huang's dogs. If you want to rise high among the purifiers, it's got to be young Master Huang. A female voice beside him laughed. Anyone willing to volunteer to be young Master Huang's dog? Honestly, that's more promising than exhausting yourselves as purifiers. Ladies first. Haha. Then came another round of jeers. The lackeys spoke loudly, as if deliberately humiliating everyone present, practically wearing the label "spoiled brats" on their foreheads. Although Huang Jiahao didn't say much, his expression showed he was thoroughly enjoying it. These sycophantic, brainless words were spoken intentionally because Huang Jiahao reveled in the feeling of superiority over others. He surveyed the area like a stray dog inspecting its territory, looking around as everyone avoided his gaze. He knew that even if outer city people were cursed to their faces, they wouldn't dare resist. His eyes swept through the crowd and suddenly met Bai Feifei's frowning gaze. Although Bai Feifei quickly looked away, her striking appearance and the clothes Wan Qianhong had given her yesterday formed a stark contrast with the ragged outer city people around her. Huang Jiahao's eyes lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected to find such prey in a place like this. He immediately strode toward Bai Feifei. Those around her, sensing trouble, voluntarily moved their seats away. Bai Feifei inwardly cursed the trouble. She had always been invisible, but since yesterday inexplicable problems had been seeking her out. Just then the demonic voice in her mind suddenly spoke. Ah, where have I ended up? The character can move on its own. Quite unaccustomed to this. Sumo's voice sounded as if he had just woken up, complete with a yawn. Holy shit! I ran into this brat here. Through Bai Feifei's perspective, he saw a figure that surprised him. Bai Feifei's heart also jolted. It seemed the sinister deity inside her was still present. Then, Huang Jiahao now stood before Bai Feifei saying, "Hell, little sister, that outfit you're wearing doesn't seem like something an outer city person could afford." As he spoke, he reached out. Whether aiming for her shoulder or her face was unclear. Bai Feifei dodged, retreating a meter away. Thanks to yesterday's monster leveling, her physique had undergone a qualitative improvement and her movements were extremely fast. "We don't seem to know each other," Bai Feifei said coldly to Huang Jiahao. "And I advise you to stay far away from." With that, she turned to leave. Huang Jiahao was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. This was the first time he'd seen an outer city woman like this. His lackey, quick to read the situation, charged forward. The metal bracelet on his wrist rearranged into a dagger, blocking Bai Feifei's path. "Little sister, don't be in such a hurry." Bai Feifei's body halted, trembling slightly, and her expression changed as if she had become a different person. Suemo took over. He slowly turned back looking at Huang Jiahao with a half-smile. His gaze swept up and down, finally settling on a dark green ring on the other's right hand. That ring of yours looks pretty nice. Huang Jiahao laughed heartily. In his view, this little girl had calmed down and still didn't dare defy him. After all, if he didn't allow her to leave, how could an outer city person dare to be angry? He proudly raised his hand and twisted his wrist, the dark green ring gleaming dazzlingly. This is a storage ring. As for its value, enough to buy your entire family's lives. But if you're willing. Before he could finish, Suemo moved in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the dagger from the lackey's hand was in his grasp. He twisted, swung a horizontal slash. A right hand still wearing the ring was severed cleanly. I said your ring is nice, are you deaf? Don't you know to take the initiative and hand it over? Do I have to take it myself? Suemo twirled his dagger in the air, slicing off the ring from the severed hand that hung midair, and it landed perfectly. Huang Jiahao was stunned for a moment, then noticed a line of blood springing from his wrist. His right hand for some reason had flown off. In his understanding of the world, it was utterly inconceivable that this girl from the outer city would draw a blade on him. So sudden, so ruthless, without a shred of warning. Only then did an unbearable searing pain flood into Huang Jiahao's mind. Aya! An inhuman scream tore from Huang Jiahao's throat. He collapsed onto the ground, thrashing his legs wildly, snot and tears streaming down his face. Suemo meanwhile wiped the ring on his clothes and casually slipped it onto his own finger. Yes, he knew this Huang Jiahao, he was one of the plotline characters. Just now, seeing him try to lay hands on his own avatar, Suemo had directly taken over, seizing control of the body. Witnessing this brutal scene by Feifei for some reason didn't even feel particularly shocked. When she had heard Sumo's voice in her mind earlier, she had a premonition that if this old hand took over, things would never end quietly. Don't get worked up. Killing him isn't murder of the innocent, Suemo said casually to Bai Feifei. Besides, I haven't killed him yet, have I? Bai Feifei. The crowd erupted into uproar, stumbling back in shock, staring at the sudden berserker. The lackeys around Huang Jiahao trembled with fear, shouting in panic. How dare you attack someone from the inner city here? Murder! Murder! Is no one going to step in? Where are the examiners? In their daily lives, these lackeys swaggered beside Huang Jiahao, bullying others without restraint. Anyone who dared show defiance in their eyes was beaten bloody. But now, seeing their master bleed, it utterly shattered their psychological limits. Not a single one dared step forward to show loyalty, especially the one from whom Suemo had snatched the dagger. He was on the verge of wetting himself. Huang Jiahao writhed on the ground, screaming without end. His gaze at Bai Feifei shifted from initial shock to fear, and finally his eyes turned bloodshot, blazing with fury. How dare you? Such a lowlife dares to lay hands on me. I am the protagonist of this era. As he spoke, he began to seem delirious, as if possessed, an eerie aura radiating from him, his eyes turning crimson. Suemo, closest to him, could clearly see a green jade pendant floating up from his neck. Now it was Sumo's turn to be somewhat shocked. Damn, this thing is already around your neck. What a coincidence. In many of the playthroughs he had experienced before, not long after a great catastrophe would strike Shuguang City, destroying it in a terrifying, anomalous event. This insignificant character, Huang Jiahao, was the spark that ignited that destruction. Foolish yet greedy, his will had been corrupted by a powerful aberration. That's why Suemo knew of this minor NPC, and that jade pendant was intimately connected to this aberration corruption. This time because Suemo hadn't killed Xiao Jin, and had followed a more orthodox recruitment process. He ended up encountering this spoiled brat here. The jade pendant on his chest trembled slightly. Huang Jiahao smeared the blood from his severed hand onto the pendant, stuttering. I want to kill you. Kill you? Do you know who I am? Who was Suemo? As an absolute veteran of this game, how could he calmly wait for the villain to finish his power-up sequence? Controlling Bai Feifei's body like a nimble swallow, he instantly swooped before Huang Jiahao. A silver glint flashed in his hand, aiming straight for the other's throat. Huang Jiahao's body trembled, barely dodging, and he stood up in an unnatural anti-gravity posture. It was obvious that his physical reactions were no longer entirely under his control. Some mysterious force was beginning to take over, fighting on his behalf. But who didn't have a stand-in fighter? Suemo was faster. His moves seemed devoid of any elegance, yet every strike was lethal. He grabbed the opponent's collar and swung his body like a sack. Boom! In everyone's eyes, Bai Feifei's slender frame violently lifted. A full-grown man spun him in the air and slammed him into a chair. Several chairs shattered into pieces, plastic fragments flying. Suemo wasted no time, his dagger plunged down with precision. Thud! Huang Jiahao's legs kicked once, then his struggling body went still. His bloodshot eyes quickly turned dull. How Could this be possible? He was of the Huang family, born into a life of imperial luxury, and had awakened innate abilities. His family regarded him as the hope to reach the pinnacle. A year ago he had obtained a jade pendant within which dwelled an unimaginably powerful entity. That entity told him that he was the protagonist of this world, that it would help him ascend to the peak, to the very apex of this realm. His peak life had just begun. All things under heaven should obey his will, all beauties under heaven should be his desires. Wasn't he truly the protagonist of the world? How could a protagonist die so carelessly? But now, Suemo tilted his head to avoid the spurting blood, tapped the storage ring on his hand, and collected the still trembling jade pendant into his own ring. Phew! After finishing, he let out a long breath. Good thing I didn't have to waste a reload. Suemo wasn't entirely sure what was wrong with the jade pendant. He only knew that Bai Feifei's current capabilities were absolutely insufficient to handle the power that could destroy Shuguang City. Fortunately, he had struck fast enough, and Huang Jiahao was weak enough. He looked up. The arena, which had been noisy because of his actions, was now eerily silent. Everyone stared at her like she was a monster. At that moment, a shocked voice rang out before her. Bai Feifei? Wan Qianhong stood there staring in disbelief at Bai Feifei. What are you doing? She had always thought Bai Feifei was a girl with great strength and personality, a bit quirky, seamlessly switching between polite and rude. But she never imagined that this girl would dare to kill someone openly in this testing arena. Bai Feifei, seeing the shock and a hint of disappointment in Wan Qianhong's eyes, couldn't help feeling a pang of shame. Letting down someone who appreciates you is still somewhat painful. But such psychological barriers were something Suemo would never have. Wiping the blood on Huang Jiahao's clothes, he smiled and said, "Oh, he seems to be poisoned." Poisoned? Wan Qianhong said unconsciously. Invasive heavy metal poisoning, probably beyond saving. Don't worry, I won't ask you for contribution points for this. Wan Qianhong. A piercing scream erupted without warning from the girl, who had been following. She had been frozen in shock from what had just happened, and now, as she finally snapped out of it, her mind completely collapsed. Hey, what are you shouting for? Quiet down, it's not you who's poisoned. The sudden scream startled Suemo, and he looked at her in confusion. But she just held her head, closed her eyes, and continued to wail hysterically, as if her mind had been wiped clean. Suemo, annoyed by the noise, casually tossed his dagger at her. In an instant, the light in the arena dimmed and everyone's movements slowed, as if trapped in mud. The thrown dagger was frozen in midair by an invisible force, trembling slightly. An angry voice slowly echoed through the space. Truly. What audacity! The voice was not loud, yet it compelled the hundreds of people present to involuntarily turn their gazes toward its source. It was an old woman with a withered face, the golden patterns on her purple robe flowing like water. Bai Feifei instantly felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. The figure before her, though not tall, appeared in her eyes like a towering vertical eye, scrutinizing her very soul. The one now controlling her, Suemo, was an evil god, yet, even when she had communicated with him, she had never felt such terrifying pressure as now. Only now did she truly perceive the pressure of facing a genuine master. So this is a prophet. Hearing Bai Feifei's astonished voice in his mind, Suemo noticed the SN value already dropping in the upper right corner and said, "It only looks impressive early on, a later on this kind of thing is useless. It's fine. You're just too weak right now. It'll level you up later. No big deal." As he spoke, he raised his head, spread his hands toward the distant prophet in the purple robe, and grinned like a rogue. "All right, sister, you're this old. Why scare a little girl? Let's get on with the process and push the plot forward quickly." The prophet in the purple robe, hearing Bai Feifei's nonsense, her eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. It wasn't merely because of the rudeness and frivolity of the words, but from the relaxed tone of the young girl, she could sense that the girl's spirit was under no pressure at all. Her mental resilience was extremely strong. Of course, Bai Feifei was the one under pressure. Suemo naturally felt nothing. The pressure enveloping him gradually dispersed. The prophet in the purple robe looked at Bai Feifei and slowly spoke. "Daring to kill in public, you do have some reckless audacity. Give me an explanation. Why did you do it?" Before Suemo could reply, one of Huang Jiahao's cronies suddenly shouted. "Because he coveted the ring on young Master Huang's finger. That's why he killed him, for the treasure." Prophet. This outsider coveted the wealth of an inner-city resident and struck ruthlessly. Such a lowborn has no right to be a scavenger. Arrest her now. Earlier, when Suemo had struck lethally, this man hadn't dared to say a word. Now that the prophet, a powerful backer, had arrived, he finally found an opportunity to tattle. Good reason. Suemo found the accusation quite convenient, so he turned back to the prophet in the purple robe. "That's right, just as he said. I killed him because I fancied his ring. But it's not my fault. Whatever I set my eyes on belongs to me eventually. If Head handed it over willingly, he wouldn't have had to die. I'm kidding. Even if he gave it to me, I might have killed him anyway. Sumo controlled by Feifei's body standing in a thunderously arrogant posture, as if the words, lawless and reckless, were written all over her face. Familiar with the game storyline, he knew that anomalies had been frequent near Dawn City lately, and they were short on manpower. Thus a scavenger who committed a crime wouldn't be executed directly, but would be labeled a sinner, and sent on dangerous missions to atone. Just like when Head played the game before, killing that Xiao Jin at the start had no consequences. So Sumo had made up his mind the regular mode was too troublesome. It was better to take on a sinner identity, and redeem himself through meritorious deeds just like last time. This way he was familiar with the plot, and he could also maximize his exposure to various aberrations killing monsters to level up. Hearing her arrogant and outrageous words, the tattling lackey couldn't hold himself together. He stared at Bai Feifei for a few seconds, then finally turned to the prophet and said, "Prophet, shut up first." The prophet in the purple robe lightly tapped her finger toward him, and instantly his mouth was sealed shut, unable to open. Then she raised her finger again, and Huang Jaheos' corpse floated up suspended in midair. The prophet pondered for a moment and said, "I sensed a tremendously powerful ominous aura emanating from his body, but then you killed him. Did you notice anything?" "Not really." Sumo shook his head. "Maybe he was wearing a ring that should have been mine. That's an omen in itself." "Prophet, how could it be? Should have been yours." Her dim-aged eyes stared fixedly at Sumo as if trying to discern what this girl full of lies was really thinking. Wan Qianhong also reacted, turning to look at Bai Feifei with a trace of hope. She had come here because she had sensed an abnormal fluctuation and rushed over to investigate. Could it be that the child had a reason for her actions? The prophet looked at Bai Feifei and slowly spoke again. "If there is indeed a cause, then the matter of your killing can be discussed." This statement stunned the entire crowd. Especially the inner city people found it hard to accept. What does she mean? This can be discussed further? An outsider killed the young master of the Huang family in broad daylight. Do you really need a reason? Sumo scratched his head. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. This guy would have caused the fall of Dawn City in a while, so I killed him in advance. Prophet. Her tightly furrowed brow helplessly relaxed a little as she looked speechlessly at Bai Feifei, who was spouting nonsense. The title prophet was not given lightly. Those who reached this level could vaguely perceive the development of events in the unseen, calculate cause and effect, and seek good fortune while avoiding disaster. Lately she had been uneasy, feeling that something was about to happen. Seeing Bai Feifei today, she sensed that the girl carried considerable karma. That was why she had asked so many questions, wondering if there was a connection. But she never expected the girl to. Seeing her disbelief, Sumo continued, "Fine, I tell the truth and you don't believe me. Stop wasting time. Just kill me on the spot. The Mengpa soup in the underworld will get cold if I'm late." Bai Feifei, trapped within her own body, she watched the veteran, begging for death, and felt like she was going to faint. "I mean, my evil god, are you determined to get me killed here today? Isn't there a more dignified way to die? What exactly are you trying to do?" At this moment Bai Feifei wasn't the only one feeling dizzy. Nearly everyone present realized that this violent woman was clearly mentally unstable. Young Master Huang was truly unlucky to have crossed paths with such a person. The prophet in the purple robe closed her eyes, sighed, and finally said slowly, "You killed without cause. According to the law, as a scavenger enforcer, I should execute you on the spot. However, recently Dawn City is in need of scavengers, so you have one chance to redeem yourself through meritorious deeds." Sumo nodded knowingly. Why didn't you say so earlier? All that pointless talk just now." He had been spouting nonsense all this while waiting for that, however. "Xiao Wan once mentioned you to me, saying that you have an eccentric personality but are filled with potential and talent. Since you have committed a crime, I will now test you. If you pass, you shall serve as a sinner-turned-scavenger assigned to hazardous zones to carry out missions." Hearing the purple-robed prophet's final decision, Bai Feifei was momentarily stunned. Could it really be allowed like this? When she witnessed herself brutally killing the inner-city dweller, she believed her ideals had shattered, and that she could no longer become a scavenger. Yet looking at the current outcome, she abruptly recalled that the heretic god Sumo had previously told her to eliminate as many aberrant beings as possible within a short period. So, this predicament of becoming a sinner must have been his plan all along. In that instant, her fear of this veteran intensified, as if everything was under his control. Mastering time and space, omniscient and omnipotent. "All right then, let's get started quickly." Sumo even urged the other party. The purple-robed prophet spoke unhurriedly. "Fine, but I need to confirm first. Do you possess any supernatural abilities?" In the system of the Great Old One's awakening, even the elder gods were gradually reviving, so naturally some supernatural powers existed. The acquisition of abilities varied widely. Some came from aberrant contamination, others from reading the Book of Answers, and some were even innate. The purple-robed prophet noticed that Bai Fei remained utterly indifferent and unafraid, no matter how outrageous her actions were leading him to suspect she might be a natural-born. Supernatural abilities. Of course I have them. I'd say quite a few actually. Oh! The purple-robed prophet was not surprised by Sumo's words. For instance, time reversal, foresight, mastery of past and present, altering history and timelines, and so on. I also know the names, abilities, and weaknesses of many elder gods that you people are unaware of. In the past I even chatted and laughed with them. The purple-robed prophet. An eerie silence filled the air. The prophet's body stiffened for a moment, and when he spoke again his voice carried a hint of anger. Fine. I understand. Since you have no abilities, my subsequent test will purely assess your mental resilience and physical prowess. As his words fell, the surrounding space twisted violently, and Wan Qianhong, who was closer to Bai Fei, immediately felt an intense mental pressure. She knew the prophet's test had begun. This level of mental oppression. She couldn't help but look at Bai Fei, only to see the girl still wearing an indifferent expression, completely unfazed by the pressure. Instead she strode forward, steadily, hands in pockets, and walked to the front of the empty venue. Let me be clear first. You're going to say that now that I'm a sinner your test won't show any mercy, and if I fail I'll die on the spot, right? Sumo interrupted impatiently. Enough, let's begin. As his words fell, the already unbearable mental pressure on Bai Fei intensified. An indescribable sense of terror and madness made her feel exceptionally oppressed. Pain was now shared between the two, but psychic attacks all landed solely on Bai Fei. Her voice trembled as she spoke to Sumo in her mind. Can you just stop provoking him? And are you really sure you can handle this? Rationality told her that a heretic god who could reverse time would certainly be stronger than the prophet, but the pressure she was enduring right now made it impossible to suppress her fear. Hearing her voice, Sumo spoke with the characteristic arrogance of a player. Hey, remember this. Everyone you encounter now is a minor character. Snap. Sumo raised his hand and snapped his fingers, crisply pointing at the slightly stunned Wan Qianhong. Madam Wan, would you mind keeping track of the time for me? At this moment, the purple-robed prophet wasted no more words. At the center of the venue, the ground gradually turned yellow, and then began to undulate like ocean waves. A pair of withered hands emerged from beneath the robe, forming an odd gesture, and he suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. I once dreamed of 1,000,000 soldiers. Using supernatural abilities required a guiding method, most of which were triggered through spoken incantations. Simply put, one had to recite a chant before unleashing a skill to show off. Naturally, the prophet was now using his ability through this incantation method. The ground's undulation grew more intense, as if something was about to burst forth from the earth. However, before that unknown entity appeared, Sumo made the her agile body lunged forward, her arm pulled back like a drawn bow, and she threw a seemingly inexplicable punch into the empty air before her. The onlookers in the venue were baffled by her actions. Even Bai Fei had no idea what this veteran was controlling, but in the next second a khaki-colored figure burst out of the ground right in front of Sumo, and the thrown punch landed squarely on the figure's face, as if it had deliberately come to receive the blow. Boom! With a deafening crash, the figure shattered. Sumo then laughed and said, Still the same old routine. This move never changes its sequence. Without looking back, she executed a scorpion tail kick, sending a backward strike that obliterated another newly emerged. The impact feels great. I think I might break the record this time. Every time he played this game, he had to go through this test. Over time, he discovered that the NPC skill sequence was always fixed. Thus, for a normal scavenger, the prophet's test was a life-or-death battle, but for Sumo, it had become a pure speedrun. Back in the real world, players would post their speedrun videos on the platform, and Sumo was among the best. Although he seemed to have somehow traveled through time now, he could still try to see if he could break a speedrun record. Moreover, since the pain ratio was now higher, the impact felt more realistic than before, allowing his movements to be exceptionally fluid. Thus, the entire venue watched in shock as Bai Fei, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, moved like thunder across the stage, attacking summoned figures before they even fully appeared. Her moves were lethal. Fists, legs, knees, elbows all became the most terrifying weapons. The summoned figures were obliterated before their faces could even be seen. She was like a precision killing machine, completing this game of slaughter in the most efficient manner. Everyone was stunned. They all knew the prophet's strength. The energy waves radiating from the trembling ground had already made those nearby struggle to bear the mental pressure. Yet, under the prophet's extreme mental pressure, this girl had turned what should have been a life-or-death test into a solo performance. Brutal yet elegant. What the hell? Is she even human? Her movements are like instinct. How many people has she killed? This person is here for a test. Does she even need testing? Are we supposed to compete with her? The stark contrast between Bai Feifei's appearance and her killing machine behavior caused the other scavengers to gasp in amazement, their gazes filled with both admiration and fear. As for the lackeys who had been by Huang Jaheos' side, their mouths were now wide open, completely speechless. Had they just provoked such a demon? Though appearances could be deceiving, this was an extreme case of deceptive looks. Amid the crowd, Wan Qianhong watched Bai Feifei with a hint of strange light in her eyes. Even though the girl's temperament was truly eccentric every time she saw her in action, Wan Qianhong couldn't help but feel captivated. At that moment she murmured to herself, graceful as a startled swan, agile as a roaming dragon. For a brief moment she was completely entranced. As Wan Qianhong stared blankly at Bai Feifei, the prophet in purple robes remained utterly unmoved, his voluminous garments concealing all expression. But at the center of the arena, the distortion of the floor intensified, and the apparitions were summoned with increasing speed. As the energy within the arena grew stronger, the frenzied killing intent jolted Wan Qianhong awake. She quickly turned to the purple-robed prophet and said in a low voice, "Teacher Lu, I roughly examined the corpse over there. There are abnormal energy fluctuations. This matter might need further investigation." A soft laugh came from beneath the purple robe. The prophet spoke, "What? Taken a fancy to her? Pleading for a murderer doesn't suit your character." Wan Qianhong's face flushed. She realized that her plea had indeed been too eager. Hastily she explained, No, teacher, it's like this, in Huang Jaheos' blood. Don't call me teacher. Use the title when we're working." The prophet, surnamed Liu's voice instantly turned stern. He continued, "Do you think she could be an ordinary person? Ignoring differences in physique and abilities, could you do what she just did?" Wan Qianhong looked back toward the center of the arena. By now the killing intent was thick, and the training dummies were being summoned faster and faster, yet Bai Feifei was striking them down just as quickly. It wasn't absolute speed, but extreme fluidity and efficiency. Every muscle seemed mobilized for the sole purpose of reaping life. Wan Qianhong asked herself honestly, even she could not achieve such a chillingly deadly technique. This performance was wildly inconsistent with the background investigation's description of an innocent 19-year-old girl from the outer city. Then, shall I investigate her background further? Wan Qianhong said. No need, Prophet Lu replied calmly. I can sense that she carries a great burden of karma. A blend of extreme evil and supreme goodness. Perhaps. He shook his head, turned away, and no longer watched Bai Feifei Sumo as she slaughtered her way through the arena. This girl, I'll leave her to you for now. Remember, keep her as a sinner for the time being. I'm going back to the inner city for a while. Wan Qianhong was stunned. The next second, Prophet Liu's body had vanished from the spot, and at the same time Huang Jaheos' corpse disappeared as well. A prophet of that level could sense the future in a mysterious way. From the very beginning, Prophet Liu had never truly intended to kill Bai Feifei. This test was merely a pressure assessment. Seeing her teacher withdraw and leave, Wan Qianhong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had truly feared he would go for the kill. Bang! In the arena, Sumo shattered the last training dummy. He let out a long breath, then cracked his knuckles with satisfaction. Crack, crack. Not bad, the smoothest run yet. With the pain ratio turned up, the control feel is much better. Sumo felt his numbing hands. Around him, invisible light points began to rise and surge into his body. This was leveling up. Though slower than killing monsters, training in Old World Reawakening also granted experience. Just as he was about to ask if he had passed the test and find that woman surnamed Wan to check his time, his personal game interface update. Current character Bai Feifei, character level 11-12. Congratulations. For achieving the fastest completion time in the recruitment test, you have earned a new achievement medal, Killing Machine. Killing Machine medal effect. During combat, you can sense the weakest point on the opponent's body. Whoa! Achievement medals have effects. Sumo was shocked. Then what about all those achievements I earned before? The achievement system had existed in the game for a long time, but in Sumo's impression it was just a digital collection, something to show off online. Many of the server-wide records in this game were set by him. But now the newly acquired medal came with a bonus. No, I need to study this. Go AFK, take over the account for now. With that, Sumo directly relinquished control of Bai Feifei's body and returned to his own consciousness. This time he didn't plan to wait until his control time expired. He voluntarily returned the body so he could take over again whenever needed. Bai Feifei's body swayed, and she regained control in a daze. This was the second time. Every time that evil god controlled her body, she felt as if she were dreaming, watching herself slaughter everything with unimaginable. A continuous ache echoed in the crevices of her bones, yet at the same time she truly felt that her body was no longer what it had been. Was this the power brought by the evil god? She looked up blankly at the vast arena before her. As Bai Feifei's dazed gaze swept across the arena, the tens of thousands of heads bowed like wheat before a scythe. Their eyes dodged. The visual impact had been too shocking. The bloodstains on the floor still reminded everyone that this woman had killed an inner-city resident without a word. Don't look her in the eye or she might kill me too. Bai Feifei could clearly feel the fear she inspired. When she inadvertently glanced at one of Huang Jihea's lackeys, the man screamed and ran away. Moreover, she had a strange illusion. Whenever she looked at someone, she instinctively focused on a certain part of their body and felt an urge to attack it. Alright, all aspiring cleaners have seen it. Your test will be similar in a while. Rest up and prepare. Of course it won't be as difficult. Wan Qianhong's voice rang through the arena, steadying the crowd. Then her tall, graceful figure appeared before Bai Feifei in a flash. Sigh. Wan Qianhong looked at the girl before her with mixed emotions. You are really too extreme. Aren't you going to tell me? Why did you kill him? What exactly happened? Bai Feifei dared not meet the eyes of this senior, who thought so highly of her, since what she had done was indeed outrageous. Forget it. What's done is done. Let's talk about the future. Wan Qianhong finally let it go lightly. You are now a level 1 cleaner, but with the status of a sinner. You'll need to atone for your crimes. In theory, you'll be assigned to a dangerous outpost in the outer city, and won't be allowed into the inner city. This was not unexpected. In fact, it was exactly what Suemo wanted. A dangerous outpost in the outer city made grinding easier, and he knew the plot well. However, Wan Qianhong's tone shifted. She lowered her voice. But don't worry too much. Given your potential, I'll try to see if I can move you closer to a safe zone, and later transfer you to the inner city. Suemo. Wait, is she pulling strings for me? Is she really a powerful and generous lady? Suemo cursed inwardly. The problem was, did he need her to pull strings for him? Wasn't this favoritism a bit too blatant? All those times he had gone through the plot before, Wan Qianhong had always treated him with hostility. Forget about helping him through the back door. She would have rather killed him on the spot. Why was it different this time? No, this was all wrong. Just as Suemo was considering retaking control to land a couple of punches on Wan Qianhong and provoke her into leaving him alone, Bai Feifei, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Senior, if I enter the inner city as a cleaner, will I face more dangerous anomalies? Wan Qianhong shook her head. Of course not. Even though the frequency of anomalies has increased lately, the inner city is still far safer than the outer city. It's just basic investigations and protecting some special individuals. Right now, as a convict, you can't directly enter the inner city. But I can help you figure something out later. Bai Feifei suddenly interjected. But shouldn't cleaners go where anomalies are most rampant? Why do cleaners all end up in the inner city instead? Wan Qianhong was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Bai Feifei to ask that. For most outer city residents, becoming a cleaner and entering the inner city was the ultimate dream. Bai Feifei turned her head, casting a complicated glance at the bloodstains on the ground in the distance. She took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. Senior, let's just follow the standard procedure. Send me to the place in the outer city that needs cleaners the most. Suemo. He had been about to take over the controls again, but paused. Oh, a twist. That's right, that's all. Wan Qianhong's intentions were good, but the execution went wrong, and then Bai Feifei turned it around. Suemo immediately spoke up in his mind, offering full affirmation to Bai Feifei. Awesome, sis. That's the way to do it. A real woman goes to the outer city to wreak havoc. The inner city isn't a good place to farm monsters. Bai Feifei had no idea what the evil god was rambling about again. But at that moment she noticed that Wan Qianhong was looking at her with a very strange expression. Suddenly Wan Qianhong stepped forward and embraced Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei? Before she could react, the hug was brief and fleeting. Wan Qianhong looked at her seriously and said, Is it because of all this injustice that you were so agitated and killed that inner city man? Ha! Actually no. The real reason she killed him was simply because a certain evil god felt like it. I understand you. No need to explain. Wan Qianhong said solemnly. I also wish this world could be fairer and more just. Besides, that inner city man might have had his own issues. The prophet is investigating. You're strong, but since you're determined to go to the outer city outpost still, be careful. Don't act rashly. Bai Feifei was silent for a moment, feeling that this senior might have an overestimated impression of her. In the end, Wan Qianhong took Bai Feifei's cleaner identity card, pressed her own card against it, and modified the information position level 1 cleaner assigned outpost 3rd outpost Eastern District Outer City. The next day morning, Outer City Eastern District 3rd outpost. Old Wang, we got a message. A new cleaner is coming to our post. In a shabby little room, an old greasy computer case hummed like a worn-out bellows. On the blurry computer screen, a progress bar crawled like a snail. A middle-aged man sitting in front of the screen spoke. Really? Another poor soul got fooled, huh? Haha, just as well. We're short on hands. Another man lying on the sofa was puffing smoke, replying nonchalantly. No, it's a convict. Must have done something wrong and got sent here to earn redemption. A convict? What's their background? What did they do? The smoking man Lu Wenfeng asked in surprise. Not sure. The information transfer is too slow. All it shows now is that they're coming to report today. Heh. Old Zhang sneered. Doesn't matter. Since they're a convict, no need to be polite. I hope they know how to behave and pay proper respect. Otherwise those backlogged suicide missions will have someone to do them. Wang Su, the man at the computer, ignored him, continuing to stare at the screen. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise. It's a woman. And so young. Lu Wenfeng, hearing this, instantly dashed over and peered at the blurry image of Bai Feifei on the screen. A girl. This young. How did she become a convict? Lu Wenfeng's eyes widened, clearly unprepared for such beauty. No idea. The information transfer is too slow. Tisk, the signal towers in the outer city are disconnected way too often. Wang Su complained, slapping the computer hard. A pretty girl, huh? Interesting. Lu Wenfeng lit a cigarette, rubbed his hands, and paced around. When she gets here, don't say anything. I'll give her a proper welcome and teach her the rules here. Wang Su. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock came from outside. The door opened and Lu Wenfeng's eyes lit up. Standing at the door was... Hello, are you seniors from the 3rd Outpost Eastern District? In the new level 1 cleaner reporting for duty. Bai Feifei spoke calmly, holding out her identity card. This was her true body, of course. Since there was no major plotline, Su Mo decided not to take over the controls, casually only observing silently. Oh, a convict. I don't care what you did. Here you'd better behave. Lu Wenfeng said with a stern face. He then glanced at Bai Feifei's hands and said, What? You came empty-handed. His words were already quite blatant, but Bai Feifei didn't catch on at all. She strode right in, saying, Yes, I'm here to collect my equipment, so I didn't bring anything. Lu Wenfeng. Wait, how did she just walk past me so naturally, as if she owned the place? After a moment of stunned expression, he sneered and turned around. Collect equipment. Humph, in that case, it seems you're eager to go on a mission. Perfect timing. We've got plenty of backlog tasks that need people. Like the dismemberment cannibalism case, pollutant radiation, a mining area suspected of mass mutant gatherings. Since you're so gung-ho, I'll hand them over to you. Hearing this, Bai Feifei finally reacted, but she looked up at Lu Wenfeng in surprise. Really? That's great. After I pick out my basic equipment, give me a mission, and I'll head out right away. Thank you, senior. With that, she glanced around and walked toward a door secured with a password lock. According to Sumo's guidance, that was the equipment room. Lu Wenfeng was stunned. These kinds of missions would be practically certain death for a level 1 cleaner, but he had intended to scare her. This woman. Did she not understand plain language? Ding. Just as he hesitated, the password-protected door to the basic equipment room was opened directly by Wait, how do you know the password? Both Lu Wenfeng and Wang Su were shocked. Of course, Bai Feifei didn't know the password, but Su Mo did. Then Lu Wenfeng, who had been ignored all along, spoke angrily. TSK. Damn it. Who told you to act on your own? Don't you know your place? Get the hell. In his rage, he strode up behind Bai Feifei and reached out to grab her shoulder to pull her out. In a flash, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and his raised right wrist was struck hard. His right wrist had an old injury known to no one else. Suddenly hit, half his body went numb. At the same time, the cigarette in his mouth was snatched away, and the glowing tip was thrust toward his right eye, stopping precisely a centimeter away. Holding the cigarette was the innocent-looking girl before him. His right eye was also a weak point. Lu Wenfeng stood frozen, not daring to move as the girl's cold voice reached his ears. Senior, I have great respect for you personally, but I hope you'll stay away from me and not interfere. Otherwise, if you truly make me unhappy, something very unpleasant might happen. Bam. After threatening Lu Wenfeng, Bai Feifei dashed into the equipment warehouse, closed the door, leaned against the iron door, and gasped for breath. Who? She must be crazy, just becoming a scavenger and already daring to threaten a senior. But there was no choice. She was actually saving them. Before coming, Su Mo, the evil god, had told her that something big would soon happen in Shuguang City, leaving her little time to grind minor monsters, so she couldn't waste time. As for the leaders in this stronghold, in Sumo's impression, though they weren't greatly evil, they were quite annoying. So he advised Bai Feifei that if these people got in the way, killing them would be fine. This matched Bai Feifei's impression of him as an evil god. Cold, perverse, and treating human life like grass. So Bai Feifei tried not to communicate with Lu Wenfeng and the others. Being forced to act just now was a tough task for her, an honest person to pretend to be ruthless. In that situation she feared that, if she didn't act, the evil god might get displeased and cost 2 more lives. She hoped the 2 outside wouldn't continue to cause trouble. At this moment Sumo's lazy voice of praise also came to her mind. Your move just now was decent. You've already familiarized yourself with this bonus combat power. It seems you can also use the weakness detection brought by the killing machine medal. But clearly you're not yet proficient. Keep up the effort. Regardless of the level of power, Sumo himself could always handle it, but Bai Feifei as the original consciousness probably couldn't yet be familiar with the body that had grown stronger. Okay, I understand, Bai Feifei replied. Alright, grab some basic weapons and medicine and leave. This place is poor and nothing good here. In her mind, Sumo continued to command, don't bring firearms. The guns here are very outdated. Once your level goes up a bit, they won't be of much use. Pack more medicine, especially painkillers. Bring a lot. Don't ask why. Listening to Sumo's voice in her mind, Bai Feifei obediently followed and began searching the room. Since she had already accepted the existence of this evil god, she would follow his instructions for now. After all, he had indeed rapidly increased her strength. Outside the door, Lu Wenfeng stared blankly at the iron door that had slammed shut in front of him. Only after a long while did he snap out of that terrified feeling. Rubbing his still numb wrist, his face began to redden. Damn it! Rebelled. Already a criminal and still dares to lay hands on me. While saying these words, his expression was fierce but cowardly. He didn't quite understand how this newly appointed level 1 scavenger had subdued him, a level 3 scavenger. The more he thought, the more he felt his face lost. Immediately he planned to open the door and go in. Wait a moment, old Lu. At that moment, Wang Zu's hesitant voice called out to him. What's wrong? Don't try to stop me. I have to teach this girl a lesson today. Don't shout, keep your voice down. Her information came through. Come take a look. Wang Su sat in front of the computer, his voice already sounding a bit nervous. Lu Wenfeng walked over cursing, and their gazes turned together to the oil-stained computer screen. Then they both fell into a very tacit silence for several seconds. Basic info: Bai Feifei level 1 scavenger criminal. Crime due to a language dispute. She snatched items and killed Huang Jiahao from the inner city. Reasons are questionable. Past prophet Lu Yun's hell level assessment, killing a total of 180 training dummies in 7 minutes. Her technique was efficient and unprecedented. Note: this person is eccentric with suspected violent tendencies and possesses combat power beyond her current rank. Do not engage in conflict with her. Special note: this person is not an ordinary criminal, or her identity is mysterious with high potential. The prophet has taken an interest in her. If not excessive, try to meet her requests as much as possible. Wang Su, Lu Wenfeng. They stared with wide eyes, carefully read for a long time, then exchanged a silent glance, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. The words were not many, but the matter was huge. Too huge. No, is this information confirmed? Are you sure you're not messing with me? Lu Wenfeng said to Wang Su, his voice unconsciously much lower, as if afraid of being heard by someone. Me mess with? Do you think I have the leisure? Wang Su said very irritably, his eyes never leaving the information on the screen. Lu Wenfeng almost broke down at that moment. 7 minutes killed 180 without using any special ability. Are you telling me a story? This is the prophet's assessment. She directly killed an inner city person over a snatch of items. Who snatched from whom? She snatched from an inner city person. Lu Wenfeng couldn't believe it, no matter what, but recalling the reality that he had been instantly hit at his weak point and directly overturned, he felt a chill down his back. Just now he thought he had been careless, but now it seemed. Don't say useless things. Haven't you noticed the key point yet? Wang Zu's voice said, somewhat suppressed. The inner city person she killed was surnamed Huang. That is likely the young master of the inner city Huang family. And she just got off like that. Enlisted as a scavenger, as a criminal. Are you kidding? And look at this wording: the prophet himself is paying attention to her, telling us to avoid conflict with her as much as possible and meet her needs. What does this mean? It means this woman is powerful and her background is not simple. The death of that Huang Jiahao is definitely suspicious. It's likely a game among the big shots in the inner city. Sending her here is probably just to lay low. Listening to Wang Zu's analysis, Lu Wenfeng was dumbfounded. So there was such deep intrigue behind this. Bloody hell, what do we do? What can we do? Treat her like a goddess. This is no criminal. This is an ancestor sent here. Wang Su angrily slapped the computer. Damn it, we have to write an application to upgrade the equipment. Such critical information took so long to come through, it almost caused a big problem. As the two were frantically thinking, deepening their image of Bai Feifei, a door opening sound suddenly came from behind them. Senior, I've chosen. I've already put them in my storage ring. You can assign me a task. It'll set off immediately. The two immediately shuddered, spinning around like a spring. Hearing Bai Feifei mention a storage ring, their wariness increased even more. Although this item was not a containment object, it was already a supernatural item. It was definitely not something an ordinary level 1 scavenger could possess. Hee hee. Lu Wenfeng forced a dry laugh, squeezing out a smile uglier than crying. No need to be so anxious. I was joking with you earlier. First familiarize yourself with the stronghold and rest. Actually, our tasks aren't that heavy. Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei frowned slightly. She had been unsure how to communicate with these two scavengers, but unexpectedly, they had changed their attitude in an instant. At this moment she was still unaware that the few extra sentences Wan Shenhong had added to her file had led the two before her to wildly overinterpret her identity. No need. I am a sinner and I should take on more missions anyway. Didn't you just mention a place where a large number of aberrations are gathering? Give me that mission. Bai Feifei insisted. She came here precisely to deal with aberrations. After all, a deity of evil resided within her body. For safety she had to stay as far away from crowds as possible and direct this dangerous power at aberrations. Before being corrupted by that evil deity, she wanted to contribute as much as possible. Hearing her words, Wang Su and Lu Wenfeng exchanged another glance. If you insist, there is indeed such a mission, Wang Su said. Wu, watching Bai Feifei, who had taken the mission and ridden away on the outpost's motorcycle, vanish from sight. Lu Wenfeng and Wang Su remained silent. Lu Wenfeng lit a cigarette, took a very satisfying drag, and suddenly spoke. Did you really let her take that mission? The situation there is dangerous and complicated, located between our area and District 2. No one has dared to touch it. Didn't you say her background isn't simple? Won't there be problems doing this? Wang Su gave his partner a look, as if he were an idiot, then turned, and quickly returned to the computer, pulled out a hard drive from a pile of junk, and started typing on the keyboard. She insisted on going. How could you stop her? The higher-ups said to agree to her requests as much as possible. It's hard to say whether her actions were even authorized by the higher-ups. Don't worry too much. We just need to report the issue and let them decide. As for that mine, the problems there are already complicated. She won't find anything in a short time. By then orders from above will come down and it won't be our concern. Lu Wenfeng nodded, finding it reasonable. When it came to coasting and avoiding responsibility, his partner Wang Su was clearly more experienced than him. However, he still rubbed his chin and said with some worry. But the problem is with her personality. What if she causes trouble in a Wang Zu's hands, which were typing rapidly on the keyboard, paused. You'd better go smoke somewhere else. East District Black Smoke Coal Mine. A motorcycle screeched to a halt, stirring up a cloud of dust that drew the gazes of passers-by. Bai Feifei staggered off the vehicle with a pale face. She didn't know how to ride a motorcycle at all. But the ultimer in her mind said it was simple. She just needed to get on and give it gas. If anything went wrong, he could take over her body at any time. So along the way, Bai Feifei, a first-time rider, sped along the rugged dirt roads of the outer city. If she hadn't just upgraded her Boda strength, she would have thrown up. This is the place. Rest a bit. You're quite talented at driving. This is a good grinding spot. The danger level is a bit high, but it's not. In Bai Feifei's mind, Sumo's bored voice rang out. In the past, such map transition cutscenes could be fast-forwarded or skipped. Now trapped in the game, that function was gone. Bai Feifei took out a cognitive filter from her storage ring, one of the basic items she had obtained from the outpost. Looking at the filter's status, she asked in confusion. Didn't you say there were many aberrations here? Where? The filter shows no abnormal energy. As she spoke, she looked up and observed the surrounding passers-by. The people here were all sallow and thin. When they met Bai Feifei's gaze, they quickly looked away, their faces filled with fear. Bai Feifei knew that most people in the outer city lived in hardship, but this situation was still very unusual. What is going on here? It feels so eerie. Hearing Bai Feifei's questions, Suemo said indifferently. The specific backstory is naturally a bit complicated, and I'm too lazy to explain. But it's not important. You don't need to understand. You just need to know that you'll be slaughtering left and right. Hearing Sumo's words, her heart skipped a beat. She said with some lack of confidence, You promised? Only kill aberrations, not humans. I know. Stop nagging. Suemo said perfunctorily. Playing a game and yet having to worry about moral constraints. First eat something to replenish your satiety. You need to be full before you start killing. Bai Feifei. The two communicated in their minds as Bai Feifei walked into the mining area and entered a restaurant. The restaurant was shabby but fairly clean, with quite a few diners already seated inside. The owner, noticing Bai Feifei's scavenger uniform, trembled and immediately ran out with a fawning smile. Oh my lord, are you here to eat? Please sit down. Lord. The owner's flattering smile startled Bai Feifei. She had never been called Lord in her entire life. She stepped back slightly in panic and said, "You're too kind." As she spoke, she took out her scavenger identity card, which contained electronic data of her current contribution points and money. "Also, I didn't bring cash. Can I use the money in here?" "Oh, you're too kind. Just coming to eat is an honor. How could we possibly charge you?" the owner said nervously and quickly brought out the menu. Bai Feifei inwardly marveled at the status of scavengers as she took the menu. Having grown up in poverty, she instinctively looked at the cheap vegetable dishes and staples. Pointing at the menu, she said to the owner, "Hello, this one and this one." Halfway through, her body suddenly trembled. Then she changed her posture, putting one foot on a chair, and her tone became frivolous. "Don't want these two. Give me one of everything else and pour extra sauce on the beef." The restaurant owner's hand trembled, and he cautiously glanced at Bai Feifei Sumo. "Thighs, how many people are you eating for?" "I'm eating by myself." "What's the matter?" Sumo spoke. That's right, just now he had directly taken over and controlled Bai Feifei's body. Okay. The owner hurried away. He had thought he'd encountered an easygoing scavenger, but now it seemed not so easygoing. "What are you doing?" Bai Feifei shouted in shock in her mind. She didn't understand why the evil deity would suddenly seize her body at such a moment. "I want to taste it. Is that not allowed?" After pain, synchronization taste had also been synchronized. Sumo felt it would be a waste not to enjoy it. Just for this reason, Bai Feifei was utterly speechless. The evil deity's thinking was truly too hard to fathom. "But this... There's no way we can finish it all. Why do you care? The boss said it's free. What a wasteful evil..." Bai Feifei grumbled inwardly, deciding that she would eventually pay for it after all. But thinking of the price of so many dishes, she felt a pang of reluctance. At that moment, a shadow fell over the restaurant entrance. Several people coming in from outside blocked the light, and at the same time loud curses rang out. "Hey, clear out, clear out. All you poor bastards, get the hell out. Stop eating. Don't get in my way." While cursing, 4 men dressed in black entered through the door. Their physiques were strikingly different from the others. Not gaunt and sallow, but rather ruddy-faced, some even sporting potbellies. As these men entered, the entire restaurant was instantly suffused with an air of terror. No one spoke, or everyone scrambled to hasten their movements. Some rose and fled, while others frantically sped up their eating, or began stuffing food into bags. "Get the hell out, hurry up. Damn it, you all stink." A few continued cursing, occasionally kicking those who ran past them. "I'll count to 3. 3. After shouting loudly, one of the black-clad men angrily strode behind a person frantically shoveling rice and slammed his hand down on the back of the man's head. Bam! He smashed the man's head heavily into the plate. The plate shattered instantly, and he ground the man's face into the disgusting mixture of food debris. "Don't you understand what I said? Get lost." With that, the black-clad man grabbed the victim's hair and flung him to the ground. He watched as the man scrambled up and fled, his face smeared with blood. With this example, the remaining people hastily fled in panic, paying no heed to their direction. The few obese black-clad men burst into raucous laughter at the scene. A mother with a child frantically packed meat into a bag. As she lagged behind while heading out, a man snatched the bag from her as she passed by. "Damn it! Are you asking for death? What are you dawdling for? Packing a bunch of garbage." The mother watched the bag of meat being snatched away, as if it were her most precious treasure. Her eyes instantly filled with sorrowful despair. She grabbed the man's arm and pleaded, "My child hasn't eaten meat in months. I finally saved up some money. Please. Let go. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Eat your mother's." The man flung her to the ground and casually smashed the bag of meat into her face, splattering grease and sauce everywhere. "Don't hit my mom." Nearby, the little girl, who had been silently trembling beside her mother, ran crying toward her. But halfway there, the man beside her kicked her fiercely, sending her flying out the door. Go, go, go. Go howl outside." "No, Nan." The mother let out a shrill cry, and with all her strength lunged toward the door to check on her. Bai Feifei witnessed all this in shock. Though her body was not under her control, she instinctively felt anger, and couldn't help asking Sumo, "Lord, evil God, these people. What's going on?" "What? Can't stand it. You can go kill them later." Sumo replied as naturally as if he were snapping a twig. "Bai Feifei, I just want to know, who are they? How can they do this? Isn't there anyone in charge?" "In charge? Haha." Sumo shook his head with a smile, too lazy to answer such a question. "You're quite humorous. As for them, they're kind of our clients." By now, the entire restaurant had been cleared out. All the previous diners had been driven away, leaving only the 4 men and Bai Feifei, who sat at the far end. The men laughed and sat down, only then noticing a woman with her feet on the table, an arrogant expression on her face, sitting in the shop and watching them with amusement. They were taken aback. Before they could curse, they recognized the scavenger uniform on by Feifei. After exchanging a few glances, they eventually muttered something with pursed lips, but did not come to cause trouble, instead finding a place to sit down. With that, he slammed the table heavily, his words seemingly carrying a hint of meaning. Watching their retreating figures, Suemo raised an... With that, he slammed the table heavily, his words seemingly carrying a hint of meaning. Watching their retreating figures, Suemo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Unexpected. They didn't come to provoke him. He had thought these men would actively seek death. But it didn't matter. Not seeking death actively didn't mean they wouldn't die. He could just go to them. At this moment, the boss from the kitchen came out, sweating profusely, carrying several plates of meat. He paused for a moment as he passed by Feifei, but ultimately did not stop and delivered the dishes to the table where the men were sitting. He couldn't afford to offend either side, but comparatively, he felt the female scavenger was more amiable. At this moment, by Feifei's voice echoed in Sumo's mind. What do you mean by clients? Do you need to do business with this kind of people? Business? Sort of. Suemo chuckled, then rose directly from his chair and walked toward their table, daring to snatch his food. These people truly had a death wish. Hee, gentlemen, please enjoy. The boss, all smiles, had just placed a plate of spiced beef on the table when a slender jade-like hand suddenly reached out from the side and took it away. The men were stunned and turned around in unison. They saw a young girl naturally lift a plate of meat, then open her mouth exaggeratedly wide and stuff the entire plate of meat into her mouth. The wild movement contrasted terrifyingly with her demure appearance, leaving the 5 people around her dumbfounded. Boss, black-clad men. Not bad. The taste is really synced. What a steal. So I can enjoy delicious food without worrying about... With his mouth full of meat, Suemo mumbled, casually grabbing another braised chicken leg and stuffing it into his mouth. The boss' legs were already trembling. Oh. He hastily put down the dishes in his hands and slipped away to the side. The black-clad men never expected that even though they hadn't provoked the scavenger, she would dare to actively cause trouble for them. Just as they snapped out of their shock and were about to react, Suemo moved first. Bam! He stomped heavily on the table, picked up a chicken leg, tore off a piece of meat, and looked down at the 4 men at the table with disdain. Do you know who I am? The action and tone coming from by Feifei's delicate frame seemed utterly incongruous, yet the aura genuinely intimidated them. You? Who are you? One man asked, his face turning livid. Suemo finished the chicken leg, casually wiped his greasy hands on the clothes of the man beside him, and gave a sinister smile. I just need to know who you are. You're a small foreman from the Black Smoke coal mine, right? I have a big deal to offer you. The foremen exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. One spoke up, the coal mine's business is all for the inner city with fixed sales channels. Besides, these matters aren't ours. Suemo cut them off without letting them finish, raising his hand. The young master of the Huang family will have a big day in a couple of days of ceremony and needs to buy some coal for bonfires. Hearing the name Huang family, the foreman's expressions turned slightly more serious. The Huang family. How much do you need? Suemo didn't answer, simply holding up one finger. The foreman curled his lip. 1 ton. If it's just that little. 1 mountain. Foreman? How? How much? Several of them exclaimed in shock in unison. They had never heard of such a unit before. They couldn't even understand it at first. What, you don't know what a mountain is? Suemo said indifferently. Master Huang's young master, when celebrating, doesn't want candles. He intends to light a volcano. But since there's no volcano in Dawn City, well, build a mountain out of coal. Several foremen listened to, by Feifei's preposterous words, their eyes nearly popping out. This is pure nonsense. Such words would not fool even a fool, but the extravagance and absurdity of those big shots in the inner city were already beyond their imagination. What if it were? And this woman is so arrogant, and she's wearing the clothes of a scavenger. Thinking this, the foremen swallowed their saliva, feeling they should play it safe. If this business turned out to be real, they would have performed a monumental service. Are you a member of the Huang family? Imperial family? Maybe. Suemo didn't deny it. The game's subsequent developments were many and varied. Perhaps he would become an emperor. Hearing that this bizarre woman had connections to the Huang family, the foreman sat up straighter. Then, with fawning expressions, they pushed the wine and meat on the table toward Bai Feifei. Please eat first, esteemed one. We were disrespectful just now. Well, for a deal of this magnitude, we are not authorized to make decisions. Please state your requirements and well take notes. Suemo propped himself on the table and sat cross-legged directly on it, startling the foreman around the table so much that they... Then, picking up chopsticks, he ate while saying, For a celebration we need firecrackers and fireworks. I recall you produce gunpowder here, don't you? Yes, yes, how much do you need? Suemo continued to pick up meat while extending one finger again. This? How much? Keep setting them off, keep the noise going, Suemo said. For an entire day the fireworks over Dawn City must not stop and the crackling of firecrackers must never cease. Hearing this the foreman's hands trembled involuntarily. How the hell much would that be? They couldn't comprehend it at all, but regardless they would just write it down first. At the same time the way they looked at Bai Feifei was as if they were gazing at an immortal from the heavens. Today they had truly witnessed a glimpse of the celestial palace. As expected of someone from the inner city, they had seen great sights. Even her manner of eating was so elegant and graceful. Sitting on the table and grabbing meat with her hand. Miss, your grand display is truly beyond anything we've ever imagined. But rest assured we've remembered it all, and we'll report it back. Also for such a grand ceremony would you need some laborers. We have plenty of miners here. Coal is heavy and dirty to move. Let them handle it. Suemo gave them an approving look as if acknowledging their cleverness, and once again extended one finger. 3 times in a row the foreman had grown accustomed to this girl's cryptic behavior, as if that were the style of the inner city. 100 people. No, 1,000 people. The foreman's guesses were also running wild, but Suemo merely shook his head and gave a disdainful smile. No 1 piece of coal per worker. How can the young master of the Huang family's celebration be sloppy? The coal mountain must be built level and flat like a work of art. Foreman, their expressions twisted a bit. If earlier claims could be attributed to the inner city's extravagant absurdity, now they simply couldn't accept it. 1 piece of coal per worker. Then beside the coal mountain there would have to be several mountains of people. Can the inner city even hold that many people? This? Sir, this is really... Shut up. Don't tell me about difficulties. Suemo didn't even look at them, just continued eating meat. Also the celebration might need some decorations. You know what I mean? Hearing this question from Bai Feifei, the foreman reflexively stood up, glanced around warily, and whispered, You mean, you need human bones? This time Bai Feifei, who had been silently listening in the mind, couldn't help but speak up. What do you mean by human bones? Before she hadn't understood why this evil deity had such a perverse sense of humor talking nonsense with these bullies. But now she began to sense something was wrong. A faint smile curled at the corners of Sumo's mouth. Ignoring the voice in his mind, he continued to the foreman. Yes, are there any from children? There are some, but given the quantity you requested earlier, it's unlikely to be enough. Moreover, children's bones are even scarcer. In recent years, those miners haven't been reproducing much. That's your problem. Also, how are the research results here? I want to take some away. Hearing this, the foreman's face instantly changed. You mean, that mutation potion, that? Another foreman beside him quickly covered his mouth and looked warily at Bai Feifei. As the conversation grew more and more outrageous, one of them finally sensed something amiss and cautiously questioned. Discussing such things is always done by specialized personnel. Esteemed one, may I ask what special occasion the young master of the Huang family is celebrating? If it's a birthday or wedding, it seems unrelated to research. At this point Suemo had more or less finished gorging himself. Pushing aside the plate of leftovers, he said very calmly, the occasion. It's the 7th day after death. The 7th day after death. The foremen were stunned, then their voices shot up an octave. Dead? Wasn't it supposed to be a celebration? How? How did it happen? They asked instinctively. I killed him, of course. Otherwise how would I know? And the date is about right. Suemo wiped his hands, raised his hand, and shook the shiny storage ring on his finger. See, this ring was taken from him. As he spoke he looked up and shouted to the kitchen of the restaurant, Boss, the dishes I ordered earlier don't need to be served. Cancel them. I'm already full. At this moment the 4 foremen finally realized that this woman before them was 100% here to cause trouble. One of them, who had been the most excited and thought they had stumbled upon the imperial family, had reddened eyes. He slammed the table and was about to stand up, but Suemo was faster. He grabbed the man's skull with a grip like iron pincers and slammed his head back onto the table at a speed faster than it had. On the table, a chopstick was standing upright, directly aligned with the foreman's chin. Pierced through from below. Swish! A teeth-grinding sound rang out. The foreman's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. His chin skewered by the chopstick, he knocked against the table, his body trembling, slightly unable to make any sound. Actually, you're pretty lucky today. Back when I used to kill, I didn't waste so many words. These extra minutes of life. I'm giving them to you as a... Suemo sat cross-legged on the table, pressing one hand on a foreman's head, while speaking calmly. Heh. The foreman's body struggled involuntarily, emitting intermittent sounds. Annoyed by the noise, Suemo pressed harder, and his voice faded completely. Tisk, my body is still not strong enough. Can't even crush him with one squeeze. You should have heard everything just now. The relevant background you wanted to know is roughly like that. Connect the dots yourself. Sumo's words were directed at Bai Feifei in his mind. He had spoken all that earlier partly to buy time to eat and partly to inform Bai Feifei through these people's mouths. The Black Smoke coal mine was the largest coal mine on the outskirts of Shuguang City and the main energy source for the inner city. Its influence was naturally beyond the vast sums of money and interests. There were many other things involved. The oppression of outer city miners went without saying, but more importantly, there were also cult rituals and operations catering to the perverse desires of some inner city dwellers. According to Sumo's memory, they were researching a special mutation potion here that could transform living creatures or even some inanimate objects into aberrant entities. Of course, Suemo never cared about such things. It was just background story in the game. What did it have to do with him? He only knew that because of this it was a good place to farm low-level monsters early on. Picking a fight and killing some minor villains here was a typical early-game mob-pulling tactic. But now with Bai Feifei's consciousness present, Suemo decided to leak some information to her, so she would understand that these people deserved to die. Otherwise this naive and righteous White Lotus would probably try to kill herself to atone for his actions. What are you doing? Are you insane? How dare you kill someone here? Perhaps because they never imagined this girl would strike so suddenly, the remaining 3 men froze for a few seconds before jumping up. Driven by the fear of death, they knocked over their chairs and shouted in shock, putting distance between themselves and Bai Feifei. Are you courting death? Who sent you? Do you know who backs the Black Smoke coal mine? And you dared to slander the Huang family just now. Do you know who they are? How dare you act so recklessly? The foreman cursed loudly, their eyes a mix of anger and extreme fear. In this little patch of land, they were petty tyrants with life and death power, viewing everyone as slaves long accustomed to arrogance. Earlier, when they saw Bai Feifei in a scavenger's uniform, they had already restrained themselves. But now they faced a threat to their lives. Judging by the combat prowess, this woman had shown they couldn't beat her in a direct fight. But no matter, they had guns. While cursing, one foreman reached behind his back to draw his gun. Suemo, seeing that Bai Feifei in his mind had no reaction, figured the girl still needed time to digest everything, so he jumped off the table. He looked at the men before him and said leisurely, I don't care how powerful your backers are. They're probably not as powerful. Instead of me learning about the Huang family, it's better that the Huang family learns about me. He paused to think, then shook his, never mind, they probably won't have the chance. In his previous playthroughs, this minor family had long been wiped out to the last scrap by the time he reached P. Suemo barely even remembered the family. Utterly insignificant with no notable characters designed in the game's back. The foreman had no time to listen to Bai Feifei's ravings. They only knew they were about to die and desperately tried to pull their pistols from their fat lower backs. Finally one succeeded. His eyes flashed with cruel delight, a sneer twisted his face, and he swung the, ha ha ha, crazy woman, keep screaming. How dare you mess with us? Don't you know that people like you die from talking too much? In his imagination, the beautiful scavenger was already trembling and surrendering at gunpoint, ready to be taken captive. Suddenly his vision blurred. That beautiful yet deadly face loomed large before him, as if she had teleported. You were about to say villains die from talking too much, right? A mocking voice whispered in his ear, terrifying him so much that his soul nearly fled, drenching him in cold sweat. Ah! Madly screaming, the foreman began frantically pulling the trigger, only to find it inexplicably stuck. Only then did he feel the searing pain in his hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an exquisite silver short sword piercing through his fingers and jamming the trigger. That was the weapon seized from the Huang family's thug, capable of transforming between a bangle and a short sword. Though not a containment object, it was decent quality for early use. The devilish voice rang out again in his ear. Villains die from talking too much because they aren't strong enough. With a twist of her wrist, a swift slash, the man's pistol and hand dropped together. I'm different. Killing you is easy. Taking the pistol, she casually removed the magazine. Suemo glanced at the bullets and muttered, good thing technology has regressed and firearms are this primitive. Otherwise the start would be even harder. Seeing Bai Feifei, distracted, another foreman standing farther away seized the chance and drew his gun. Fuck you. Die. Without even looking, Suemo jabbed the tip of the short sword into a bullet in the magazine. The brief impact triggered the primer, firing the bullet from inside the magazine. Bang! The sound of black powder exploding. A hole appeared in the distant foreman's gun arm, followed by a scream. Now both foreman's hands were crippled and the third man's will shattered. They began howling and running toward the open space. Suemo pushed off the ground and chased after them. If he let them go, his purpose wouldn't be served. Stay away. In broad daylight, what are you trying to do? Their courage was truly broken. As foremen of the Black Smoke coal mine, they had seen formidable scavengers before, but this woman was the most bizarre. Her physique didn't seem very strong, she had no supernatural ability, yet she made their guns feel as useless as firewood. We didn't provoke you. You spout nonsense under the Huang family's name, kill without reason. Have you thought about the consequences? You didn't provoke me, so I can't kill you. Suemo said unreasonably, then frowned. Wait, what kind of talk is this? Why do you sound like I'm the villain? Get this straight, you're the ones playing the villains now, and I'm here to punish evil and promote good, right? Punish evil and promote good. Got. As he spoke, Suemo patted by Feifei on the head, addressing someone unseen. Don't you think that's reasonable? Since we're living together, we should align our thoughts. This isn't wanton slaughter, you know. Living together. What kind of heavenly description was that? And clearly you took over my body without any consent. Others had no idea what Suemo was talking about, but Bai Feifei knew he was speaking to her. Could he please stop using her body to do such outrageous things, saying such thunderous words? Her mind was a mess. The conversation between the Ultimer and those foremen had truly shattered her worldview. If that was true, then those foremen weren't just bullies. They were complete demons. As the old saying goes, you can't defeat a demon, but a more evil demon can. Bai Feifei watched as Suemo, using her body, maliciously toyed with the men before her. Killing as casually as stepping on an ant, every move afterward was filled with a playful air, like a cat toying with a mouse, manipulating their lives and torturing their spirits. Was this a kind of fighting fire with fire? When you use my body, could you act a little more human? Also, you don't actually have to say it out loud when talking to me. Bai Feifei's response was filled with helplessness. She knew the evil god probably wouldn't listen, but she couldn't imagine what her image would become. Under this evil god's control, would she even have a future? Oh, I said that out loud. No matter. They're just NPCs. No need to hide anything. Suemo scratched his head and continued slowly walking toward the three foremen, forcing them to step back in fear. The foremen clenched their teeth, utterly baffled by what this woman was saying, convinced she had gone mad. The pressure of facing a madman who could kill them at any moment was immense. By now, everyone had stepped outside the shop, and many miners at the edge of the coal mine had stopped to watch. After hearing the exchange, shock spread across the faces of all the miners. In their daily lives, these foremen were the absolute rulers of the mining area. Untouchable, bullying and abusing at will, with no one daring to defy them. How could they now look so pathetic, as if the roles had reversed, being ruthlessly tormented? What had happened? And the one doing the tormenting was such a young and beautiful girl. As more miners gathered, the foreman whose arm had been shot suddenly glared and roared. You lot stop standing there like idiots. Can't you see someone's causing trouble? Get her. Now, kill her. At his roar, the miners instinctively trembled, fear flashing in many eyes. They dared not disobey the foreman's orders in normal times, but this woman was a cleaner. Many instinctively lowered their heads and backed away, hoping to slip away unnoticed. The wounded foreman erupted in rage, as if the pain and fear had found an outlet, bellowing, "Damn it! Who dares to leave? You bunch of spineless dogs, it's been too long since you've been taught a lesson. All of you go kill her. Anyone who doesn't, he'll kill." Gritting his teeth against the pain, he raised his pistol, with his other hand aiming at the watching miners. But the gunshot never came. A silver streak flashed, and the dagger from Bai Feifei's hand crossed space, plunging into the foreman's chest. Blood gushed like a stream, and his ferocious face, still twisted with arrogance, lost all strength as he crashed to the ground. Bai Feifei, Suemo kept her hand in the throwing pose, frowning. Hey buddy, aren't you taking me a bit too lightly? I'm right here, and you're already chatting with someone else. With another foreman dead, the remaining two's hearts skipped a beat, and the watching miners were utterly stunned. What had they just witnessed? That lofty foreman who had always bossed them around was dead. Dozens of eyes fixed on Bai Feifei, staring at this girl, who killed without a second thought and remained so calm. They wanted to shout good riddance, but years of oppression kept them silent, afraid to speak at such a moment. The two surviving foremen stumbled backward, forcing smiles uglier than tears, and began to plead. Sir, we have no grudge. Why must you kill? Oh, now you call me sir. Suemo curled his lips in amusement. Well, count this as our loss. Leave now and well pretend nothing happened. I can make these lowlifes keep their mouths. The High Coal Mine has deep connections. Many tangled relationships you don't know about. It was established before you were even born. If you kill us all, you'll end up dead yourself. Your status as a cleaner won't save you. Facing death, the man finally spoke rationally instead of but Suemo just smirked, pointing at the hand the foreman had behind his back. Who are you tipping off? Bring it out. Be open about it. The foreman's body trembled. He hadn't expected to be caught. While stalling, he had hidden a keypad phone behind him, frantically typing a report. But such petty tricks meant nothing to a veteran like Suemo. In fact, his whole purpose in messing with these guys was to let them call for backup. I don't mind. Go ahead and call for reinforcements. They'll take you all out in one go. I'm not really interested in killing just you few. It doesn't even give me experience. Go report to your masters. The troublemaker is here. Bring out all your tricks, your bred aberrations, your aberration army. I'm here to grind. Suemo chuckled as he pulled a long sword from Huang Jahea's storage ring, flicking it to produce a crisp ring. What's all this about the Haiyan coal mine being established before I was born? Don't try to act like old-timers in front of me. When I was dancing on the graves of the gods, your precious coal mine was still a line of code. The foreman listened to the girl in front of him spewing arrogant and exaggerated words, realizing that it was impossible to communicate with a madman. He directly decided to go all out and took out his phone, typing furiously. Suemo, true to his word, did not stop him but instead smiled wickedly and said, "Hurry up, there's not much time left." As the foreman typed, his eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at the phone before him, as if he had received news that shook him to the core. Then with bloodshot eyes he raised his head and gritted his teeth, lowly growling at Bai Feifei. "Bitch, don't push me too far. Don't think I can't do anything about you. If you push me to the edge, do you think I can't kill you right now?" Hearing his words, Suemo seemed to become interested, clapping his hands and saying, "You still have such abilities? Great, that's exactly what I want. Hurry up, what other tricks do you have? Show them quickly. What kind of forbidden containment object did you bring? Or can you bring out some distortions? If there's work to be done, then do it. If not, just bite down on a lighter." As he spoke, Suemo accompanied his words with exaggerated expressions, making Bai Feifei's originally elegant and handsome features appear grotesque. He was also getting into the game, regaining a sense of the thrill of playing. In the game, one should act with abandon, and he never carried any moral burdens. Bai Feifei looked at her body making such expressions and couldn't help but feel a chill. It was truly hard to accept her current image. Isn't it said that one should punish evil and promote good? Why does this evil god seem to be revealing its true form? Suemo weighed the sword in his hand, stepping closer. Killing distortions doesn't yield experience, so it wasn't really meaningful. He came here to stir things up, wanting to see if the other side could offer any surprises. If there was no work, he wouldn't waste words, and would directly eliminate these two, diving deeper into the coal mine, remembering that this underground coal mine still held quite a few experienced treasures. "You don't come over. My brother is right, you'll regret it later." Another foreman shouted, covering his injured arm, yet he felt completely uncertain inside. What kind of tricks do I have? How would I know? What did my companions behind me say? But at this moment of life and death, he could only bluster along with his partner. Just as he planned to turn back and glance at his companion's intentions, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Thud! A special tube with serrated ends pierced through his back, stabbing through his heart and out of his chest. A special purple light flowed within the tube, now trembling unstably, and emitting a violent aura. At the same time, the copper-grade cognitive filter hanging at Bai Feifei's waist began to shake violently. It sensed the energy of distortion. The backstabbed foreman was filled with disbelief, turning to glare at the other foreman, but all he saw was the madness in the other's eyes. "Fuck you. Die!" He suddenly shoved the pierced foreman towards Bai Feifei and quickly retreated. The person pierced by the tube had already begun to swell violently. Purple light radiated from the cracks in his skin, resembling a bomb. "Oh!" Suemo raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You really have something. Is this the distortion agent you all created? Since you can have such a thing, it seems your identity is more than just a small foreman." The last foreman rapidly retreated, cursing as he ran. "Of course, let me tell you, I can't be bothered to listen to who you are." Suemo grinned, savagely crossing his sword in front of him, cutting off the other's words. "It seems I didn't come to the wrong place. I'm quite experienced." Boom! At the moment the words fell, the expanding purple figure exploded like a bomb, scattering purple flesh and bones into the air like shrapnel. Sumo's sword danced like lightning, weaving an impenetrable net in front of him, blocking all the splattered purple chunks. However, those miners nearby, who had not yet dispersed, were not so fortunate. The distorted purple flesh crawled onto their bodies, instantly corroding their skin, as if some kind of life was drilling into their flesh. "Ah, what is this? My right hand hurts so much it won't obey." Distortion. These things are distortions. My God, where did they come from? In an instant screams echoed, but soon even the screams began to fade as the first batch of infected individuals had started to twist and lose consciousness. The cognitive filter at Bai Feifei's waist instantly cracked in several places, and her game status panel showed that her SAN value was rapidly decreasing. In Sumo's mind, Bai Feifei's shocked voice came through. "What's happening here? Ah, this is the reason we— Suemo replied. This is something they researched capable of mass-producing distortions. What? Bai Feifei's voice, perhaps due to her decreasing SAN value, was filled with disappointment at the collapse of her worldview. They actively create distortions, turning people into distorted monsters. Hee, there are still many things about this world that you don't know. Suemo chuckled coldly. Don't worry about too much. I don't have time to teach you swordplay specifically. Just watch and learn while I kill. As he spoke, Suemo flicked his sword, casually slaying a rushing, distorted miner nearby, absorbing the experience points. When they were still human, killing them yielded no experience, but once they turned into distortions, there was experience to be gained. Suemo had once committed atrocities to level up, infecting an entire city and then slaughtering. But grinding low-level distortions was trivial for later upgrades, so he no longer needed such methods. At this moment, the first batch of distorted individuals had completely lost consciousness, their skin peeling away, indiscriminately attacking like blood corpses. And those who remained unmutated once attacked began to distort as well, like a zombie infection, howls of pain echoing. Help me, save me, my leg is burning. It's over, my hand won't obey. My right hand is scratching my face. I can't hold it down, have I been possessed? This is divine punishment. The miners crowded together wailing, and the already transformed monstrous distortions moved at lightning speed. Once they set their sights on someone, the emaciated miners could not escape. In an instant, the chaotic scene resembled a hell on earth, and Bai Feifei's frail body was right in the center of the The last foreman, who had previously run out of the circle and distanced himself from the crowd, now sat on the ground with blood-red eyes, staring at Bai Feifei in the distance with a twisted expression. Damn it, bullets can't kill you. Can't these distortions surround and kill you? Ha 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 ha. Get them all to kill her. The mutated individuals, having completely lost consciousness, naturally could not obey the foreman's orders to attack Bai Feifei together. Yet, even driven by instinct, Bai Feifei, surrounded at the center, appeared perilously close to danger. It was not without reason that the foreman felt confident. The mutated humans not only possessed enhanced strength and a fearless disregard for death, but more importantly, they were exceedingly difficult to kill. For ordinary humans, attacking the throat, heart, or other vital points would usually result in instant death, but mutated beings were not like that. Very often it was difficult to pinpoint any weakness in a mutated being. Even losing its head might not cause it to lose combat capability. For instance, at this moment, within the field of vision, there was a mutated miner, whose head had split directly into 4 lobes retracted into its chest cavity like a blooming rafflesia. Thus, even when Suemo was playing the game before, grinding small monsters for leveling in the early stages required a bit of effort, and often he had to shred the mutated creatures into pieces. But this time was different. The killing machine badge obtained from an achievement inadvertently completed earlier proved exceptionally effective at this moment. During combat, Suemo could clearly perceive the true weak points on the mutated bodies. With a few effortless strokes of the sword, he watched the mutated beings fall, absorbed as experience points. On the character panel, the character was already leveling up. Level up, successful, current character level 12-13, level up, successful, current character level 13-15. Suemo was quite satisfied with the effect of killing machine. While harvesting experience, he even took the time to remark to Bai Feifei in his mind, "You've come at a good time. This leveling is much more convenient than usual. In terms of early development, this is the easiest time for you." But at that moment, Bai Feifei could not share the sentiment. She did not feel she had come at any good time. Her soul was trapped within her own body, her pupils trembling, as she gazed around at the blood-spattered purgatory. One by one, miners were seized and devoured by mutated monsters, screaming helplessly until their cries faded, and they themselves became new mutants. The twisted bodies of the mutants sometimes charged at her, only to be casually slain by the evil god within her own body. Human life was as cheap as grass here. It seemed the lives of the outer city miners had never held any weight. Not in the eyes of the bullying foreman, not in the eyes of the evil god, and not even in their own eyes. Why was this happening? What was she doing now? Her SAN value was dropping continuously. In a daze, she once again saw the mother from the restaurant who had been humiliated because of her child. At this moment, the mother was holding her child, stumbling toward the exit, but soon a mutated miner set its sights on her. The deformed limbs formed a quadrupedal stance, and in an instant it leaped before her. Its bloody head twisted 180 degrees, opening its mouth to bite down. To protect her child, the mother instinctively raised her arm to block, but the creature bit directly into her shoulder. It was a profound despair flashed in her eyes. She knew she would soon become one of those things. She was finished, but what about her child? Save them. As if unconsciously, Bai Feifei murmured. What did you say? Suemo hadn't heard clearly. What had his female character just said? On the other side, the bitten mother, her right arm in excruciating pain, and her eyes bloodshot, suddenly looked up at Bai Feifei, her gaze like grasping at a final lifeline. The other arm holding the child erupted with astonishing force, flinging the child toward Bai Feifei. "My lord, please save my child." Suemo suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest. His control over the character faltered as if some force was about to disconnect him. "Bro, what's going on?" At the same time, Bai Feifei's voice rang in his mind. "Please, save them." Suemo saw a little girl flying toward him through the air. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, absorbing the momentum and placing her steadily on the ground. "Wait, don't get excited." Suemo began to ask Bai Feifei in his mind, but his words trailed off as his body suddenly shuddered. Damn, his control time was up. Why did it have to happen right now? Had he wasted too much time before? He felt the timing was off, but there was no choice. With the situation as it was, he could only warn Bai Feifei, "Pull back now. You're not good at handling this kind of siege yet. You can come kill these things later." Bai Feifei's real combat experience was nearly 0, and her SAN value was plummeting wildly. If her SAN value hit 0, she would go mad. If she actually got killed, he would have to use the save file again, which was hardly necessary. But the next second, something Suemo didn't expect happened. Bai Feifei ignored his words. Instead, she dashed forward in a swift stride, reaching out like lightning to sever the entire bitten right arm of the distant mother. Her long sword swung back, precisely piercing the weak point of a nearby mutant, instantly killing it. Then Bai Feifei's body flickered, dashing rapidly through the swarm of mutants. If Sumo's movements had been effortless and elegant, then Bai Feifei at this moment was a crimson thunderbolt, her sword swinging, as she reaped one mutant after another. Bai Feifei's eyes were bloodshot. She remained silent, her expression cold and stern. As she fought, she rescued several miners who were about to be devoured by the mutants. At the same time, for some reason, her SAN value stabilized and stopped dropping any further. "Suemo, what's going on?" He was somewhat baffled. How had Bai Feifei's condition suddenly become so excellent? Her control over the body was on par with his own. She had even learned the sword techniques. As a veteran of this game, Suemo was now at a loss. Instinctively, he recalled the last sentence of Bai Feifei's character introduction. Perhaps there are hidden talents. Was this her hidden talent? What kind of talent was this? He had played the game so many times before and never experienced this. In the distance, the ferocious expression of the last foreman gradually froze. He suddenly sensed something was wrong. He had seen Bai Feifei suddenly go berserk, swiftly killing the mutated miners and preventing the mutation from spreading further. That woman was already mad, now she was madder still. It seemed she was about to slaughter all the mutants. As the last mutant fell, Bai Feifei abruptly raised her head. Across a distance of nearly 100 meters, her bloodshot eyes locked onto the final foreman. The foreman felt his heart skip a beat. Before, when facing this woman, he had only sensed extreme arrogance, her gaze filled with disdain and mockery. But now those crimson eyes were brimming with fury. "Run!" In an instant, he turned to flee, scrambling and crawling, as if desperate to use all 4 limbs. But at this moment, his speed was no match for Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei, like a hunting leopard, darted forward with her long sword, her toes lightly tapping the rugged ground as she appeared behind him. "You!" Hearing the sound of wind behind him, the foreman's eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but the words never escaped his lips. A long sword had already pinned him firmly to the ground. The sword pierced his heart, blood gushing into his chest and flooding his throat, causing him to emit a he. He lay there, eyes open, lifeless. Even in death, he could not fathom who that woman was, where she came from, or why this bastard. Feeling the person beneath her foot had completely stopped breathing, Bai Feifei gritted her teeth and she stood up again, the crimson glow in her eyes slowly fading, replaced by a flicker of confusion as she emerged from that. This was her first time killing someone with her own hands, yet she felt no hesitation, as if it were all natural. Her hand gripping the sword began to tremble slightly, and Bai Feifei seemed to fall into a state of self-doubt. "Did I really do that? Not bad, I didn't expect you had this hidden trick." At that moment, the evil god's lazy voice echoed in her mind. "Did you lose consciousness just now?" "No," Bai Feifei recalled the feeling intently. "I just suddenly felt furious, wanting to kill the aberrations and save those not yet infected. Then I suddenly knew how to act, everything fell into place." As she spoke, Bai Feifei shook her wrist, still holding the long sword. "Is this how a sword is used?" Suemo. It seemed that the state Bai Feifei had inadvertently entered might be her hidden talent, one of them. Although he was an old hand, he still didn't know what that was, perhaps some innate ability he had never noticed before. Thinking this, Suemo checked Bai Feifei's game character panel. Character Bai Feifei. Character level 21. Remaining reincarnations 10. Equipped achievement metal killing machine. Current ability none. The panel didn't show any ability either. Whatever, it didn't matter. Having some hidden ability for his character to survive was a good thing. He would temporarily call it God of Slaughter Mode. Well, level 21. By physical standards you're now a level 2 cleanser. Still not enough. Keep grinding. Once you pass level 30, killing imps won't be worth it. Then you can start doing something more challenging. Your main mission is to help me descend into this world. Once I reshape my physical form, well, go our separate ways and you'll be free of me. Sumo casually fed by Feifei, a false hope emphasizing their cooperative agreement. Bai Feifei merely nodded, silently offering no reply. The day before yesterday she was just an ordinary person. Yesterday she became a cleanser. Today she was a level 2 cleanser. Such a rapid rise in power terrified her. Was this the price of a deal with the evil god? Bai Feifei silently walked toward the miners. She had saved those who had escaped death. At her feet lay all sorts of deformed limbs and shredded flesh. Looking at this scene, Bai Feifei felt not so much fear as sorrow. At that moment the mother and daughter she had saved were huddled together on the ground, the child wailing loudly at her mother's severed arm. Seeing Bai Feifei drenched in blood approaching them, all the surviving miners instinctively recoiled in fear, lowering their heads and timidly stepping back. Indeed, she had been too terrifying earlier. The miners had never in their lives witnessed such godlike slaughter. The child's mother saw Bai Feifei and quickly covered her own child's mouth, as if afraid the child's noise would displease the important madam. Just as she was about to speak obsequiously, Bai Feifei spoke first. I'm sorry. The other party was stunned, unable to comprehend why a cleanser would suddenly say that. If I hadn't cut off your arm, you would have become an aberrant too, Bai Feifei said. Then, after a moment of thought, she took some items from her storage ring. These might help you. Looking at the bandages and various unfamiliar medicines before her, the mother's eyes went wide. Then the mother, who had been comforting her child, finally shed tears herself. Thank you. You are a good person, unlike those others. Once the tears broke free, they were hard to hold back. Holding her child, she wept silently, as if her pain was too great to express in words. The other miners were also infected, and the air was thick with sorrow and suffering. Bai Feifei felt a pang of gloom. She had not experienced what these miners had, but she too was from the outer city, knowing that survival in this barren environment was nothing but hardship piled upon hardship. Suddenly she turned and walked toward the beef shop she had first visited. The owner hiding inside saw her coming and nearly jumped out of his skin, but Bai Feifei simply handed him her identity card. Check how much money I have left and buy all the beef you can. Sumo was somewhat surprised, realizing her intention. He wanted to say that this was useless, a waste of time that would not help. He was an old hand. He had played through many different storylines in this game and had tried helping the needy and being a hero of the world, because he thought there might be hidden attributes like reputation in the game that could benefit him or at least earn some achievements. But the result was nothing. A complete waste of time. Sometimes it even backfired. What a crappy game. No good deed goes unpunished, so why bother being good? Might as well kill everyone and grind experience. But this time he didn't stop Bai Feifei. Soon a cart was pushed out carrying a steaming pot with a stack of flatbreads beside. Bai Feifei pushed the cart to the one-armed mother, ladled out meat, and placed it in front of the child. Your meat was knocked over earlier. Want some now? The child wiped away tears, catching the rich aroma of the meat, and said, Sister, you should eat it. I don't It's free. Bai Feifei forced a gentle smile, thought for a moment, and said, I don't eat beef. Hearing this, Sumo felt the atmosphere crack. He couldn't help but complain in his mind, girl, that's not how you use that line. Bai Feifei didn't quite grasp the evil god's joke. She simply started taking bowls, ladling meat, and calling out to the crowd. Anyone who hasn't eaten enough, come line up for free food. Soon at the edge of the mining area, the aroma of meat seemed to dilute the smell of blood. A silent queue formed. Eastern District 2nd Stronghold. Woo woo. In the basement of the stronghold, the anomaly detector flashed red light and spun, emitting a sharp alarm. This direction. Damn. The coal mine. The anomaly detector, externally resembling a hemispherical object like a tortoiseshell, was already classified as a containment item serial number E093. Given its low sequence level, the side effects were negligible. Merely that prolonged staring might cause dizziness or vertigo. Its function was to detect any abnormal energy step mutations within a certain range of land, thereby determining in which direction an anomalous event had occurred. Thus, every scavenger outpost was equipped with such a device for early warning. At this moment, the red light of the District 2 detector indicated a strong and sustained anomalous reaction in a certain direction. The scavenger on duty watching the detector in District 2 was so startled that he dropped his cigarette, scrambled headlong toward an office, and burst in without knocking. Under normal circumstances, they were not allowed to barge into the supervisor's office, for no one knew what the leader might be doing inside. What did you say? Are you sure it's the direction of the coal mine? How could something happen in a place like that? The head of District 2, about to curse at the sudden opening of the door, instead realized the gravity of the situation upon hearing his subordinate's words, and hastily pushed, "Yes, Brother Zhao, I'm certain. It's definitely the direction of Haiyan Coal Mine." The subordinate spoke with a grave tone. Straightening his clothes, the District 2 chief rose with a grim expression, shaking his head to clear the wine-soaked fog from his mind. His surname was Lu Isho, a man from the inner city sent to oversee this outpost. Everyone knew that Haiyan Coal Mine had deep connections, and his transfer there was practically meant to serve as its protective umbrella. He even knew what shady dealings were going on at Haiyan Coal Mine, but the problem was that no one dared to provoke that place. Who could have forced the mine's people into causing such a commotion? Could it be an accident in their own production? Or had they gone too far in some endeavor? Damn it! Why did I have to run into this? Lu Yish's head ached. Transferred from the inner city to this desolate frontier, he had intended to endure hardships as a way to gild his resume, but now an unexpected incident had occurred. He turned his head viciously toward the woman still hurriedly dressing in the room and roared, "Get out!" The woman dared not retort, grabbed her clothes, and fled, closing the door behind her. Suppressing his rage, Lu Isho asked, "Apart from us, who else knows or might find out about this?" The subordinate hesitated and then said, "Haiyan Coal Mine is located on the border between our district and District 3. Those people should also be able to detect it. Fuck those beggars." A glint of disdain flickered in Lu Yish's eyes. Compared to District 2, District 3 was indeed much poorer. "Should we report it quickly?" "No. Report it to that woman Wan Chenhong. She's too stubborn. Bringing her in would cause even more trouble." Lu Isho flatly refused. No, I mean, should you contact the people inside?" The subordinate ventured cautiously. Lu Yish's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve, and finally he shook his head. "Not yet. As a leader, the key was not to solve problems but to avoid mistakes. Seize credit, pass the blame, and never let superiors see trouble in your domain. Right? First contact District 3. We can go together to see what's happening. Tell them not to report either." "Yes, I'll contact them." Saying this, he rushed to the telephone and dialed. Buzz. Buzz. The line was busy, either due to poor signal or being occupied. Lu Isho slammed down the phone in fury and roared, "Fuck. The facilities in the outer city are too shitty. Who the hell is it? Who caused this mess? Who dares to act wild at Haiyan Coal Mine? Shit. Could this be that ancestor's doing?" At the third outpost of the Eastern District, the commotion from the anomaly detector still had the scavengers in a frenzy. Especially Wang Su and Lu Wenfeng, who had met by Feifei earlier. "It's only been half a day, and our detector is already going off. I haven't seen it this active in 2 years." Lu Wenfeng paced back and forth, smoking. "Stop talking nonsense. Get in touch with higher-ups and tell them what's happened. I'll call her now." Wang Su spoke with apparent composure, but he was already panicking inside. He never imagined that the woman released only half a day ago would cause such a huge incident. "Who are you talking about? Which ancestor?" asked the other scavengers at the third outpost, puzzled. "A new criminal scavenger. I haven't had a chance to introduce her yet. When you see her, never provoke her. If you ever get the chance." Wang Su had no time to explain and rushed to make a call. When Bai Feifei left, Wang Su had specifically given her a communicator from the outpost and told her to contact them anytime. It came in handy so quickly. "Buzz. Hello." Thank heavens the signal was inexplicably good this time and the call went through directly. Wang Su quickly spoke. Miss Bai, where are you now?" At that moment, Bai Feifei had already distributed the beef, standing like a satisfied street vendor, watching the miners feast on a meal after their near-death experience. On the outskirts of Haiyan Coal Mine." Oh, did you notice anything unusual just now?" Wang Su asked. "Yes," Bai Feifei answered truthfully. "There's something wrong with Haiyan Coal Mine. They seem to be researching a potion that mutates people into monsters. Just now a foreman infected the miners, causing many to mutate." Wang Su. He nearly dropped the phone in shock. "You're saying such a huge thing so calmly? Then, what happened? Are you okay?" "I killed them all," Bai Feifei said. "Killed them all?" Wang Zu's voice shot up an octave. "You killed the foreman there too?" Bai Feifei's expression turned dark. "What do you mean? Foreman can't be killed, but the miners' lives don't matter." Wang Su swallowed hard and quickly said, No, I mean killing people directly will have a bad influence on you." Hearing the evasion, Bai Feifei looked at the emaciated miners weeping as they ate the meat and said coldly, "They killed many people. I feel that letting them live even one more day would be my fault." Wang Su winced. This fierce lady was indeed too bloodthirsty. "Let's not talk about that. Are you hurt, Miss Bai? Get back here quickly. Staying there any longer will only cause trouble. You should come back immediately." Staying there any longer will only cause trouble. Come back. Upon hearing this request by Fei was stunned. She even glanced at her phone wondering if she had missed. Why at this very moment was she being told to come back? Hadn't she discovered a profoundly significant anomaly? This coal mine was undoubtedly harboring a major problem. This was only the beginning, not the end. Fei had assumed that the senior operative at the outpost would ask for details, and then send reinforcements. Why do you say we should stay away from here? There's a substance here that can cause people to mutate, and we don't even know who the perpetrator is. Many miners have already mutated today. Even if it's just to avoid danger, shouldn't we evacuate the people? They need help. Wang Su frowned as he glanced at the phone in his hand, wondering whether this murderous star truly didn't understand or was just feigning ignorance. So he ventured, "Did you come here with some mission from above?" "What?" Fei didn't follow. "If not, then stop meddling in what's happening there. Leave that place immediately." Wang Su gritted his teeth, feeling that, under these circumstances, he might as well speak plainly. That coal mine does have problems, but the forces behind it are too immense. There are too many people we can't afford to offend. This isn't something we can handle, nor is it something we should handle. Fei's mouth fell open in shock. Just moments ago the arrogant foreman had repeatedly boasted about their deep connections, but she never expected even the scavengers to say the same. What did he mean by, "not something we should handle"? Wasn't it the scavengers' job to deal with such problems? If the scavengers wouldn't act, who would? Wang Zu's voice continued through the phone. "You've stirred up a huge mess, and on top of that you killed their foreman. This will implicate both you and our outpost. Get back here now. Let's first shake off the responsibility falling on us. Besides, the miners over there are starting to mutate. Let them just fight it out among themselves. When enough are dead, we can write it off as an accident. Probably no one will bother investigating your killing of the foreman either." Fei replied with difficulty. "I've already killed all the mutants this time. You only killed the one." Wang Zu's voice turned cold. Historically, every time a mutation outbreak occurs at a coal mine, it never stays confined to one spot. Anomalies appear in multiple locations across the mining area. That place is about to become dangerous. At these words, Sumo's voice echoed in Fei's mind. What he said is true. I can also tell you the principle behind it. That agent has a chain mechanism. Once one dose breaks and the infection begins to spread, the other doses in the chain will also rupture in sequence. Think of it as a kind of quantum mechanics. What? Fei was startled. She asked Suemo, "Why would someone do this?" "Why? Good question. I don't know, and I don't care to." "Then where are the other doses?" "In wild dog dens, in piles of corpses, or maybe in the miners' dormitories. But don't overthink it. The doses have probably already broken by now." Listening to Sumo's words in her mind, Fei's knuckles turned white as she gripped the phone. She seemed unable to bear the darkness and evil that pervaded this place. Did that mean the miners here not only suffered daily humiliation but also lived next to a ticking bomb? And what did he mean by historically? Did that mean such incidents had occurred here more than once? Then, had everyone just grown accustomed to it? "Hello, are you still there?" On the other end of the line, Wang Su, hearing no response from Fei, thought the signal had dropped. "What about the people here? What do we do?" Fei forced the words out. "If we already know that the mutation is spreading or about to spread, then this mining area stretching, as far as the eye can see, still holds countless miners. Countless lives. Lives have different prices. The outer city will never run out of miners." Wang Zu's voice was exceptionally ruthless. He was baffled. Wasn't Fei a sinner? Where did she get this sense of justice? If not for a certain wariness toward her, he would have cursed her out. "This isn't your concern. Their lives and deaths are their own fate. All you need to do now is come back and wait, then report to the higher-ups for a decision. The miners are not your responsibility. That's the outpost's." Fei didn't know how to respond. She felt an inexplicable weakness, a tightness in her chest. This wasn't what she had imagined a scavenger should be. Just then a most opportune whisper of the devil sounded in her mind. "Doesn't this world feel very different from what you imagined? Doesn't it feel like things shouldn't be this way? But let me warn you in advance, this is the world we live in. It's always harder for good people to realize their ideals than for bad people. Unless you possess power strong enough to force it, to compel the world to run along the path you desire. After all, if you want to defeat a demon, how can you be weaker than the demon?" Sumo's voice echoed slowly in Fei's mind, tinged with mockery like the temptation of an evil god. Fei's mind trembled. Instinctively she felt that the evil god was trying to brainwash her, but at this moment she couldn't refute anything. "Tell me, do you want to save the people of this mine?" Do you want to watch them be devoured by mutation while you stand by and do nothing? Yes. Regardless of whether the evil god was tempting her, Bai Feifei's answer was resolute. Then it's... Suemo laughed. Just completely ignore the outpost's decision, the higher-up's opinions, the background, the influence. None of it matters. Right now go straight into the mountains. Before the mutation spreads, just kill them all in advance. As long as your killing speed outpaces the rate of mutation spread, then killing is saving lives, isn't it? Coming here to grind levels was Sumo's own goal. Before level 30, killing small monsters was the most efficient way to level up. But if he could also make Bai Feifei develop a craving for killing and growing stronger, that would be even better. Bai Feifei's gaze wavered. She despised the feeling of bargaining with a demon. She always felt that following the demon's temptations would bring disaster, and this filled her with a sense of guilt. But this time she finally uttered just 2 words, fine. Then you don't need to say anything more. I'll talk to him. On the other end of the line, Wang Zu's voice grew stern. You've already stirred up a huge disaster. Cease all actions immediately and come back. That's an order. Order your mother. Did I give you too much face just now? Suemo seized control of the body and started cursing directly. Wang Su. Wang Su was momentarily stunned by the sudden venomous accusations ringing in his ear. Bai Feifei had just spoken with a relatively softer tone, lulling him into a habitual readiness to scold her. Now Suemo had taken over the phone and launched into a direct tirade, leaving Wang Su with a dazed look in his eyes. It was only then that he recalled. The person on the other end of the line was a deranged lunatic not to be trifled with. Could this guy switch moods so abruptly without warning? You what? Let's skip the pointless chatter. Suemo said impatiently. It's just a small matter and you act as if the sky is falling. Stop making a fuss. I'm not coming back. I'm heading into the mountains to kill. You're always deflecting blame. I think you've been slacking off a bit too comfortably. Remember to come clean up my mess tomorrow. With that, Suemo hung up without waiting for Wang Zu's reply. Why waste words on them? Back in the game, Suemo never paid attention to such useless dialogue. It was only because Bai Feifei had answered the call today that he bothered to listen for a while, and even that had bored him. A trivial commotion in a backwater place blown out of proportion by these people. Buzz, buzz. Hearing the call abruptly end, Wang Su stared blankly at the phone in his hand. How did it go? What did she say? Lu Wenfeng stood nearby, gauging Wang Zu's expression and sensing trouble, but he still asked tentatively. I seriously suspect she has schizophrenia. Wang Su muttered in a daze. What kind of person did the higher-ups send us? Lu Wenfeng, what happened? By the way, the higher-ups just sent word. They said they'll send someone to the coal mine tomorrow. Highly unusual. They didn't even ask for specifics this time, just said they were coming. Hearing this, Wang Su rushed to the faucet, turned on the cold water, and doused his head. He had a premonition that the trouble was far bigger than he could imagine. We have to move too. Tomorrow morning before the higher-ups people arrive. After Suemo finished berating Wang Su, he returned control of the body to Bai Feifei. Trivial matters like bidding farewell to the miners were better left to her. He had never been good at such things. Besides, tonight's slaughter was something he intended for Bai Feifei to handle on her own, without him taking over. This was Bai Feifei's own decision. After experiencing the inexplicable killer mode earlier, she had accumulated some subconscious combat instincts. Suemo was happy with this arrangement. Farming miner mobs had become tedious for a veteran like him. Letting Bai Feifei take over was a good call. It also made up for the game's lack of an auto-clear function. The sun had set and the sky was darkening. Bai Feifei's slender figure stood atop a small hill in the mining area. The mining area was vast. Bai Feifei had been walking for a while, holding the copper-grade cognitive filter, when suddenly a crack split open on the bronze mirror. Close, Bai Feifei murmured, feeling the direction where the cognitive filter trembled most violently. Don't stress. At your current level, taking down a few minor monsters is no big deal. Suemo teased. You did pretty well just now, didn't you? Bai Feifei nodded and took a deep breath. Fighting alone where bloodshed is inevitable requires not only strength but also psychological fortitude. Some mutations might have been human just a moment ago, and the pressure of compassion could drain her SAN value even faster. But, in the time she hesitated, people might be dying in the shadowy corners of this mine, waiting in despair for no time to waste. She drew her long sword from the storage ring and plunged into the night without hesitation. A dark and windy night, perfect for grinding experience. As the moon waned and dawn broke, a convoy of old pickup trucks rumbled from afar toward the direction of Haiyan coal mine. Screeching brakes kicked up clouds of dust. A squad of armed men in scavenger uniforms jumped down alertly from the vehicles. Lu Yishou descended from the central vehicle, flanked by a man and a woman. Something's off. The man deputy of the second outpost sniffed the air. Should it be this quiet here? They had received the anomaly detector's fluctuation yesterday evening, and a considerable amount of time had passed since then. Under normal circumstances, with the contagion spreading across the entire mining area, there should have been the howls of mutations and the screams of miners everywhere. But now, we can't even hear the miners' voices. And we have no idea how the mutation situation stands. Who cares? The woman beside Lu Yishou named Zhao once sneered. What do their lives or deaths have to do with us? If they all died together with every mutation here, that would be perfect. Don't forget our purpose. After figuring out the anomaly, the important thing is to find a scapegoat. Lu Yishou cast a disgusted glance at the dusty surroundings. Regardless, now that something has happened, we need to find the cause and the person to take He emphasized the words, take responsibility. There's no activity here now. Wu Xin, use your ability. The deputy nodded, closed his eyes, and slowly intoned, let the winds and thunder of the world enter my ears. This was him using a word spirit to activate his superpower, which scanned the fluctuations of vital energy within a 100-li radius to locate enemies. It was akin to a walking detector, and the reason he was brought along. Wu Xin's eyes were shut tight. The world around him seemed to ripple with invisible waves surging into his brow. Soon his brow furrowed once more. Strange, very strange. There is indeed the scent of blood, but no living creatures, no strong vital energy. Could the mutations all be dead? The life forces I can sense are all very weak. Probably the miners scattered around. Those filthy bastards are still alive. Lucky them. Zhao once scoffed beside him. Maybe all the mutations killed each other and died out. That would be perfect. We can wrap up and go home. Her voice brimmed with glee at the prospect of clocking out, but Lu Yishou's face darkened further. He didn't care why such a bizarre situation had occurred. All he knew was that this would make his report extremely difficult. High Coal Mine had backers above, but those backers were never a monolithic block. The hidden affairs behind this mine could not be brought to light. If word got to certain ears, like the newly appointed East District Chief Wan Shenhong, there would be real trouble. Wu Xin suddenly let out a puzzled exclamation. On the eastern side of the mountain, there seems to be a person with notably strong vital energy. The energy is unstable, as if injured, but judging by the physique, it's close to the level of a level 3 scavenger. Lu Yishou's eyes blazed with sudden brilliance upon hearing Wu Xin's words. A single thought dominated his mind. The perfect scapegoat had arrived. A scavenger of nearly level 3. Someone from the 3rd district. No matter, as long as someone could take the blame. Confirmed the direction. We must move now and fast. Lu Yishou made the decision on the spot, turning back to address the few scavengers behind him. You lot go find some miners here, and ask what happened from yesterday to today. Also drill them beforehand. Teach them what to say. Then bring them along to find us. As for the rest of us, we march now. The entire second stronghold was Lu Yishou's absolute domain. At his command, the whole squad stirred into motion, splitting into 2 teams and entering the eerily quiet mining area. On the eastern side of the coal mine, Bai Feifei's slender figure stood at the foot of the mountain. Her clothes were now caked with dried blood, and around her lay several twisted mutant hounds, their eyes grotesquely positioned on their backs. Clang. Her hand released its grip, and the long sword fell to the ground. After a night of slaughter, the ordinary blade was riddled with nicks and chips. The morning sunlight spilled over her, illuminating the crimson stains that covered her like a bizarre form of body painting. At this moment she was not Sumo. She lacked the ethereal grace that kept blood from touching her. She could only rely on her still unfamiliar strength to cut down the mutants, slashing until the blade curled, until she was drenched in gore. Now Bai Feifei felt her legs weighed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to take a single step. It wasn't because her stamina had given out, on the contrary, after gaining experience from killing mutants, she had even leveled up several times during the night. Logically, with her increased level and renewed vigor, she should be stronger than before. But the problem was that her SAN value had dropped too much. She had failed to re-enter that strange killer mode from earlier. Hunting mutants alone at night, her SAN value had been steadily declining. Now her reason and emotions were trapped in a chaotic and negative state. Moreover, her mental burden came not only from the mutant contamination but also from her own conscience. She had witnessed the hellish living conditions of the miners here. On her way to hunt mutants, sometimes she arrived too late and saw miners being torn apart as they fled. Some miners, while still retaining a shred of sanity during their mutation, would cry out in agony, but their bodies had already begun attacking others uncontrollably. So Bai Feifei had to kill them with her own hands. If only she had come sooner, wouldn't many miners have survived? If she hadn't come at all today, would none of this have happened? If only... Bai Feifei shook her head violently, trying to expel these thoughts. She knew dwelling on them was, but with her SAN value so low she couldn't stop herself. The moment she closed her eyes her mind was filled with the screams of the dead, the pleas of the miners and the howls of the mutants. The torment of these mingled sounds nearly drove her mad. Out of nowhere Bai Feifei spoke softly, calling out to the evil god that should have resided in her mind. Sumo. No response came. In truth, Sumo was asleep. Ever since Bai Feifei started killing last night, he had found it boring. What felt like a rite of passage to her was merely tedious to him. So he had simply said, "I'm sleeping, call me if something happens," and fell silent. Bai Feifei didn't quite understand. Did an outer god of that level actually need to sleep? Well, maybe it was better that he wasn't around. Why had she suddenly thought of him? Letting out a sigh, Bai Feifei gripped her sword again, intending to search for any remaining mutants. Suddenly, after a few steps, she spotted a group of people at the foot of the distant mountain. Some wore the uniforms of scavengers, making their identity obvious, while the others were unclear to Bai Feifei. A quick glance at their physical condition told her they couldn't be the tortured miners. Naturally, this group was from the second stronghold. As she studied them, they noticed her as well. The sheer impact of Bai Feifei's appearance at that moment stunned the entire band of scavengers. Many were so taken aback by her blood-soaked clothes that they even overlooked her angelic features. Just what had she done? How many creatures had she slaughtered to soak her clothes so thoroughly with blood? Why had she inexplicably come to this mining area to massacre? Perhaps intimidated by her ferocious aura, Lu Yisho gaped for a long moment before forcing a smile and speaking. "We are scavengers from the second stronghold of the Eastern District. May I ask who you are?" "Second stronghold? Oh, I'm from the third stronghold." Bai Feifei replied, relieved. "Are you here to deal with the anomaly too? Let's work together. Search for any remaining mutants." With her SAN value low, she didn't want to talk much. After a brief mention, she prepared to move on. Wait! Lu Yisho hurriedly called out. "Someone from the third stronghold." He had no memory of her. When did that weak stronghold produce someone like this? "Don't you think you should explain what happened here?" Lu Yisho probed. Hearing this, Bai Feifei, who had been dejected, spoke with a hint of anger. "There's something wrong with this coal mine. Someone has been researching a vile substance that causes mutation." At her blunt revelation, Lu Yisho's eyelids twitched and his expression darkened. He was of course aware of this, but everyone avoided the topic. How could she just blurt it out? This was a subject that must never be touched. Heh! How could that be? Perhaps you've misunderstood. Who would actively research such a thing? Lu Yisho said with a forced smile. He was trying to hint that she should drop the subject tacitly, but Bai Feifei didn't understand and replied earnestly, "I saw it with my own eyes. The foreman here detonated that mutation potion, triggering a chain reaction of mutation. Moreover, the crimes of this coal mine might go even deeper. There could be involvement from high-ranking officials within the inner city." Lu Yisho leaned back slightly, his expression a mixture of shock and amusement. He suddenly felt something was off. This woman was too reckless. She seemed completely oblivious to the unwritten. The air fell into a strange stillness, with no one speaking for several seconds. The other cleaners instinctively lowered their heads at this topic was simply too explosive, and none of them knew how to respond. Frightening, don't let blood splatter on us. And judging by this beautiful woman's state, it must be from killing mutations all night. Both her actions and words are too violent. Lu Yisho's expression flickered as he watched Bai Feifei. This person was truly strange. Her combat style was fierce, yet she knew nothing of the rules here. With such a strong killing instinct, yet her speech was somewhat naive. With such strength and looking so young, where did she come from? "You." Just as he was about to insinuate and ask about her identity, a voice suddenly came from afar. "Bai Feifei." Another group appeared on the other side of the mountain. This time the leader was someone Bai Feifei knew, Wang Su and Lu Wenfeng. The people from the third stronghold had arrived. Wang Su immediately spotted Lu Yisho and the second stronghold's people, gritting his teeth, inwardly thinking that things were going bad. They had set out at the first opportunity, but the second stronghold's people had still found Bai Feifei first. When Bai Feifei hung up the phone yesterday, he had a feeling things would go wrong. Along the way they saw many mutated corpses, a truly horrifying sight. Damn! How many had she killed in one night that she actually managed to stop the spread of the mutation? "Get back to the team first. We'll talk about some things when we return." Lu Wenfeng wasted no words directly addressing Bai Feifei, while constantly giving her a meaningful look. But Bai Feifei didn't understand. Lu Yisho let out a cold laugh, looking at Wang Su and Lu Wenfeng. "Since both our strongholds have met here, what do you mean by talk when we return? Is there something you need to hide from me? Didn't we agree that this coal mine case would be handled by our stronghold, and you wouldn't interfere unless it was a special situation?" Why did you send your people here and cause such a big mess? Lu Wenfeng took a drag from his cigarette and said, she's a newcomer and doesn't know the rules well. We'll handle it within our stronghold when we return. Captain Lu, please forgive us. Newcomer. Lu Yishou keenly seized on that word. That means she just joined your stronghold. As far as I know, there hasn't been any policy of transferring personnel to the strongholds recently. Even the unified recruitment of cleaners from a while ago hasn't officially ended yet. With that, he no longer looked at the two seasoned operators Lu Wenfeng and Wang Su but directly addressed Bai Feifei. So I want to know what your identity is and why you were sent here. Bai Feifei was clearly unprepared in this regard. Perhaps due to low SAN value or perhaps out of trust for the cleaners. And she answered truthfully, I am a convict temporarily assigned to the stronghold to carry out a mission. Hearing Bai Feifei's answer, a gleam of jackal-like red light flashed in Lu Yishou's eyes. Good, so that's how. He had been polite to Bai Feifei before, partly out of fear of her ferocity, and partly because he didn't know her background. He had worried that she might be someone sent from the inner city with a special background. But if she was truly a convict, then everything was easily explained. Because she was a convict, she was eager to earn merit, which was why she came to this coal mine, without understanding the rules, rushing about as if she had discovered something extraordinary. She was still a newcomer, had no connections, and despite being a convict still harbored that foolish sense of justice. She was absolutely the perfect scapegoat. This was perfect. Thinking this, he curled his lips slightly, said nothing more, and gave a meaningful glance to Zhao Wan beside him. Zhao Wan instantly understood her leader's intent like a dog receiving its master's command. She stepped forward and spoke with a sarcastic tone. She can't leave. She's a convict with a criminal record. With so many corpses along the way, who knows how many are mutations. Maybe many of them were ordinary people she killed. Bai Feifei was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such words. No, the ones I killed were confirmed mutations. It can be seen from the corpses. How can the words of a convict be trusted? Zhao Wan immediately interrupted. Maybe you killed them and then the corpses mutated. And earlier you said something about people being studied to mutate here. The coal mine is a vital resource for Shuguang City. How could such a fantasy be possible? I think saying that was just to change the subject and cover up some unknown dirty deeds you've done. Bai Feifei. She looked at Zhao Wan with confusion, finding it hard to comprehend. The place had suffered such horrifying atrocities, and there were still potential threats not eliminated. Why didn't these people care at all? Were they genuinely suspicious of her, or were they simply trying to turn things upside down? Her SAN value had plummeted to freezing point. Facing such absurd accusations, Bai Feifei found it hard to speak when she suddenly heard an impatient voice in her mind. Ah, what's all this noisy chatter about? You've woken me up, what a nuisance. I have a bad temper when I wake up. Damn, your SAN value is so low right now. Su Mo had woken up. Bai Feifei's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that voice. Oh no, just as she was about to quickly say something, her body suddenly stiffened and she lost control. Meanwhile, Zhao Wan, with one hand on her hip and a smile on her face, continued with a sharp tone. Your solo action was suspicious in itself. Last night you were the only one here, so naturally we can't take your word for everything. We'll soon bring a few miners from here to let them tell us what you did. Hearing this, Lu Wenfeng from the third stronghold couldn't hold back and said, this way of doing things doesn't seem to follow the rules. The other side was clearly using tactics to forcefully pin all the problems on Bai Feifei and cover up the real issues. Haha, you talk about rules. Zhao Wan's laughter grew increasingly arrogant, and she didn't forget to flatter her leader. What are rules? Here what Captain Lu says is the rule. And your third stronghold has been lax in management. You'll take responsibility too. Is that so? A sudden cold voice rang out as Bai Feifei moved. The confusion in her eyes was replaced by mockery and anger, and her demeanor abruptly shifted as if she had become a different person. In fact, she had indeed become a different person. The long sword thrust downward with force, piercing through Zhao Wan's thigh and exiting through her calf. With her thigh and calf folded and pierced through, Zhao Wan was pinned to the ground by the immense force forced to her knees. I am not very happy right now, and I am very angry. I am not very happy right now, and I am very angry. Su Mo looked down at Zhao Wan from above, revealing a ferocious smile. So kneel and speak to me. The sudden eruption of Bai Feifei was so utterly without warning that Zhao Wan had no time to react. The moment her knee was pinned to the ground, her face still bore the smug expression from just moments ago. It was only when blood gushed out from beneath her that the searing pain overwhelmed every shred of her sanity, leaving her with nothing but the ability to scream. You! How dare you! Her face instantly turned deathly pale as she stared at Bai Feifei before her, her entire body trembling with agony. It was still the same person, but she felt as though the girl before her had suddenly torn off her mask of kindness and gentleness, revealing a demon within. Hey, why are you shouting so loud? I don't want to hear it. Didn't I tell you to kneel before speaking? Are you deaf? Suemo wasted no time on words. With a flick of his hand, he produced another iron spike from his storage ring and hurled it forward. It struck Zhao Wan's other leg with pinpoint accuracy, forcing her to kneel on both knees. For someone like her, all verbal communication was futile. Her impoverished mind could comprehend nothing but violence. So he would give her violence. Zhao Wan wailed in agony, instinctively muttering through her pain. Bitch, I knew it. I knew it was you all along. You've finally shown your true colors. What are you babbling about? Yes, it was me. So what? Suemo said impatiently, the metal bracelet on his wrist rearranging itself into a short sword. Pressing Zhao Wan's head down with one hand, he drove the blade into her mouth, twisting it casually. With a grating sound of cracking, Zhao Wan's teeth shattered and flew in all directions. Her screams abruptly ceased, reduced to a muffled whimper from her. No need to waste effort slandering me. You'll just admit it directly. I killed those people, I caused the mutation, and I even hoped the mutation would spread further. All of this is my conspiracy. But so what? Sumo's cruel voice rang in Zhao Wan's ears. The extreme pain finally forced a sliver of clarity into her mind, making her realize that her usual tactics had chosen the wrong target this time. Twisting the truth and occupying the moral high ground to slander others was her specialty. With someone backing her up, she had always handled such dirty work but that approach might have worked on by Feifei, but against someone like Suemo who was utterly unreasonable, it was completely meaningless. Slander me. Accuse me of guilt. The way I used to play this game is something you can't even imagine. Suemo lowered his head slightly, the knife still in Zhao Wan's mouth, as he leaned close to her ear and whispered with a smile. Come on, I'll give you a chance. Think about what you want to say to me. You have 5 seconds to organize your words. If you can say something that pleases me, maybe you won't die. Zhao Wan finally realized that no matter what consequences by Feifei's actions would bring, she herself was about to die right now. She had no real strength of her own. She merely sought to curry favor with the powerful licking Lu Yisha's boots in hopes of gaining entry into the inner city. In her despair, she turned her head slightly, glancing at Lu Yisho out of the corner of her eye, only to see his heavy, averted gaze. Lu Yisho, don't look at me, I'm scared too. 5, 4, 3. The demon's death knell echoed in her ears. Zhao Wan was about to say something, but her consciousness had already faded into darkness. Thud. No, don't. Wang Su tried to stop it, but he was too late. Suemo hadn't even counted to 5. When he reached 3, the blade had already pierced through. I got tired of counting. Just die already. He tossed aside the corpse, feeling the raging fury within him subside slightly. He had been annoyed by being woken up earlier, and listening to the woman's slanderous words nearly made him laugh in anger. Though he was a veteran player who had been through this many times, he had never suffered such indignity in the game. This kind of slanderous dialogue was, in his view, the most tedious scripted scene. Whenever he encountered it, he would just kill without hesitation. Was he supposed to let NPCs play mind games with him while he was gaming? This was by Feifei's fault. She was still willing to waste words on such a minor character. Suemo turned to her with some displeasure. I say, aren't you being too easygoing? Next time you run into someone like this, just kill them quickly. Don't embarrass me, okay? Bai Feifei was speechless. Feeling this evil god awaken in her mind, she knew something big was coming. Such brutal killing made her uncomfortable, yet she secretly felt a perverse pleasure in using evil to combat evil against. But this way. Suemo interrupted her. Enough of that. You're too low on SAN, so just go to sleep. You'll handle this mess. Bai Feifei. You'll handle it. Will there be anyone left alive? After killing and venting his anger, Suemo raised his head again and looked around at the crowd. Perhaps because his aura was different from Bai Feifei's, no one dared to step forward to stop his violent act. Even now, wherever his gaze swept, no one was willing to meet his eyes. The people from the second stronghold who had been so aggressive toward Bai Feifei earlier now seemed inexplicably more reasonable. Sumo's eyes finally settled on Lu Yisho, and he spoke mockingly. Heh. So your words are the law. I didn't expect to meet someone who's even better at showing off than me. Lu Yisho was caught off guard by the girl's sudden change in demeanor. He replied coldly. Just a joke. Even if we don't talk about the role you played in this mutation incident, it's an indisputable fact that you tortured and killed a cleaner in front of so many people. Hey, don't leave out the earlier part. Say it. Suemo adopted a completely unrepentant attitude. My role is crystal clear, a lawless outlaw, a murderer of innocents, the culprit who caused the mutation to spread. If you want, you can even say I invented the mutation potion. Lu Yisho. Hearing these words, he felt an inexplicable chill. Initially, Bai Feifei, killing Zhao Wan in public seemed like good news to them. Zhao Wan was just a plaything. Her death was no loss, but it conveniently confirmed Bai Feifei's identity as a murderer. But the most baffling thing now was that although they were trying to frame her, the person being framed actually admitted to everything. Shouldn't she be frantically explaining or angrily declaring her innocence? What was the meaning of this? Oh, by the way, little Lu, let me ask you something. Suemo suddenly spoke again. If a master sets his dog to bite someone, should you hit the dog, or should you hit the master? Lu Isho. Without waiting for his answer, Sumo's lips curled into a sinister smile. Well, according to my habit, I hit both the master and the dog. As his words fell, Lu Isho suddenly felt a heavy sinking in his heart, his entire being overwhelmed by a surge of pressure, as if being stared at by a ferocious beast. Bai Feifei's eyes locked onto him with deadly focus, as if regarding a prey whose throat was about to be torn open, causing Lu Isho to instinctively step back a few paces. A petty man fears might but does not cherish virtue. With the same display of strength, Bai Feifei, after turning hostile, brought a completely different psychological pressure than before. Wait, after the instinctive fear, Lu Isho suddenly realized. That's not right. Why should I be afraid of her? He was the one in charge here. Besides, this woman before him, though brutal, was clearly inferior in strength. For this aberration riot, he could just hand her over as the culprit. After all, she herself claimed responsibility. His expression shifted instantly and he bellowed. What a lawless scoundrel! Committing such a crime in public and still daring to speak arrogantly. A sinner deserves death. It was only during this special period that you were given a chance to atone through deeds. But now, showing no remorse, you've compounded your guilt and deserve even harsher punishment. According to the internal laws of the Qingdefu, surrender immediately and go to Shuguang City to await judgment. After saying this, he regained his courage and abruptly turned his gaze to Wang Su and the others. Team leader Wang, this is one of your third stronghold people, isn't it? With such a violent offender within your stronghold, you bear undeniable responsibility yourself. For the sake of your stronghold's reputation, why not quickly subdue her? Seeing Lu Isho shift the topic to him, Wang Su was already cursing inwardly. Just moments ago, watching Bai Feifei kill Zhao Wan, without hesitation his mind had already been racing, pondering how to handle the current situation. He indeed wanted to shed his own responsibility, but he was unwilling to be used as a pawn by Lu Isho. Moreover, who knew if Bai Feifei's reckless behavior was backed by some hidden support? That fool Lu Isho really thought this madwoman had no backing. Thus, he could only brace himself and speak. Team leader Lu, I think we shouldn't be too hasty. Let's investigate further first. Investigate what? Lu Yisha's eyes widened. With so many witnesses to what happened in broad daylight, you still want to deny it? Oh, thanks for the reminder. Suemo suddenly interjected, pulling the longsword from Zhao Wan's corpse. Everyone saw Bai Feifei's delicate face twist into a ferocious grin, utterly at odds with her beautiful appearance. Since I'm already this wicked, it's only reasonable to silence all of you by killing you, isn't it? Bai Feifei, everyone. The next second, Suemo moved again, this time charging straight into the crowd of the second stronghold, his sword blade aimed directly at Lu Isho. Clang. In haste, Lu Isho pulled out an ironwood chair from his storage space and barely managed to block the strike. He found it hard to understand why the other party would still dare to act. Didn't she know who he was? Could it be he hadn't wronged her? Was she really a demon? But now was not the time to think about that. His level was clearly higher than Bai Feifei's, yet he dared not fight. Turning around, he ran and shouted, "Go! All of you attack! Subdue her! This is an order." Such a maniac is no longer a normal human. To treat her as an aberrant entity. The Qingdefu members of the second stronghold were all stunned, hesitating, and looking around in bewilderment. They knew well what their leader was like. Having them put up a front was fine, but actually fighting to the death against someone who killed without blinking, they hadn't mentally prepared for. What the hell are you doing? Can't you hear me? Lu Isho dodged frantically from Suemo, shouting in desperation. Subdue her. Ill reward contribution points equivalent to killing a Type 3 aberration. Anyone who doesn't fight will answer to me when we get back. Under the threat and bribe, the second stronghold members finally began to move. Under a heavy reward, there are always brave men. That was the contribution for killing a Type 3 aberration. How could they, as first or second level Qingdefu, ever have the ability to kill such a creature normally? With such contribution, they might even enter the inner city to enjoy a comfortable life. The Qingdefu closest to Lu Isho moved, drawing a long blade and charging at Bai Feifei, shouting, "Forgive me!" Suemo, of course, showed no mercy. His long sword lashed out like lightning. Nothing to forgive. Don't hold back. Just die, that's all. With a swift stroke under the weakness display of the killing machine, the sword cut exceptionally cleanly. The Qingdefu, who had just charged forward, had his head sent flying cleanly. Not even a drop of blood splattered on Bai Feifei. No words, instant kill. In her mind, Bai Feifei felt a jolt in her nerves and spoke. Evil God, these people. Shut up and go back to sleep. Don't tell me those people were just following orders. Suemo interrupted impatiently. They worry about the cost of disobeying orders, but why don't they worry about the cost of coming after me? In this world you own your choices. When you get hit, stand straight. If you had no power now, do you think these so-called obedient people would show you any mercy after capturing you? Bai Feifei was left speechless, having no retort to this bloody evil god theory. After scolding her for her misplaced mercy, Suemo casually added a compliment. Still, you did quite well last night. Not bad. Don't worry. I said I'd kill the one who tried to frame you, and I will consider it a reward for your leveling last night. When he had just woken up, he had already checked Bai Feifei's attribute panel. Her SAN value was quite low, but her level had already reached 29. Solely by grinding minor monsters from 22 to 29. If Suemo had to do it himself, he would have been impatient. Now for Suemo it was as if he had woken up from a nap to find his character's level automatically increased. He was quite satisfied with this idle leveling speed. Even as he spoke, his hands never stopped. With the force of a thunderbolt, he continued to pursue and hack at Lu Yisho, leaving chaos and overturned bodies in his wake. Completely unstoppable. Under the leadership of a useless good-for-nothing, the second stronghold no longer had any real warriors. Meanwhile, the members of the third stronghold were dumbfounded, frozen in place. Lu Wenfeng swallowed and asked Wang Su beside him. What? What should we do now? What to do? Wang Su of course didn't know what to do either. Who could have imagined that before coming today the worst outcome he had thought of was nowhere near as bad as what was happening right before his eyes. He had long found Lu Yisha's face irritating, but was the way to deal with such a person simply to chase and slash? You come up with an idea then? Lu Wenfeng, seeing him silent, grew anxious. You're the outpost leader, okay? I'm just the deputy. What idea? Wang Su was also a bit exasperated. What else can we do besides watch? If you have a way, you think of it. But the problem is the expression on her face when she said that was a bit scary. Lu Wenfeng's expression now looked as if he were constipated. She just said she would kill everyone to silence them. Does that include us? Wang Su. Should. Can't be right. I'm not saying, you little brat, are you really just running away? On the other side, Suemo was still chasing Lu Yisho. You spoke so righteously, but when it comes to actually eliminating evil for the people, why don't you make a move? Lu Yisha's cowardice truly shocked Suemo, because from the game's perspective, he could clearly see that this person's level was 33 higher than Bai Feifei's current level. This was even a level that spanned a major stage. Normally, he should definitely have an advantage. It was only Suemo with his veteran experience, relying on his many game combat experiences, and the weakness display of the killing machine that made him think killing someone above his level was. But the other party actually didn't dare to resist. Why were these early minor villains so useless? Was he playing on easy mode this time? Suemo could even be distracted while hacking at people, as if he were playing a game, but over there Lu Yisha's heart was practically about to jump out of his chest. His physique level had been built up entirely through various drugs, and he had managed to survive in the inner city until nearly 40 by fawning and flattering. Sitting in an office and talking was fine, but when it came to the front line of battle, he had never been on it. At this moment, with several wounds cut into him by Feifei, he was already scared out of his wits, scrambling away. Quick, what are you trash doing? Hurry up and stop her. At this moment, such panicked words had lost all meaning. After the first few scavengers who dared to step forward were slashed, the rest were equally terrified. Damn it, bunch of useless trash, grab your guns. Only when Lu Yisho shouted this did the scavengers of the second outpost realize that they were carrying guns. One by one, they scrambled back, fumbling for guns in their bags. Sumo's eyes changed instantly, knowing he had to take things a bit more seriously. His physique at this level stage was not yet able to completely ignore the threat of firearms. But though he couldn't be faster than bullets, he could still be faster than people searching for their guns. His entire body turned into a crimson whirlwind, like a tiger or leopard rampaging through a flock of sheep. For a moment, screams echoed continuously. Severed limbs and blood-shattered guns flew chaotically through the air. Such intense frontal combat had completely shattered Lu Yisha's psychological defenses. Staring at the crimson scene before him, he was momentarily frozen, unable to move. He felt that the emotion of pity did not exist in that midwoman's mind, as if her previous kindness and innocence had been completely an act. Zover, after playing the game of framing and slandering for so many years today, he actually ran into a real one. And his momentary daze certainly did not escape Sumo's eyes. The weakness display brought by the kill machine metal clearly marked his unprotected neck. Suemo immediately moved his sword blade, aimed forward straight for Lu Yisha's throat. At that moment, Suemo suddenly felt his blood surge, and his movements become abnormally sluggish, as if his blood had solidified in his veins. But in Bai Feifei's eyes, it was not just that. She saw the entire world slow down before her and many people's movements inexplicably stopped. What's going on? Did the evil god stop time? No, because she soon heard Sumo's curse. Fuck such a cliché conflict design. Who designed this game's plot? He twisted his body forcefully in the air, withdrew his sword, and began to take deep breaths. At the same time, from the sky approaching from afar came a furious shout. Blood of the revolutionary, 1,000 colors of red. Sumo was quite familiar with this voice. This phrase was also her incantation for activating her ability. Wan Qianhong had arrived. As the voice fell, Wan Qianhong's figure appeared in the distant sky. With a few leaps and bounds, she closed in the blink of an eye. As light as a swallow, as if she could spread her wings and fly at any moment. This was the manifestation of a level 5 scavenger advancing toward the Edgewalker rank. Behind her, several figures followed closely, each appearing formidable. After descending from the sky, she looked at the scene before her in shock, her lips trembling, and turned her gaze to Bai Feifei. This? Did you do this? Before the other could speak, Lu Yishou quickly began to wail, loudly screaming like a stuck pig. District Chief Wan, save me. This sinner has no intention of repenting at all. She somehow caused the aberrant riots here and massacred innocent civilians. After we arrived, she didn't even try to cover up, but directly confessed her crimes, and then wanted to kill us to silence us. Lu Yishou stood there unable to move. Wan Qianhong's incantation controlled blood to a certain extent, immobilizing him, but it didn't stop him from opening his mouth to accuse. After listening, Wan Qianhong continued to look at Bai Feifei and asked, "Is that so? Bullshit. Damn, who designed this game's plot? Why didn't I realize before how absurd it is?" Sumo began to feel a bit numb. So conveniently timed to show up and maximize all misunderstandings. Is this a female-oriented game? How was your character's AI designed? Wan Qianhong. The crazy words of Bai Feifei were naturally incomprehensible to Wan Qianhong, only causing her brows to furrow deeper. Sigh, it's a classic move. When the villain slanders someone, no one intervenes. When they're about to be killed, the obstacle immediately appears. Wan Qianhong precisely seized on the keywords in Bai Feifei's speech and asked, "You mean you were framed?" As she spoke, her eyes swept around, looking at the corpses and the wounded members of the second outpost everywhere. "So you're saying these people weren't killed by you?" Sumo said with righteous indignation. "Oh, that's not exactly it. These people were indeed killed by me. Didn't you just see me take action?" Wan Qianhong. "Then what are you saying?" Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, she forced herself to calm down. She had always known that there was something wrong with the Black Smoke coal mine, but it was too complicated, and her teacher had warned her not to get involved for now. And when she received news yesterday that there was a riot at the Black Smoke coal mine involving Bai Feifei, she knew something had gone wrong. That girl's character, likely to turn everything upside down. Are the people at the third stronghold brainless? They had already been warned. How could they let her go to a place like the coal mine? A problematic person had encountered a problematic place. She rushed over quickly, only to witness the scene before her. Regardless of what happened before among colleagues, do you just kill like this? Wan Qianhong questioned Bai Feifei. Want your conscience feel uneasy? Ha! If I don't kill them, should I wait for them to kill me? Sumo showed a very disdainful expression. My conscience? You mean her? She does feel uneasy, but I don't. Imperfectly, Bai Feifei was stunned by his words. Was he talking about herself? Wan Qianhong, seeing her unyielding attitude, found it hard to breathe for a moment. Lu Yishou beside her kept shouting opportunistically, "Quick! Chief Wan, don't waste words with this thug. Kill her now and execute her on the spot. Avenge the dead. I fully grasp the situation here. They'll talk to you later." "Shut up." Wan Qianhong glared at him fiercely. "Are you giving me orders?" She roughly understood Lu Yishou's character and disliked him, but Bai Feifei's behavior at this moment was even more outrageous. She had originally thought highly of Bai Feifei, believing that although she was ruthless, she had a kind heart. It was she who had vouched for Bai Feifei's identity as a sinner. In the end, "Why did you fight just now?" Wan Qianhong asked. "She started it." Lu Yishou shouted ferociously. She wanted to kill everyone to silence them. At this moment, perhaps because Wan Qianhong was by his side, he regained some confidence and said menacingly, "She triggered an aberration here, causing it to spread, then massacred the people to cover up her atrocities. After encountering us, she didn't explain at all, and decided to kill all of us to silence us. She admitted all the—" Wan Qianhong. Hearing such accusations, she immediately felt it was absurd. Even if she were truly a demon having done these things, she wouldn't be foolish enough to admit it. There must be something wrong. But recalling Bai Feifei's unusually abstract way of expression, she frowned and asked, "Do you have anything to explain?" Sumo slightly touched his forehead, feeling that he was starting to get a bit stressed. In the early game story, there were always useless conspiracies and intertwining of power. He didn't know what the game designers were thinking, but these things were completely meaningless. Because these matters which seem earth-shattering in the eyes of these weaklings are just like bacteria fighting in the eyes of the elder. Suemo had tried to sort out the character relationship lines early on but later found it impossible to untangle. When he grew stronger and looked back later, it was still useless. The most important thing was to quickly level up by fighting monsters. Suddenly he felt an urge to communicate and sneered at Wan Qianhong. "Let me ask, how old are you? Becoming the director of this eastern district, yet your mind is still like a child's. Do you intend to die together with Shuguang City again and again?" Wan Qianhong was stunned for a moment, looking at the girl before her, not quite understanding. She couldn't understand why a girl less than 20 years old would have such an old-fashioned didactic tone when she herself was. Moreover, the girl's gaze at her, besides mockery, also held a hint of world weariness, as if she had already seen through her future. Suemo, controlling by Feifei's body, didn't care how strange his behavior appeared on her and continued. "You know how big the problems are at this damn coal mine, don't you? All kinds of intricate networks of relationships, unimaginably complex. But if you ask me, they're all bullshit. Your so-called truth and justice are useless by reasoning. Explaining over and over, it's always a mess, never. You want to investigate, but in the end, it's just a waste of time." Suemo smiled and shook his head, then held his sword with both hands, assuming a combat stance. "I advise you not to waste your talent on these filthy matters and end up dying in obscurity. Of course I know I'm just wasting my breath. If you want an explanation from me, then my explanation is no explanation. I kill if I want to." Wan Qianhong's eyes were dazed, as if digesting what the other had said. But when she saw Bai Feifei's action, her eyes instantly dimmed. "Are you going to fight me now?" Bai Feifei couldn't control her body at this moment, but seeing the look in Wan Qianhong's eyes, her heart ached. Ever since she became a scavenger, this senior had been very kind to her and given her many conveniences. Had she disappointed her? But the truth was not like this. Alas! With a sigh, Bai Feifei now only thought about how to make the evil god inside her spare Wan Qianhong's. Beside Wan Qianhong, a level 4 scavenger who had followed also whispered, "Chief, shouldn't we give the order? No matter what, we should take her down first." Wan Qianhong nodded slightly, raised her hand and said to Bai Feifei, "Let's just say I misjudged you." The situation was tense, as if a fight was about to break. At that moment, from the crowd behind the second stronghold, a voice shouted at the top of its lungs, "No, it's not like that. Bai Feifei is a good person. She shouldn't be like this." Everyone was stunned. Even Suemo himself was confused. What reversal could there be now? Everyone's eyes turned in unison, and they saw several ragged miners. Among them a woman with a severed arm, her face flushed red, was shouting loudly. Lu Yishi's originally smug expression suddenly changed. Weren't these the miners he had sent his men to capture earlier? He had planned to make them give false testimony to frame Bai Feifei. But the tone of her voice now wasn't right. "Shut up. We don't need you." Lu Yisho quickly opened his mouth to curse, but before he could finish, Wan Qianhong clenched her fist. Lu Yishi's blood rushed to his head and his face. Wan Qianhong said, "You shut up." Then she looked at the woman in the distance and said hopefully, "Please speak." Both Suemo and Bai Feifei recognized that woman at a glance. Wasn't she the mother Bai Feifei had insisted on rescuing from the foreman's clutches earlier? Even the miners seemed familiar. They had been present when Bai Feifei distributed beef. The people from the second stronghold had actually captured them. Compared to Bai Feifei, Suemo was even more bewildered. This was a twist he had never anticipated. He had thought Bai Feifei's actions were superfluous and meaningless, yet they had led to this, seemingly producing an effect he had never imagined. Who designed this game's plot? At that moment, hearing Wan Qianhong's words, the one-armed mother hurried forward. Though the path was smooth, she stumbled as she walked until Wan Qianhong's assistance eased her burden. "Milord." Standing before Wan Qianhong, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She had no idea who Wan Qianhong was, but in her lifetime, she had never encountered someone of such stature. "Please don't be nervous. What did you mean by what you just said? Do you know something?" The woman nodded vigorously, then looked at Bai Feifei and said, "Yes, the aberration here has nothing to do with that lady. She is a good person. She saved our lives. She is the one handling the aberration, stopping its spread, not the one who created it. How could she slaughter the innocent?" Yesterday, when she couldn't stand the foreman's behavior and was disciplining those people, someone took out something and injected it into a person, turning him into a monster. Then that monster's body exploded and its blood splattered onto us. Our bodies began to twist and mutate. The woman's emotions gradually calmed, her tension easing, and she recounted the previous day's events fluently, including the full story, how Bai Feifei desperately rescued people after the aberration spread, bandaged them, and even bought a large pot of stewed meat giving them a hearty meal of meat for the first time in years. When she finally left, she said she would stop the aberration from spreading, telling us not to worry. Such a person couldn't be evil. After the woman finished speaking, Wan Qianhong stood frozen in place, her expression remarkably complex. Yet even more striking than her expression was that of Lu Yishou beside her. His blood and qi had been constantly suppressed, his face flushed red, as if his testicles were being squeezed. Now his eyes were bulging bloodshot. He couldn't understand why his tried-and-true method kept failing today. The lowlifes he had brought to provide false testimony had actually turned against him. Struggling against his physical discomfort, he rasped with venom. These base people are talking nonsense. Untrustworthy. Hearing this, the one-armed woman suddenly turned to Lu Yishou, her eyes red with fury. Who is talking nonsense? On the way here you threatened us, forcing us to blame everything that happened here on one person according to your story. We just never expected the person you wanted to frame was her. Over the years we've grown accustomed to the torment from you demons. We never imagined that the first person willing to save us would be slandered like this by you. Even if she kills you, you deserve it. She roared as if venting years of grievances and anger. Everyone present was stunned, as if they hadn't expected such a reversal. Bandaging the civilians, voluntarily sharing meat with the miners, relieving the suffering. Her, Wang Su and the others all looked at by Feifei in disbelief. Sister, you have this side too. This tender image stood in stark contrast to the ruthless, murderous madwoman before them. The dissonance was almost— Wan Qianhong also closed her eyes in melancholy, for during the woman's speech, she had been subtly agitating her blood. An ordinary person couldn't spout lies under the influence of her ability. The woman's emotions and words were clearly far more credible than a seasoned liar like— She had misunderstood again. Was this girl simply a demon hand with a Buddha's heart, doing good deeds but stubbornly refusing to admit it? Lu Yishou could no longer speak, nor did he struggle. His face was grim as he seemed to be plotting his next move. Meanwhile, the Eastern District scavengers beside Wan Qianhong listened to the woman's account, their expressions shifting repeatedly. One of them stepped forward and whispered into Wan Qianhong's ear. If someone has truly developed a controllable means to directly induce aberration, then the worst-case scenario has occurred. No matter how complicated the situation beneath this coal mine is, we can't delay any longer. Give the order, Chief. First seal off the area, find the aberrant corpses, and decide what to do next. Wan Qianhong nodded slightly. In truth, following this line of reasoning, something major had happened. But for some reason she felt relieved. Her judgment hadn't failed her. The girl who had left such a deep impression had not committed an unforgivable crime. Perhaps her brutal killings would still draw censure, but at least it wasn't irreversible. All right, secure the scene, tend to the wounded, and then— Just as she regained composure, began fulfilling her duties, and started assigning tasks methodically, Su Mo suddenly moved. Everyone present thought the issue was settled, and let their guard down slightly. Wan Qianhong too was not particularly focused on Bai Feifei at that moment. Thus Su Mo's cunning flying knife streaked across the sky like lightning, plunging precisely into Lu Yishou's heart. His body was already under Wan Qianhong's control, his blood and qi in violent turmoil. The knife struck him like a deflating balloon. Blood gushed from his chest like a small fountain, and within seconds his vision went dark and he collapsed to the ground. Was I about to die? He had been thinking about whom to contact next, which backer to call for protection, and how to quibble and deny responsibility. But now all thoughts and consciousness ceased. What were you thinking? Did you actually believe you still had a future? Su Mo looked down at his fallen body, chin raised, a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth. With my veteran's intuition, the plotline related to you from here on would be boring and cliched. So, end it now. This character can be deleted. Su Mo calmly said to Lu Yishou's corpse, pronouncing the death sentence on him. The existence of such a character was only meant to be annoying. He had seen too many of them and was too weary to watch a useless minor villain jumping around before his eyes. What are you doing? Wan Qianhong stared at Bai Feifei in shock. Every time she thought Bai Feifei couldn't be more outrageous, the girl would come up with something new. Killing someone, replied Su Mo as naturally as if he were saying what he had for lunch. Wan Qianhong nearly choked on her breath and said, Do you realize that he is a key figure at the second outpost? We need to investigate and interrogate him to find out what he did during his tenure. Through this breakthrough we can find out who is really behind the scenes. Moreover, only then can we clear the suspicion on you and even give you credit. Do you understand? Su Mo basically treated these words as wind passing his ears. He curled his lips and said, What you're thinking is impossible. I can foresee the future, and I can tell you now, in the end, it will all be a messy account, just internal factions of Dawn City bickering. As for the suspicion on me, no need to clear it. I don't care. With him dead, my mind is at ease. The ending of the game, Old Days Revival, was universally acknowledged by players. The world would eventually be destroyed with no other possibilities. So the game as a whole was just an experience pursuing a state of satisfaction. How could I let an NPC like you disgust me while playing a game? In Sumo's past games, if he didn't want someone to die, he might not be able to prevent it, but if he wanted someone dead, then that person would surely die. Such matters could never be delayed, or else his mind would be disturbed. Wan Qianhong looked at Bai Feifei and finally confirmed that this girl had no sense of law or rules in her heart. She acted entirely on her whims, and saying anything seemed pointless. She was so furious she felt dizzy. Wait, no. A faint rumbling came from the surrounding mountains. Everyone present began to look around, feeling unsteady on their feet. Wan Qianhong's dizziness was not from anger, but because the entire mining area's mountains were shaking. Moreover, the intensity of the shaking was increasing, and several miners with poor health began to lose their footing. An earthquake. The cleaners were a bit puzzled. In their memory, this mine had never experienced an earthquake before. After all, places where large coal deposits form usually have relatively intact crusts. Wan Qianhong, being experienced, temporarily set aside the headache, inducing Bai Feifei, and immediately turned to the people behind her saying, "Wait, does anyone have an anomaly detection device?" Rather than believing it was just a sudden earthquake, they should first rule out abnormal conditions, especially since this place was already among those still standing at the second outpost. Wu Xian raised his hand proactively and said, "My ability can detect it. Let me do it." He was Lu Yisha's deputy, and had previously used his ability to survey the mine and locate Bai Feifei. After arriving, he realized that this person was not easy to deal with, so he smartly kept his teammates in front of him, unlike that woman Zhao Wan who rushed to grab credit. Now, seeing the boss of the second outpost dead, he feared being implicated and settled later, so he quickly spoke up to gain some presence in front of the big leader. "Thousands of winds and thunder enter my ears." The incantation slipped out. Wu Xian closed his eyes, and his spiritual energy rapidly dispersed outward. But a few seconds later, he suddenly let out a scream, "Ah!" Blood oozed from his 7 orifices, and within a few breaths, he collapsed limply. Wan Qianhong's expression changed. She slightly raised her hand to stop the bleeding and quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" I don't know." Wu Xian stared wide-eyed, his voice strained. "When my perception power penetrated downward, it was violently countered. There's something wrong inside the mine." After saying that, he fainted outright. He was a level 3 cleaner, yet his body and mind could only endure for a few seconds. "Oh, the big one is coming." Su Mo suddenly spoke, his tone strange. "But that's not right. Why is it so early this time?" "What do you know?" Wan Qianhong turned to ask. "The anomaly beneath the coal mine has erupted. As for its level, frankly, it's hard to say. It should exceed all your imaginations." Su Mo didn't hide anything. He had known about this all along. Beneath the black smoke coal mine lurked an extremely powerful anomalous fluctuation, possibly a powerful aberration or a contained object. But in previous games, every time they investigated, they couldn't find it at all. Perhaps that thing was simply not meant for beginners. Moreover, according to the normal storyline, after that anomaly erupted, Dawn City would be close to destruction. Could it be that Dawn City is about to explode? Su Mo muttered to himself. "What?" Bai Feifei, who had not spoken in his mind for a long time, couldn't help but respond upon hearing this. "Will this event lead to the destruction of Dawn City?" "Don't worry about that now. Just retreat." Su Mo brushed her off and then turned and ran toward the outskirts of the mine. The others here didn't have a game interface, so they weren't acutely aware of the changes in SAN value. But he could see that Bai Feifei's SAN value was slowly decreasing again. She hadn't even seen the aberration yet, it was already affecting her SN. For some reason, Wan Qianhong instinctively chose to trust Bai Feifei at this moment, and shouted orders. "Everyone take the civilians and evacuate immediately. Stay away from the central area." And so the group quickly assembled and rushed confusedly toward the mine's periphery, as if fleeing for their lives. After everyone had withdrawn to the outside of the mine, the ground shaking stopped. Looking at the eerie mine before them, everyone felt an inexplicable tension, a sense of foreboding. Although there were no unexpected casualties during the evacuation, this sudden upheaval was a first in life for many of them. Wang Su answered a phone call. Whatever he heard made his hands start to tremble. He immediately ran to Wan Qianhong's side, sweating profusely, and said, "District Chief Wan, the people stationed at our outpost just sent a message. The anomaly detector, after continuous alarms, simply cracked open." "What?" Wan Qianhong and several cleaners beside her exclaimed in shock. "Cracked open? What did that?" After the shock, Wan Qianhong instinctively looked at Bai Feifei, standing nearby as if nothing had happened, recalling what she had said earlier. "The level of the anomaly beneath the coal mine might be beyond your imagination. Wan Qianhong gazed deeply at Bai Feifei's receding figure, as if this girl was shrouded in a peculiar mist. During the scavenger interview, the other's decisiveness and ruthlessness, her exquisite combat skills, and her eccentric personality had already captivated her. Later, at their first meeting, she had directly killed someone from the Huang family of the inner city. However, after recent blood tests, she discovered that Huang Jiahao had already shown signs of being contaminated and mutated. This time, an incident occurred in the complex coal mine and an unprecedented riot erupted underground. Again, it was caused by her. Again, it was connected to her. Her teacher Lu Yunxian, the seer, had once said that this girl Bai Feifei carried great karma. She couldn't understand the seer's words, nor did she fully grasp the meaning of this karma. She only felt that this girl exuded a kind of alluring danger. Unconsciously, she began to stare blankly. Su Mo sensed her gaze, and immediately felt somewhat awkward. "I'll return your body to you for now. That woman surnamed Wan seems to like you quite a bit. She looks at you like a damn. It's really strange, but this is also a good thing. If we don't fall out with her, the early stages will be easier to handle." Bai Feifei heard Sumo's voice in her ear, and then her body trembled as she regained control of herself. Seeing that matters had come to a temporary end, Su Mo withdrew from control first to avoid any unforeseen accidents later, when he might not have the time to intervene. On the other side, a scavenger from the East District, upon hearing Wang Zu's report, had already lost control of his emotions and rushed in front of him. "The anomaly detector is at least in a rank sequence artifact. How could it crack? Are you sure it's not a storage issue at your own outpost? Do you even know what level of anomaly would cause the detector? Damn it! The entire Shuguang city has never seen such a thing." This man was named Yang Shua, a level 4 scavenger. He stood 2 meters and 20 centimeters tall, bald, with an extremely robust build. Standing before Wang Su, it was like a father scolding his son. Wang Su himself lacked confidence. "I'm not too sure either. This detector has been in use for many years, maybe." "Enough!" The argument between the two snapped Wan Qianhong out of her daze. She shifted her gaze away from Bai Feifei and waved her hand in irritation. "Since things have come to this, let's first do what we must. Treat it as a once-in-a-century anomaly. Report it to the city first. Matters of this level are no longer something the East District can decide on its own. Well, set up a temporary camp here. Tell our people to assemble the housing modules." Yang Shua listened to Wan Qianhong's orders, frowned, and spoke up. "This incident has caused too much of a stir. Not only will the city likely send other people, but even some roaming illegal organizations might come. This place will soon become very troublesome. So we must act fast." Wan Qianhong interrupted him with a frown, her words carrying a decisive and ruthless tone. "You take the lead and bring out all the miners from the mine. It's no longer habitable inside. Calm them down, separate them from the mine administrators, and question them separately about the situation here and what happened. Also try to find some of the mutated corpses that Bai Feifei killed last night and bring them out." "Yes, boss." Yang Shua's expression turned serious, and he quickly accepted the order. Once Wan Qianhong entered her commanding state, she arranged matters methodically, even mobilizing the people from the second and third. Everyone quickly began operations. Some took advantage of the earthquake's pause to rush back into the mine to search for personnel. Meanwhile, those who had come with Wan Qianhong quickly pulled out large iron boxes and various pieces of furniture from their storage spaces. Within a few minutes, they had rapidly erected the rudiments of a small town on the open ground at the edge. Such efficiency made by Feifei, who had just regained control of her body, marvel in amazement. Now every scavenger was performing their respective duties, and only Bai Feifei appeared to be idle. Perhaps because the impression left by Sumo's control was truly terrifying, all the scavengers now deliberately gave Bai Feifei. They didn't even spare her a glance. For a moment, Bai Feifei felt at a loss. She gritted her teeth and dragged her weary body toward Wan Qianhong. "Senior," Bai Feifei called out cautiously. "I am also a scavenger. Is there anything I can do?" Wan Qianhong, seeing Bai Feifei come over to speak, the corner of her mouth twitched. "Need you to do something? As long as you don't cause any trouble and do nothing, I'll be grateful. Just rest for now. Don't act alone and don't leave this temporary camp." Wan Qianhong said, her throat moving, as if afraid of causing misunderstanding. She added, "This isn't house arrest, just ensuring the correct procedure. Can you do that?" "All right, senior," Bai Feifei said respectfully. After thinking for a moment, she bit her lips slightly and awkwardly tried to explain, "Well, sometimes my emotions get a bit out of control. I may have offended you in some ways. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Wan Qianhong suddenly stepped back, looking Bai Feifei up and down, as if she were a monster. This girl who had just been lecturing her publicly killed an outpost leader, and looked down on everyone, could now actually say such words. "This isn't how you flip your attitude. No, seriously, can you just be normal? You're making me scared." Even Yang Shua beside her, his bull-like eyes filled with confusion, watched Bai Feifei warily. Could it be that the lawless person she saw tens of minutes ago was an illusion? It's okay. Wan Qianhong forced a smile and casually pointed to a temporary room. You look terrible. Go rest first. Bai Feifei nodded and turned to walk toward the room. Watching her figure disappear, Yang Shuo vigorously rubbed his bald head and sucked in a sharp breath. Phew. This woman looks really unstable. Schizophrenic. Boss, should I send a few brothers to keep an eye on her? She's a suspect now, right? And based on our earlier thoughts, she's suspected of having split personality. Although a few miners just now spoke in her favor, no matter what, she did kill a scavenger from the outpost. Wan Qianhong listened to his words and shook her head slightly. Surveillance is unnecessary. Avoid unnecessary conflict. Just make sure she is in the camp. She just has a peculiar personality. I'm willing to believe she is a good person. Yangshu, wait, a good person again. Boss, I'm really curious, what is your standard for a good person? Bai Feifei entered the room, shutting out the noise of the outside world. She had no mood to observe the room's furnishings and directly collapsed onto the bed. She was extremely tired, having not slept for 2 days and 1 night, including a whole night of killing aberrations. But now her mind was in chaos. At first she thought the problem here was bullies oppressing the people, then she discovered someone was researching evil aberration potions, and later it was a power struggle. Now the problem here has grown unimaginably large. She only wanted to do her best to deal with anomalies and kill aberrations, but ended up getting involved in such a earth-shattering matter. Evil God Lord. After lying in bed for a while, Bai Feifei suddenly spoke. Oh ho, what's this? Do you need something from me? Sumo's tone became somewhat teasing. He could also sense that Bai Feifei was very wary of him. She called him Evil God Lord when she needed something, but otherwise didn't dare to talk much. Bai Feifei. She didn't deny it and simply continued to ask. You said before that the anomaly riot under the mine could lead to the destruction of the entire Dawn City. What is this about? Su Mo roughly recalled the previous game plot and replied, as for causality, it's not certain. But normally if there's a riot here, the fall of Dawn City is not far off. But this time things have advanced a lot. Not sure why, quite interesting. Bai Feifei lay on the bed muttering vacantly. You know everything about the future. Of course, didn't I tell you I'm an old hand? Su Mo laughed. I not only know the future but also many kinds of futures, different time trends and such. But Bai Feifei seemed not to hear his boasting. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she said excitedly, different, doesn't that mean the future is not predetermined but can be intervened and changed? Su Mo. He was silent for a few seconds, probably understanding Bai Feifei's intention. This girl is thinking again about how to save Dawn City, right? What a hero template to save the world. There will naturally be many different plot directions in the future, but I need to remind you. In all the futures I know, Dawn City is inevitably destroyed, no exceptions. It's too corrupt, weak, and hopeless. But don't worry, it has nothing to do with you. Anyway, with me here, I won't let you die. Quickly improve your strength, take all the benefits you can get from this city. You did well last night. You're now level 29, almost a 3rd level scavenger. Keep it up. Sumo's tone at this point was a bit like a homeroom teacher encouraging his students to study hard. But what about you? Bai Feifei suddenly asked. What about me? Su Mo was stunned. From the moment I met you until now, you've helped me rapidly improve my strength, walking the future you already knew. You turned me from a mortal into a 3rd level scavenger in the blink of an eye. No matter what, I have indeed received too much help from you. But I am weak and seem to have no value to you. So far I have no way to help you reshape your body and descend. You can see all futures, so what do you want to do? Su Mo. Purpose. What purpose could there be? The purpose is to play the game. But now it seems he has transmigrated into the game, so the primary goal is to get himself a body. However, the conditions for this goal are too high. Bai Feifei can't achieve it in a short time, so he can only play with her body for now. However, he could also sense Bai Feifei's inner conflict. Her sense of justice made her want to gain power to save and change those doomed futures. But she always felt that using his power would lead to bad results. Bai Feifei always thought he was a terrifying, indescribable, taboo existence, worried about the cost of trading with him. Should he tell her the truth to ease her guard? Of course not. What fun would that be? He cackling. If he had a mental image, Sumo's expression would definitely be a crazy grin, laughing quite evilly. Being able to have this kind of interaction with his game character is a way to enrich the game content. Have some fun teasing her. At that moment his voice became somewhat gloomy and eerie. You don't need to understand my purpose. You can't understand it anyway. You can think of me as your portable old master, your golden finger, the existence that helps you reach the pinnacle of life. You just need to remember one thing. All the gifts of the evil god have already been priced in the dark. Hearing this by Feifei, who was sitting on the bed, trembled all over. She knew it. How could a transaction with the evil god have no cost? Before I collect the price from you, you are free to do what you want. Deal with aberrations, save the world, whatever. Though it's meaningless, I won't stop you. So improve your strength quickly, after all, who knows how much time you have left. In the end, Suemo didn't forget to brainwash his free game booster, making Bai Feifei continue to grind hard later. But these words were quite effective for Bai Feifei. Okay, I accept. With that, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes on the bed. She was too tired and her SAN value was low. After communicating with the evil god, she decided to hurry up and sleep. There were still many things waiting. Suemo didn't disturb her. Soon her breathing became even. In the quiet room, after about an hour, the sleeping Bai Feifei's lips suddenly moved and she murmured to herself, "Really asleep?" The next second her eyes snapped open and she flipped over to sit up, clearly Suemo logging in again. Bai Feifei needed sleep, but he didn't need it now. After her spirit fell asleep, it seems I automatically took over and there's no time limit anymore. Not bad. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he couldn't help but find the previous events amusing. Did I go too far? That woman's final look almost had a sense of facing death unflinchingly. Heh, she really is the portrait of a goddess of light. How did I not notice that when I chose her earlier? Suemo hugged, his own fair and tender feet rocking back and forth like a roly-poly toy. Previously, due to the limited control time, every time he took over Bai Feifei's body, it was for special situations requiring fighting. Now, for the first time in a while, he felt a sense of life, though the female body was still very uncomfortable. Just then, a knock came from the door of the room in the temporary camp. Suemo, what does this mean? He had just logged into the game, and someone was already looking for trouble. The door creaked open a crack, and Wan Qianhong's cautious voice came from outside. "Are you asleep?" "Yes, I'm asleep," Suemo replied truthfully. Logically speaking, Bai Feifei should indeed have been in deep sleep by now. But Wan Qianhong outside the door clearly couldn't appreciate his humor. After a few seconds of silence, she simply pushed the door open and walked in. As she entered, she saw Bai Feifei sitting on the bed with legs wide apart, one small foot resting on the bedside table, her clothes still draped over her shoulders. Clearly a girl with such delicate and charming features, but her posture made her look just like a bandit chieftain. Wan Qianhong looked at this contrasting image and couldn't help covering her face. "You're a girl, don't you usually care about your image at all?" "I've been very careful." Suemo set his hands behind his head, half reclining on the headboard with one leg crossed over the other. "If you hadn't knocked, I was about to take off my clothes." Based on his experience, when an important NPC in the game suddenly sought him out, it meant a new storyline was about to be triggered. So he took the initiative to ask, "What's up? Any new developments with the anomaly under the coal mine?" Wan Qianhong's face showed a hint of surprise. From her expression, Suemo knew he had guessed correctly. She let out a long sigh and began, "Logically, you should be resting now, but there's a reason, so I apologize for the intrusion. First, I want to apologize to you." Suemo curled his lips and interrupted. "You know you're disturbing me, and you come to apologize, but you show up empty-handed. That's hardly sincere." Wan Qianhong couldn't help but laugh. Bai Feifei's unbridled behavior actually relaxed her mood amidst the tense. She walked straight to the table beside, picked up Bai Feifei's identity card, tapped her own card against it, took out her phone to input something, and then tossed the silver card to Suemo. "Here." Suemo picked up the card and saw that the data had been updated. Contribution points 306, cash balance 10000. The previous balance had been given to the beef noodle shop owner by Feifei's insistence, and now Wan Qianhong had added 100,000. And the contribution points had increased by 300. Hey, what else can I say? With such sincerity, who needs an apology? Out of respect for the cash, Sumo's expression changed instantly, and he even sat up a little straighter on the bed. In this game setting, 100,000 was a considerable amount. In fact, he wasn't even sure what Wan Qianhong had to apologize for. "It's not really sincerity." Wan Qianhong shook her head, then took out a golden disc from her storage space. "We investigated a large number of mutated corpses near the mountain and interviewed many miners. We can basically confirm that it was you who stopped the spread of the mutation and saved many people." Wan Qianhong's gaze toward Bai Feifei showed undisguised admiration. So many mutated corpses, and Bai Feifei, a rookie cadaver cleaner, had gone out all night to kill them. What a workload. This girl may be glib, but she has strong principles inside. Well done, you've worked hard. Consider this a small reward for your achievements. Take this as well. Suemo took the item from her. It was actually a golden cognitive filter. This was the best item for protecting SAN value and absolute lifesaver for cadaver cleaners. In Sumo's previous game starts, he had never had such a fine piece of equipment. Wow, you're willing to give this away? He looked at Wan Qianhong, genuinely surprised. Consider it a personal apology from me. Wan Qianhong smiled, then pointed to the bed. Can I get on your bed? Suemo? What the hell did he just hear? Was he triggering a special CG? You want to sleep with me? Suemo immediately sat up straight, looking at Wan Qianhong, and suddenly realized, no wonder you're getting older and still seem to have no man. So you have this kind of fetish? Was he okay with it? Naturally, Suemo had no objections. But the problem was that he was currently using Bai Feifei's body, and that body was missing some parts. Damn it! If he had known he would be transported into this game, he wouldn't have chosen Bai Feifei's body. What a waste. After thinking it over, Suemo decided that the meaning of life was in experiencing things. So he patted the bed and said to Wan Qianhong, it's not impossible. Come on, I accept the hidden rules. I've never tried this before. His series of moves was too fast. By the time Wan Qianhong realized what she had heard, it was already too late. She was a blood controller, but at this moment she couldn't control herself at all. Blood rushed to her face, and within seconds her complexion turned bright red. Trembling, she raised a finger and pointed at Bai Feifei, shrieking, you? What nonsense are you talking about? Shoo! Don't shout so loud. The soundproofing in this room is quite poor. Suemo placed his index finger over his lips. Wan Qianhong's face flushed red, covered her mouth, and said, I meant, can I sit on your bed to talk? What on earth is going on in your head? Bai Feifei, how old are you anyway? Oh, a misunderstanding. Suemo said somewhat disappointedly, moving aside. Just sit down already. Why say something so ambiguous? Wan Qianhong sat on the edge of the bed, her mind unable to calm down for a while, and she couldn't help but smile wryly. Her situation was urgent, so she had thought to quickly talk to Bai Feifei, the trigger point, but the other's thunderous remarks had completely scrambled her thoughts. Stop sighing. Since you're not here for sleeping, what do you want to talk about? Suemo said. Watch your language. Wan Qianhong almost dared not look at Bai Feifei's pretty face. What a nice girl, but how could she have such a hooligan? Forcing the topic back to business, Wan Qianhong began. What do you think about the riot under the coal mine? Do you want to go down and investigate? Since we're here, let's go take a look. Suemo replied. The thing down there was of an exceptionally high level. He had played so many times and still didn't understand it. Even in the gaming community, no one knew about it. It seemed to be a complete unsolved mystery. This time things were a bit different, so of course he still wanted to go see. Even if he returned empty-handed, there were other mutants down there that could be farmed for experience and some. Hearing his words, Wan Qianhong murmured, yes, such a big matter. How can we not continue investigating? As she said this, her expression looked extremely grim. Suemo guessed. Hell, let me guess. After you reported the situation, the inner city ordered you to take me back and have someone else take over the coal mine. Wan Qianhong was a bit stunned. This girl was so young, yet she always made accurate and mature judgments about the situation. Yes. The higher-up said that even though you stopped the spread of the mutation, killing a colleague was a fact and many doubts remain unresolved. They told me to escort you back, but the more she spoke, the darker her expression became. The problems and crimes behind this coal mine are so obvious, but previously, due to various complicated reasons, we couldn't. This time your disturbance tore open a gap. It was clearly a good opportunity, but now they won't let us investigate. This time the abnormal riot below has caused frequent regular earthquakes. Many things are probably destroyed. If we withdraw now, I'm afraid. Wan Qianhong couldn't continue because she suddenly realized that everything she was saying seemed to have been predicted by Feifei again. When she had forcibly killed Lu Yishou earlier, she had said that all these matters would end up a mess no matter how they were argued. Pfft. Suemo let out a scornful laugh, showing no surprise. I told you so. Now that things are like this, the justice you want. Investigation won't yield any results. Unconsciously, Wan Qianhong had begun to rely on Bai Feifei's opinions. She asked subconsciously, then what will it rely on? On killing. Suemo said coldly. The simple two-letter exclamation seemed to lower the temperature of the entire room by several degrees. Silence stretched for several seconds. Wan Qianhong stared into Bai Feifei's eyes, rendered momentarily speechless. You! Beneath that seemingly harmless face, the gaze carried a contempt for life. Wan Qianhong understood at once that the other was not joking. Suemo could tell she was struggling to accept it and had no intention of dawdling. He continued. When the taint runs too deep, a gentle fire does no good, but I suppose you cannot accept that all at once, so we will proceed in a way you can bear for now. You yourself. You still intend to go down into the mine to investigate, right? Yes. Wan Qianhong nodded. So how did Naiqing demand that you return? Could you not resist? I recall your background is rather Wan Qianhong ignored how Bai Feifei had learned of her background, and went on. The people from Naiqing simply told me to go back, saying this level is dangerous and requires stronger hands. By rights matters in Weiqing's don't you fall under my jurisdiction. I have some discretionary power. Only my teacher may give me orders. My teacher is the seer who interviewed you named Lu Yun. Suemo of course knew these basic facts. That was why he had asked Wan Qianhong. In Shuguang City there were no resident great sages and eversleepers could not appear in such a novice district. The seer was already the highest level of force present. In the high martial world strength equals power and status. Wan Qianhong's background ought to be solid. Suemo asked, so what did your teacher say? She doesn't intend to back you. Wan Qianhong said, I tried to contact her but for some reason I cannot reach her. I don't know if it's a signal problem. Hearing this Suemo sat up straight staring at Wan Qianhong, as if she were some curious prodigy. So then in fact the only person qualified to order you on this matter is your teacher otherwise you could have made your own decision. And your teacher has not sent you any orders, and the phone won't connect at all right? Wan Qianhong nodded and replied. Suemo looked into her clear, almost foolish eyes and found himself momentarily speechless. How had he never noticed before that she was this sort of person? So you would rather believe that a seer's phone has no signal than accept that she might be hinting for you to act on your own accord. Wan Qianhong blinked puzzled and still not quite understanding. But Naiqing said. Suemo cut her off. Who the hell cares what Naiqing says? Can anyone in Naiqing do anything to your teacher? It's just that many matters in Naiqing are complicated. She can't take a stance without a clear result. She is the only one who can command you. Not contacting you is already a hint for you to act on your own. She will shoulder the responsibility. Wan Qianhong's mouth opened slightly. She seemed never to have considered that angle. Huh? What huh? Suemo felt his blood pressure rising. He wondered how someone with the political savvy of a border collie had become a leader in such chaotic times. They're all fucking connected people, right? Alright, I'm asking you, do you want to return like this? Of course not. Then that's settled, do it like this. Saying so, Suemo scooted forward and leaned close to Wan Qianhong's ear. Wan Qianhong acutely felt by Feifei's breath by her ear. Her cheeks flushed and her body stiffened. At her ear, Suemo instructed Wan Qianhong on precisely what to do. She listened earnestly and nodded repeatedly. When will the people from Naiqing arrive? Soon, I suppose. They'll rush over through the night. It was the lack of time that made me come to you. After their exchange, Wan Qianhong nodded solemnly to Suemo and left the room. Suemo sprawled back on the bed in a star-shaped pose, a small surprised smile on his face. It was curious. This time Wan Qianhong so steadfastly stood on his side. What had changed from before? It seemed the only difference was the emergence of Bai Feifei's self-awareness. That woman seems to like you. You have quite the appeal to women. Suemo lay on the bed teasing Bai Feifei. No reply came to his mind. She remained in a sleep state. Good that she's asleep. Let her sleep longer. That gives me more time. Many people will come this time, ha. You're too soft by nature, watch me properly craft your reputation. Suemo sat on the bed talking to himself with a foolish grin that gradually took on a perverse edge. After Wan Qianhong left the room, her expression immediately snapped back to resolute. She found subordinates like Yang Shua and swiftly ordered the construction of defensive quake-resistant works, the expansion of civilian housing, and the reception of the miners who had been brought out. Yang Shua paused in surprise and asked, Boss Naiqing's people are about to take over. Didn't you say? Handover. Wan Qianhong shot him a look. Affairs in Weiqing's Dongtu belong to us. If Naiqing wants to send reinforcements, that's fine, but we continue with what we must do. Yang Shua's tiger-like eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, So we aren't leaving? When did I ever say we were? Yes, understood. The people of Dongtu moved into action. As dusk fell and night approached, the ground once more rumbled. This time it was not an earthquake. A huge searchlight flared on the horizon, and a truck thundering with earth-shaking force barreled into the temporary camp Wan Qianhong's group had erected. Men in cleanup squad uniforms leapt from the truck, each armed in various ways. Vital areas of their bodies were even covered in. Their appearance looked sharper and more elite than the forces Wan Qianhong had mustered. A distinct air of expense. From the truck's passenger seat hopped a man in military boots, his expression somewhat sullen. He strode up to Wan Qianhong and smiled. Captain of the Special Operations Unit Wu Jini. Wan Qianhong simply nodded and said nothing. Of all people, it was this disagreeable fellow leading them. Don't be so solemn, Miss Wan. We go way back, Wu Jini said with a smile. Just now didn't you set up a jail and lock the mine foreman inside? They are all suspects, Wan Qianhong said coldly. By the miners' accounts, they deserve execution. Hey, Wu Jini waved a hand. You're still so impulsive. It's internal strife among the populace. Besides, harsh terrain breeds unruly folk. Without evidence, the miners might be lying. Release them. They worked for Naiqing. Even without merit, they have borne hardship. If I recall correctly, matters in Dongzhu are under my jurisdiction. Wan Qianhong shot back with a sharp tone. Wu Jingyi's mouth twitched and he sneered. Fine, no problem. When you're present naturally you have your leadership style. But I've come now. Chief Wan, thank you for your efforts. You can take that criminal surnamed by back to Naching to rest. Wan Qianhong frowned as if not understanding and retorted. Whether you come or not has nothing to do with me. Wu Jingyi registered the reaction with a question. Higher-ups ordered our special operations unit to replace you. Didn't you know? Which higher-ups said that? Wan Qianhong would not yield an inch. I have not received orders from Seer Lu Yun. Without her command, I still have the authority to decide affairs in Dongzhu. Wu Jingyi's expression darkened as he understood Wan Qianhong's meaning. District Chief Wan, playing dumb is not entertaining. You and your people are clearly insufficient to handle the emergency here. This is the representative's collective opinion. Seer Lu Yun would not want to see you act so willfully. This time our team has brought an edgewalker with us. Before Wan Qianhong could reply, a door to a nearby room was kicked wide open from within. Shouts and curses erupted from inside. An edgewalker, my ass? A voice barked angrily from the room. Edgewalker, my ass? It was obvious who had publicly insulted Edgewalker in front of all the cleaners. Bai Feifei's door was kicked open. Su Emo, controlling Bai Feifei's body, strode out with a swaggering, nonchalant gait, swaying with every step. She wore a new combat suit, while her previous cleaner uniform, soaked in blood, was now draped over her shoulders like it looked like a crimson blood-stained garment adorned with medals. What's so great about Edgewalker? Who's afraid of some nobody? This extraordinarily imposing entrance caught Wu Jingyi off guard, leaving him frozen in place. Aren't you supposed to be a— How come your entrance looks like a general's? You are Bai Feifei? Wu Jingyi asked, looking at Su Mo spat out the toothpick from his mouth. I'm your father. What's it to you? Wan Qianhong lowered her head slightly, already too embarrassed to watch, and might have been cringing inwardly. Earlier when Bai Feifei told her what to do, she had advised her. Don't worry about conflict, don't overthink your words, no need for verbal sparring. Whatever she couldn't say or wasn't appropriate to say, she would naturally say it all for her. She just needed to firmly rely on the prophet's background, withstand the pressure, and leave the rest to her. So this was what leave it to her meant. Ha! Wu Jingyi was momentarily amused despite himself. This Bai Feifei's entrance was so full of absurdities that he didn't know where to start cursing. Your reputation precedes you like thunder, and now I see you're lawless and arrogant. Didn't the thunder kill you? Do you even have a brain? Su Mo countered with relentless offense without a single pause. I hope you can keep such arrogance forever. Wu Jingyi's forehead veins bulged as he glared at Bai Feifei with a murderous look. If I heard correctly, you just insulted an edgewalker, didn't you? I've been arrogant for many lifetimes. You don't need to worry about that, Su Mo said. Small-town people have no vision. Yelling about an edgewalker. Our leader Wan has the prophet behind her, but did she keep talking about it like you do? Look at your face. Su Mo's words gradually steered toward the prophet, using it as a bluff. In truth, given his experience from many games, the prophet's identity wasn't such a great bluff. But in this situation, it was the best card he had. Wan Qianhong didn't know how Bai Feifei could criticize others' faces with a straight face. But when the topic shifted to her, she kept a calm, composed expression. Wu Jingyi, upon hearing prophet, visibly became less careless than Su Mo and said cautiously, The anomaly beneath this coal mine is too dangerous. It requires the leadership of an edgewalker. As for the prophet, what does this have to do with the prophet? Why doesn't it? Su Mo seized the opportunity to escalate dramatically. Only Prophet Lu can directly command District Chief Wan. Now that Prophet Lu hasn't spoken, you want to withdraw on your own orders. What? Are your words more authoritative than the prophet's? Does the prophet know about this? No, not at all. Wu Jingyi began to stammer. After all, one of the hallmarks of being a prophet was the ability to calculate cause and effect, avoid misfortune, have a mystical perception of the world, and to some extent predict the future. Wu Jingyi didn't dare speak recklessly because the prophet might actually know something. He immediately retorted with a stutter. When did I ever say that? The order to replace me came from above. Above? Which above? Su Mo laughed. So you're trying to pass the blame to your superiors. Alright, tell me which leader wants to spite the prophet. Su Mo's speech was too fast. For every sentence the other side said, he could fire back 3. Wan Qianhong beside him could barely hold it together, stealing glances at Bai Feifei from the corner of her eye. She was once again stunned by this girl. You really have skills. She had thought Bai Feifei was the type who was ruthless and said little, preferring to act directly. But now, with full verbal firepower, she was just as fierce. She had almost humiliated Wu Jingyi completely. She had always hated this kind of sarcastic man, and watching him suffer gave her an inexplicable satisfaction. You? What nonsense are you talking? Wu Genie was now completely tongue-tied, his face turning purple from the verbal lashing. Suddenly his expression hardened. Wait a minute. Regardless of the prophet, at most Wan Qianhong was someone he couldn't mess with. But who are you? You a criminal? What bluff are you trying to pull? As if the prophet were your backer too. His face twisted into a sneer. I dare not speculate about the prophet, but what does this have to do with you? Regardless, you are a criminal. Killing a colleague is an additional crime. You should be taken back immediately for a public trial. What is the prophet protecting you? Su Mo revealed a sly smile. How do you know he's not? He then shot a meaningful glance at Wan Qianhong. Wan Qianhong was momentarily stunned by the sudden wink from Bai Feifei's beautiful eyes, then quickly caught on. Oh right. Cleaner Bai Feifei is the one who knows the most about this incident. Earlier during the mine earthquake, she also gave some warning about the situation below. So she is a key figure in this operation and will accompany the team. Wu Genie. He stared at Wan Qianhong in shock, finding it hard to believe she could lie so brazenly without changing her expression. You're protecting her. She's a criminal. Wan Qianhong frowned and her tone turned firm. If this incident is thoroughly investigated, she will be the greatest contributor. So she cannot leave now. She must assist in the investigation. Wan Qianhong was clearly protecting Bai Feifei. Because of the prophet, no one here dared to touch her, so no one could easily touch Bai Feifei either. Wu Genie was momentarily choked, his anger making his head spin. He clenched his teeth and glared at Wan Qianhong and Bai Feifei in turn. This cannot end like this, especially this hateful Bai Feifei. Suddenly a thought struck him like lightning, a brilliant idea he believed. By now the quarrel had long since passed and Sumo's voice was loud with insults. Crowds from both sides had gathered around watching the farce unfold. Bai Feifei wore an utterly arrogant expression, as if she were the queen. Beside her, Wan Qianhong, though outwardly composed, was barely holding back her smile. Earlier she had felt somewhat stifled, but now seeing Wu Genie's expression, she felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. The members of the special action team were also somewhat bewildered, staring curiously at Bai Feifei in the arena. So this was the legendary sinner. Seeing her now truly a remarkable woman. On the east side, people inexplicably felt a measure of relief. Not far behind, Wan Qianhong, Yang Shuo was almost ready to kneel before Bai Feifei. Boss, you sure know how to curse. I was wrong to call you crazy before. From now on you're my idol. Ha! Ha ha! Wu Genie suddenly laughed slowly, raising his head, his eyes fixed on Bai Feifei. Laughing at your mother. Su Mo snapped without skipping a beat. You're so mad you're about to die, but you still don't dare make a move. You're a coward. If you have a plan, go ahead. If not, shut up. Wu Genie's face twitched violently. Realizing he couldn't outmatch Bai Feifei in a verbal duel, he refrained from further argument. As a level 5 scavenger, he couldn't simply resort to violence, especially with Wan Qianhong protecting her. But that did. Wu Genie turned his gaze to Wan Qianhong and said coldly, fine. Excellent. So you're determined to shield her, are you? This is only for the sake of the mission, Wan Qianhong replied calmly. Good, Wu Genie said. Since you mentioned the mission, let's talk about it. You should be aware that, in principle, major dangerous missions do not permit scavengers below level 3 to participate. Wan Qianhong frowned. Indeed, such a regulation existed. But Bai Feifei had only just become a scavenger, and as a sinner she was still a level 1 scavenger. However, Wan Qianhong believed her strength far exceeded that of a typical level 1 scavenger. Just as she was about to speak, Wu Genie interrupted. Don't tell me about her special circumstances. She's just become a scavenger, but if her strength is insufficient, she'll only hold us back. Not to mention she is a sinner. So if you want her to join the operation, I have an idea. Wan Qianhong. What idea? Let's have a contest right here. Wu Genie said, gesturing to his team behind. Among the people I brought, some are outstanding students from the Inner City Academy. Let them see the real world. I intended for them to handle logistics, not to participate directly in the action. They aren't scavengers yet, but some are so talented that upon graduation they could become level 3 scavengers. Let your precious sinner spar with one of them. If she can't even beat a student, then don't let her join. After all, so many people are watching. Wan Qianhong's expression grew serious. So that was his plan. What Wu Genie referred to was a special system for selecting scavengers in the inner city. Normally a scavenger must start from level 1 and gradually rise. But once they become scavengers, they must undertake missions taking on varying degrees of risk. Thus the inner city established an academy system where students could safely enjoy training resources in an ivory tower, honing their bodies and minds without actually going to the battlefield. As long as they completed their academic assessments and some practical exercises, they could skip levels in the scavenger hierarchy upon graduation based on their physical conditioning. That is, they could become level 2 or level 3 scavengers or even higher right after graduation. The special action team bringing them along was clearly for them to gain experience. Though these students lacked battlefield experience, they came from prominent families, had abundant training resources, and some even possessed word spirits. Unlike Bai Feifei, who had such harsh conditions. As Wan Qianhong pondered how to refuse, Su Mo suddenly spoke up. So this is your brilliant idea. Hilarious. Who am I supposed to fight? Point them out. Seeing Bai Feifei take the bait, Wu Genie sneered and turned to shout Li Yan. Soon a man in lightweight combat armor stepped forward, chin raised, looking at Bai Feifei with arrogant disdain. Su Mo, through the game panel's level display, saw the genius level 23. Su Mo. He couldn't help but look at the smug Wu Genie and said, I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. Alright, I accept. They'll beat him up and then this whole thing is over, right? Wan Qianhong was startled, turning to look at Bai Feifei, but Wu Genie quickly agreed. Yes. Fine, let's fight. Su Mo scratched his ear, feeling utterly bored. The impromptu match was set, and everyone immediately retreated, clearing a space that served as a temporary arena. Under the night sky, the truck's headlights and temporary lighting were blazing, giving the scene the feel of an underground fight club. The two opponents in this underground fight were making their final preparations. Can you handle it? Don't be reckless, Wan Qianhong said worriedly beside Bai Feifei. I have a question, Su Mo said. What? If I accidentally kill him, will there be a lot of arguing afterward? Wan Qianhong. On the other side, Wu Genie walked up to the confident Li Yan and encouraged him, fight seriously. This counts as punishing evil and promoting good. If you win ill, record it as an extra practical exercise for you. Then leaning close to Li Yan's ear, he said viciously, don't hold back. She's just a sinner from the outer city. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Li Yan nodded. Seeing Bai Feifei step forward, he also advanced and the two met in the center of the arena. Among the people Wu Genie brought, some were from the inner city academy and were not yet official scavengers. Now from the periphery they began to jeer in a small chorus. Brother Li, you're the academy's genius. You have to take down this foul-mouthed woman. Let this outer city sinner know that there are always greater people beyond. Don't go easy on her, Brother Li. Women need to be put in their place when necessary. I'm ready. When she kneels to apologize, make sure to take a photo for the memory, haha. These people from the inner city academy, accustomed to a life of ease and lacking the gravity of a true scavenger, were now rowdy and boisterous. Laughing and joking one after another, they seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that they were in the midst of a perilous and solemn anomaly mission. Yet this clamor greatly pleased Li Yan, making him feel like a hero under the spotlight as he strode toward the center of. As for Su Mo, naturally no one would cheer for him, but he didn't care. Draped lazily in his blood-stained robe, he ambled to the center of the arena, even yawning out of boredom. Now Bai Feifei was sleeping soundly, while he, a veteran, had to deal with such small fry. This kind of opponent should have been her practice. Hands in his pockets, Su Mo looked up at Li Yan across from him. Alright, let's get this over with. Seeing his lazy, contemptuous demeanor, Li Yan frowned. Judging by her face alone, Bai Feifei was strikingly beautiful, with a delicate charm that made it hard to believe she was a ruthless, but her actions completely shattered any connection to beauty. And once she opened her mouth, any lingering thoughts vanished entirely. Li Yan raised his chin slightly, speaking arrogantly. A girl like you, why so cruel? Surrender now and confess your crimes. Blades have no mercy. Once we start fighting, it'll be too late. I don't want to bully a woman. I'll tell you now, I've already mastered the word spirit. Su Mo, is this a don't laugh challenge? I acknowledge you. You have the makings of a Billy content creator. Li Yan's expression darkened. He snorted coldly. Ridiculous nonsense. You refuse to appreciate kindness. Just as the elders said, the outer city is full of unteachable barbarians. It seems I really must teach you a lesson. With that, he closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. Su Mo could tell from the stance that the opponent was about to mobilize his word spirit. Having no combat experience at all, Li Yan was a sight to behold. Su Mo figured he could have killed Li Yan in at least 9 different ways just in the time they'd been standing there. Su Mo suspected that, even if Bai Feifei were to take the stage now, crushing this guy would be no trouble. After long strife with myself, all that remains is me. Li Yan finally uttered his word spirit. As the words fell, countless figures materialized out of thin air, instantly crowding the entire arena. Dozens of Li Yans appeared around Bai Feifei, encircling her. They were identical in appearance and attire, each wielding a different weapon. Witnessing Li Yan's performance, the Inner City Academy students erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their excitement akin to spectators at a gladiatorial contest in ancient. For a student not yet formally a scavenger to master a word spirit was indeed a mark of genius with boundless potential. Li Yan was a carefully chosen candidate by Wu Genie, the strongest combatant among the visiting students. Standing behind Li Yan's side, Wu Jini smirked coldly, looking up at Wan Qianhong's expression across the field. Before coming today, he had planned to provoke Wan Qianhong, but he hadn't expected her words to be so sharp today. She had even invoked the reputation of a prophet. But it didn't matter, he was eager to see the look on her face. In the arena, all the Li Yan clones spoke in unison, their voices thunderous like a chorus. Every one of my clones possesses my physical fitness and strength. So, it's too late for regret now. As Li Yan's words fell, a savage excitement flickered in his eyes. Dozens of clones moved, simultaneously charging at Bai Feifei from all directions. Su Mo stood still as if frozen in shock. But in truth, he was already pondering the level of intensity he should bring to this fight. He had hoped to see some interesting word spirit, but all he got was this uninspired clone technique. At Sumo's level, even smashing all these clones one by one would only serve as a warm-up. But now he didn't even need that much effort. Through his perspective, the killer's medal had already clearly marked the vital points on one of the Li Yan clones. Could the medal's ability be used like this? It effectively exposed the true body. Su Mo felt a pang of guilt, as if he were bullying a just as the first clone was about to reach Bai Feifei. Li Yan distinctly heard her sigh, "Thank boring." At the same time, everyone saw Bai Feifei flick her right wrist. The silver bracelet on her wrist reorganized its metal, forming a sharp blade. This novice gear, dropped by Huang Jiahao, shot out like lightning, precisely piercing the lower abdomen of the real Li Yan. In an instant, all the other clones exploded, dissolving into illusory light and vanishing. The sole true body of Li Yan, still in a forward charge, crumpled to the ground, clutching his groin like a stray dog carelessly kicked. "Ah! Oh! My groin!" Only when Li Yan's agonizing screams rang out did the crowd realize what had happened, triggering a wave of shocked murmurs. The reversal was too swift. No intricate moves, no fierce battle, only a sudden collapse and a scream that every man could empathize with. Wait, what just happened? Why did he fall so suddenly? She seemed to know which one was the real body. What a fast strike. Holy crap, look, he's bleeding down there. Even Wu Jini and Wan Qianhong hadn't expected such a turn of events. After a brief shock, Wu Jini rushed to Li Yan's. Wails were like a pig being slaughtered. He grabbed Wu Jini's arm, refusing to let go. Is it still there? Instructor, please check for me. Check for you, my ass. How the hell was he supposed to check? Pull down your pants. A flicker of impatience crossed Wu Jini's eyes. These students were indeed too fragile. Such a fuss over a little blood. But that Bai Feifei actually had this kind of strength. Hadn't she just become a scavenger? And she was only 19. And how did she do it? Even he hadn't been able to tell which one was the real Li Yan. Did she have some kind of supernatural ability? Could her earlier words have been a word spirit? Previously they spoke of having found a genius from the academy, but now who is the true genius? This Bai Feifei is even younger than Li Yan. Wu Jini pressed one hand against Li Yan's chest, sensing the rapid heartbeat, confirming that he was not severely injured. However, in the unseen shadows, his expression turned as dark as if water were about to drip from it. At this moment, his dignity was utterly shattered, leaving him momentarily unable to raise his head, unsure of what expression to show Wan Qianhong. The duel he himself proposed had now turned into this. Were those from the Eastern District now all laughing at him? With eyes full of venom, overwhelmed by humiliation and rage, he suddenly turned to Bai Feifei and said, "It was only a sparring match, yet you used such a vicious attack on a student from the inner city." Before he could finish his accusation, Su Mo impatiently waved his hand and interrupted, Hey, don't give me that whining crap like a I obviously held back. What should I have slit his throat instead? Wu Jini was instantly speechless. You? Su Mo couldn't be bothered with him. Not killing Li Yan was precisely to avoid such nonsense. Wu Jini was merely throwing a tantrum of impotent rage. In comparison, another place was far more interesting. Su Mo turned his head and looked toward an empty patch of ground. There was nothing there, but he could see that on that spot fine gravel and sand were swirling like a vortex converging toward the center. More importantly, from Sumo's game perspective, a character level indicator had appeared above that empty space. Level. Oh, the spectator king has arrived. Su Mo raised an eyebrow and spoke. By then Wan Qianhong had also walked up beside him and asked in confusion, "What are you talking?" Nothing, just a spectator who might be getting restless now. A few seconds later, everyone present began to sense something, for an inexplicable wind had risen, stirring up sand and gravel, and all of it was converging toward the empty space where Su Mo had been looking. Wan Qianhong's expression shifted. She stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Bai Feifei, and said in a low voice, coming and going without a trace, vanishing without a mark, "This is an edge walker." Her voice carried a note of gravity, and she shot a meaningful glance at Bai Feifei, signaling her to restrain her temper. An edgewalker was the next realm after a level 5 scavenger, a realm of qualitative leap. In game terms, that meant above level 60. And to reach this level, a prerequisite was mastering an escape art. Once one mastered the escape art, ordinary physical attacks could no longer easily take the life of an edgewalker. From then on, these formidable beings could tread the edge of life and death, hence the name Edgewalker. The dust gathered into a human shape, the wind slowly dispersed, and on the previously empty ground the figure of an old man gradually materialized. He was not wearing the uniform of a scavenger, but was draped in a loose linen robe. Calling it loose was actually due to the old man's emaciated body. The parts of his body exposed outside the robe were so thin that they were no different from a bundle of bones with deep-set eye sockets, making him look like a walking skeleton. Gazing at this old man, Wan Qianhong's hands tightened instinctively. She knew that the most critical test of the night would be this Edgewalker. Beside her, Suemo was also somewhat shocked because he did not recognize this Edgewalker. He was a veteran, having witnessed the fall of Dawn City. He had at least some impression of every notable figure in the city, but this old man was a complete blank. If even he didn't know him, then the guy was probably just a nobody with no status. Lord Li, you have finally come. Wu Jinyi's face lit up with joy at the sight of him. Finally, someone who could back him up had arrived. He rushed forward, about to lodge a complaint. Lord Li here. Slap. Before he could finish, an exceptionally loud slap cut off his words. Wu Jinyi was nearly sent flying by the force of the blow. The sound of the slap was so sharp in the night that it silenced the crowd, making it so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even Li Yan on the ground, clutching his crotch with both hands, dared not make a sound. Wu Jinyi was stunned by the slap, but he did not dare show any displeasure. With the blood-red handprint on his face, he stood straight on the spot. I told you to bring the inner-city students to broaden their horizons. And you got them injured like this. The skeleton-like old man rasped, his voice like wind in the desert. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Wu Jinyi lowered his head, not daring to speak. Suemo curled his lip from a distance, thinking how boring, just the classic routine. By hitting his own man, he was actually intimidating everyone present, applying psychological pressure. As if he could pressure him. A veteran of what level? The old man did not look at Wu Jinyi again. He slowly turned his head toward Suemo and Wan Qianhong and said, I am Li Gue. I arrived a few minutes late. I never expected to encounter such a situation. I will take charge of the anomaly here. Miss Wan, take your people and leave now. Wan Qianhong pursed her lips. Clearly she was also intimidated by the other party's entrance, weighing her next words carefully. Just then, the oppressive silence was broken by a somewhat inappropriate voice. What's this? Are you Prophet Lu Yun? No, you just said you were Li Gue. Since you arrived late, let me fill you in on the previous developments. District Chief Wan only accepts orders from the Prophet. Unless the Prophet gives the word, she will act on her own. Got it? Wan Qianhong's face changed instantly. Who else could use such a dismissive tone but Bai Feifei? She was about to intervene, but Suemo seemed to recall something, and continued with sudden realization. Wait, your name is Li Gue, and that kid is Li Yan. Holy shit, you're not his grandfather, are you? The kid gets beaten and the old man shows up. Can't be that cliché. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone stared at Bai Feifei as if she were insane. Was she crazy? How dare she speak to an edgewalker like that? Whose subordinate was this? Li Gui's sunken eyes fixed on Bai Feifei, and he said in a hollow voice, I have no blood relation with that child. As his words fell, everyone felt a heavy weight on their hearts, as if a stone were pressing on their chests. This was the Edgewalker's aura release. He was angry. At the level of Edgewalker, one's humanity was no longer intact. The body contained too much aberrant energy. With but a thought, one could release an invisible aura pressuring those nearby. It was like during the test when Suemo faced Lu Yun the Seer. Even without Lu Yun's malicious intent, Bai Feifei's SAN value had unconsciously dropped. But now, though this Li Gue lacked sufficient power, he had clearly brought a degree of serious malice. All around, everyone bore the brunt. Weaker students were already breathing with difficulty, their faces pale. And Li Yan on the ground felt like he was dying. His eyes bulged out. His heart roared, forget about that Bai Feifei business, isn't anyone looking at me? Can you take care of me first? Wan Qianhong, as a 5th-level cleaner, naturally felt nothing, but she knew the pressure on others was just the periphery. The core target was Bai Feifei. So she quickly stepped forward, cupping her hands, and said, Seniorly, my teacher indeed never issued any order to me to replace. This coal mine is in the East District, an area we've been monitoring for suspicious signs for a long time. We've already set up a temporary camp. Let us contribute to the investigation. Bai Feifei was the first cleaner to join this investigation. She may be a bit rude, but please forgive her. She meant to protect Bai Feifei, but Li Gue paid her no heed, his eyes fixed firmly. Wan Qianhong grew anxious and turned to look at Bai Feifei, only to find her far from overwhelmed. On the contrary, she remained expressionless, even with hands in pockets, starting to tap her foot. Wan Qianhong. She couldn't help but marvel. Could Bai Feifei really endure so much? What tough metal this girl had. Even at such a time she acted as if nothing mattered, refusing to show any sign of remarkable. But in truth Suemo felt utterly indifferent. You're pressuring Bai Feifei. What does that have to do with me, Suemo? And Bai Feifei herself was asleep right now. Pressuring her was meaningless. Baring your teeth at a dreamer. Could that give them a nightmare? So Suemo felt no pressure at all, even a bit amused. If this old bone wanted a staring contest, let him. It was just a game of whose eyes could last longer. And so in the heavy silence it lasted for over 10 seconds. Li Gui kept staring at the unchanged Bai Feifei, as if nothing had happened, and even he began to feel confused. Li Gui, what was wrong with this little girl? No reaction at all. That was rather awkward. Finally he couldn't hold back and rasped, you are Bai Feifei. Suemo raised an eyebrow at his words. It took you this long to figure that out. Humph. Li Gui laughed in anger. Before coming he had never imagined someone would speak to him in such a tone. What a bloodthirsty, insolent brat. To withstand me this long, your talent is not bad. But if you think you can be arrogant on your talent and youthful achievements alone, you don't know the meaning of death. Do you know how many who thought themselves favored sons of heaven have died young, turned to dust, their names carried away by the wind, leaving no trace? Li Gui's voice grew raspier as he spoke, as if his vocal cords had no moisture, sending a shudder through anyone's spine like nails on a chalkboard. As he spoke his eyes emitted a cold, murderous glare, the threat all too clear. Suemo almost laughed. This old man was trying to flaunt his What a joke. You've lived just one life, old man, while I've seen countless world endings. I've always been the one to flaunt seniority. How dare you, an unknown minion, speak? Your words. Aren't the young supposed to be full of spirit? If you don't act wild when young, will you wait until you're buried up to your eyebrows to become an edgewalker and act tough? With these words Li Gui's unusually loose skin visibly trembled, and Wan Qianhong beside Suemo was shocked, her face changing color. If before Bai Feifei had only been rude and defiant, this was like pointing a finger at an edgewalker and cursing him to his face. Bai Feifei, shut up. Wan Qianhong, fearing disaster, reached for Bai Feifei's shoulder. Just then a thunderous voice boomed in the air. Well said. That's the way. Ha 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 ha. If you act like a coward when young, you'll end up an old man flaunting your age. The voice came from the east, its pressure so intense it caused ringing in many ears. Everyone turned to look east. In the pitch-black night, a raging fire blazed suddenly in the east, as if someone was setting the mountain ablaze. The fire lit up the entire sky, and a wave of heat washed over Sumo's position, the overwhelming pressure shaking everywhere. The flames came and went in mere breaths, but after they vanished, a group of people appeared out of nowhere on the open ground. From their attire, they were far inferior to the special task force of the inner city, even looking somewhat ragged. Yet just by standing there, their presence exuded a chilling, murderous aura like a pack of wolves on the wilderness. The leader, 2 meters tall, had a crew cut as sharp as he was bare-chested, revealing solid granite-like muscles, and on his chest was tattooed a massive, ferocious goat. From Sumo's game perspective, he could clearly see the man's level 68. Another edge walker of the fire had been his escape technique. The moment he appeared, Li Gui's face changed drastically, shifting all his attention from Bai Feifei to him. Rangers! Li Gui exclaimed in shock. White Ram. Hongjiu. Oh, you know me. Hongjiu grinned widely, standing on a distant height looking down at Li Gui. I'm famous, so it's only natural you know me. But I don't know you. Who the hell are you, you nobody? That girl is right. You became an edgewalker at this age with no great future ahead. Don't come out here spouting your life lessons. Hongjiu was never one for subtlety. He came with an air of provocation, leaving Li Gui no shred of face and cursing him outright. Of course, from a strength standpoint, he truly had no need to save face, as his level surpassed Li Gui's. Though they lacked the game data Suemo possessed between experts, a single exchange sufficed for an innate perception of who was stronger, and Li Gui's face twisted with rage as he snarled at Hongjiu. This is the territory of Dawn City. How dare you Rangers trespass without permission? According to the Continental Covenant, members of illegal organizations like yours are to be executed by all. Hongjiu, as if hearing a joke, burst into laughter. Executed. Ha ha ha. That so-called covenant and laws of yours are just scribbles on paper. But living in comfort for too long, have you forgotten that power comes from the fist? Now I'm right here. Come and kill me. His voice grew louder with each word, a lion's roar that echoed like a tiger's howl through the mountains. The men behind Hongjiu were silent, as they stepped forward in unison, their gaze fixed on Li Gui like tigers poised. At this, both Wan Qianhong's people and Li Gui's people tensed, each and everyone on edge. The Eastern District members gathered around Wan Qianhong. Yang Shua, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, muttered, "How did the Rangers find us? Damn, this is huge." Wan Qianhong frowned deeply. In comparison, our failure to anticipate the Rangers' arrival is the real problem. According to their operational pattern, if they sense anything they're almost certain to come. But to have a cadre leading them, this is the most dangerous illegal organization. Though called illegal in the setting of primordial revival, aside from the scavengers, virtually all organizations are considered. The Rangers among them boasted the widest reach and the highest level of prowess. They roamed every corner of the continent, ventured into the world's most perilous places, and their goal was to seize all manner of powerful containment objects. Containment objects. Items tainted by the aberrant powers of the old ones. The Rangers seemed to believe that the source of all anomalous energy lay in these objects, so they sought to confiscate them all to restore peace to the world. And beneath the black smoke coal mine, the abnormally powerful energy fluctuations suggested the presence of a high-level containment object. With Rangers nearby sensing such fluctuations, they would inevitably come. I just hope the situation doesn't escalate further. Wan Qianhong muttered with a grim expression. And the leader is actually Aries. If it were Aquarius or Pisces, it might have been better. This man is hot-tempered and bloodthirsty by nature. The more Wan Qianhong thought, the worse his expression became. Just as he was about to warn Bai Feifei to be careful, Aries Hongzhou suddenly turned his gaze sharply. His tiger-like eyes cut through the crowd and locked onto Bai Feifei as he laughed heartily. Little girl, you've got more guts than that old man. Not bad. Su Mo looked at Hongzhou, furrowing his brow. Aries, he knew him, of course. In the game when they had crossed paths before, the other had already reached the prophet level. This time meeting earlier, the other's level hadn't reached that point yet. Now hearing himself called little girl, despite the fact that he was indeed a girl now, Su Mo still felt annoyed and shot back, who are you calling little girl? Did you eat shit before you left your house? Wan Qianhong and the others were dumbfounded, staring at Bai Feifei in bewilderment. Sis, are you a psycho? Why do you curse at everyone? Could you show some sense of place? Meanwhile, Li Gui, listening to Bai Feifei's curses, inexplicably felt she had insulted him earlier and he was nettled, but if she was like this with everyone, well, he could just chalk it up to her low class. In the distance, Hongzhou raised an eyebrow with interest, looking at Bai Feifei. Oh, how is calling you little girl, and aren't you? Should I call you bro? Call me daddy and I won't stop you. Su Mo blurted out. Hongzhou frowned, pondered for a moment, but instead of turning hostile, he smiled. Alright, you've got a fiery spirit. Your bone age suggests you're under 20, yet you have that combat instinct at such a young age, and your temper suits my taste. How about it? Want to join the Rangers and be my brother? Not only did he not turn hostile, but he even earnestly addressed Bai Feifei, a girl, as brother. Everyone was stunned. No one expected the leader of the Rangers to extend an olive branch at such a moment. Wan Qianhong was taken aback, then his heart tightened. He watched Bai Feifei nervously. With her personality, she did seem somewhat suited for the Rangers. It couldn't be. At that moment, Aries Hongzhou seemed genuinely intent on recruiting her, continuing earnestly to Bai Feifei. Look at the people around you. Full of righteous talk but rotten to the core. A bunch of good for nothings raised in ivory towers. Don't you feel miserable being with them? Come join us, enter a world of truth and freedom, and fight for a truly great ideal and cause. As he spoke, he even extended his hand toward Bai Feifei. Su Mo was startled. He hadn't expected that setting up a not-obebelide persona for Bai Feifei today would catch Aries' attention and spark his recruitment. Su Mo knew Aries well. Hot-tempered, respectful of the strong, but not very clear-headed, as if he could only handle fighting. A slight smile curled at the corner of Su Mo's mouth. On a sudden whim, he thought he could exploit this. He composed his expression and said, hey, you say the people around me are all good for nothings. Then what exactly is the so-called great ideal and cause of your organization? Aries' eyes flashed with a hint of fervor, as he declared proudly, the Rangers are knights wandering this world, guardians of the... We contain all things tainted by the power of the old ones to prevent the restless energy of the evil gods from spilling forth and restore a clear and bright world. Ha! Su Mo let out a cold laugh, shook his head, then lifted his chin with arrogance. Your vision is... Your organization's ideal compared to mine is like a firefly's glow against the full moon. Aries, Ranger, Wan Qianhong? Everyone was stunned. Wan Qianhong and the others could never have dreamed that Bai Feifei would utter such words. Wan Qianhong's mouth hung half open, her mind momentarily blank, as if a part of her memory had been erased. You have an organization? Since when? Didn't you just take the cleaner test? Meanwhile, Baiyang Hongzhou frowned without much doubt, and asked, Bai Feifei? Your organization? What is your organization? Wait, no matter what, comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Isn't that too arrogant? Then what is your ultimate ideal? And you say we have a narrow vision. What is your vision, then? Speak. Su Mo knew at a glance that Hongzhou had taken the bait. Immediately his eyes revealed 7 parts arrogance and 3 parts disdain as he continued to bluff. If an ordinary person asked me, I naturally wouldn't tell. However, the Rangers have some integrity. Since you are so eager to learn, I can tell you. The name of our organization is the Masked Phantom Society. Suemo swore that these 5 words were made up by him in less than a minute. He didn't even know what they meant. He just thought it sounded cool with a Lovecraftian vibe. But Byung Hongjo did not seem to think so. He muttered a few words under his breath as if chewing over the name. Masked Phantom Society. Never heard of it. Then what is your philosophy? You haven't heard of it because your level is insufficient, not because of our problem. Suemo maintained his high-class attitude with a strong sense of conviction. Have you heard of the Elder Evil God? Hongjo frowned and replied, of course I have. They are legendary, a level above apocalyptic aberrations, possessing unimaginable power. So your organization is also one of those cults that worships a so-called evil god. Humph, foolish. Sumo's voice became even more disdainful. That's why I say your vision is narrow. Your thinking can only go this far. The Masked Phantom Society has only one goal: to collect and contain the corpses of the elder evil gods. After hearing this, Hongjo was first stunned, then his face changed drastically, and he shouted sternly, impossible. How is it impossible? Suemo interrupted directly. Do you think the elder evil gods are just legends? After all, Byung Hongjo was a ranger. He would not think the elder evil gods were mere legends. They must have been indescribable entities that once... However, the other parties claim the elder evil gods are real. Suemo said with absolute certainty, and as long as they have existed, they leave traces. Whether they are sleeping or dead, the Masked Phantom Society will find them, contain their corpses, limbs, and souls. One day when we have imprisoned all the elder evil gods, this world will return to its proper state. Isn't that so? Byung Hongjo clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. He was not good at hiding his emotions. Everything was written on his face. At this moment he gritted his teeth, listening to, by Feifei's words, his heart surging like a stormy sea. How contain evil gods? This is no longer just arrogance, it's pure insanity. But if this... then this organization really has the right to say the Rangers' vision is too narrow. For a moment Hongjo didn't know what to say. He had not doubted that Bai Feifei was bluffing, but who would dare to talk nonsense about such a thing? The power of the elder evil gods is incomprehensible to ordinary people. Saying such words, aren't you afraid of backlash? At that moment the earth began to shake again, and everyone's gaze turned to the mining area. The earthquake had started since the first underground upheaval some time ago. Such earthquakes occurred every so often. No one knew what the anomaly underground was or what pattern it followed. Seeing the earthquake coming again, Hongjo looked solemnly into the distance, then said to Bai Feifei, "You this? Your brother is somewhat interesting. Masked Phantom Society, I'll remember it. I have important matters to attend to, so I won't stay longer. Let's meet again another time and discuss the rest." After saying that, he nodded to Bai Feifei, completely ignoring Li Gui, and turned around to leave with his men. The Rangers went to the other side of the mountain and set up a temporary camp. The uninvited guests left just like that, and the oppressive feeling brought by Baiyang gradually faded. Everyone present almost imperceptibly focused their gaze on Bai Feifei. Whether it was the East District or the Special Action Team, many people's eyes were quite complex. Originally they had prepared for a direct conflict with the Rangers. Unexpectedly, this outspoken girl scolded Baiyang, but instead of angering him, she also told a huge lie, stunning everyone. The topic was tacitly avoided by all because just thinking about it felt like a danger of losing one's sanity. Let it be. Li Gui's hoarse voice broke the silence. He turned to Wu Jini and said, "Assemble the team, set up camp." After all that had happened, he couldn't be bothered to argue with Wan Qianhong and Bai Feifei anymore. The Special Action Team collectively retreated and found another place to set up their temporary camp. When both groups had disappeared from sight, Wan Qianhong suddenly realized something seemed off. Bai Feifei had attracted all the fire and attention, causing the demand for her to lead the team back to the inner city to just fizzle out. Just like that, it was brushed aside lightly, and no one brought it up again. Ah! Suemo yawned and waved his hand. "All right, things are settled. It's late. I'll go to sleep if there's nothing else." "Wait!" Wan Qianhong instinctively called out to her. Are you really a member of that Masked Phantom Society?" Sumo's mouth twitched as he looked at Wan Qianhong as if she were a fool. "That sheep has a bad brain. Are you stupid too? In this world, identities are what you make them." After saying that, she strode toward her room under the gaze of all the East District people, opened the door and went in. But this time the gazes of the crowd held less scrutiny of a sinner and more of an inexplicable admiration. A night of silence. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell on by Feifei's face. Her beautiful eyelashes fluttered, and she let out a soft moan as she woke up. Sitting up in bed by Feifei felt a bit dazed, as if she had had a very long dream. At that moment, a familiar voice of an Ultimer in her mind awakened her consciousness. "You're awake. Hee, I picked up a big job for you last night." Bai Feifei blinked in confusion, instinctively asking Suemo in her mind, "How long have I been asleep?" Suemo replied, "About a dozen hours. You slept quite comfortably, huh? But your SAN value is fully restored now." For player-controlled characters, sleeping restores SAN, which is one of the special abilities Suemo granted by Feifei. Bai Feifei didn't understand this. She simply accepted whatever the evil god said. Indeed, she felt her mental state had improved considerably. The whispers, wails, and negative emotions that had echoed in her ears yesterday had vanished completely. Then, recalling what Suemo had said, she asked, "What did you just say? What kind of job did you take for me yesterday?" Suemo briefly explained Wan Shenhong is leading a team down into the mine to investigate anomalies, and she wants you to go with her. "I agreed for you. Given your current strength, this coal mine dungeon's difficulty is something you shouldn't be tackling yet. But since you're here, you might as well give it a try. There's a chance of finding some pretty good stuff down there, besides the composition of this team. It's quite interesting." "Alright, I understand." Bai Feifei nodded decisively without asking about the specific dangers. In her view, this was only natural, it was part of a scavenger's duty. Instead, she asked with some confusion and tentativeness, "What about my previous conflicts with the scavengers and the accusations? Are they all settled?" "Hey, I've logged in, so nothing's a problem anymore," Suemo said disdainfully. "Besides, your personality is too soft, which makes me unhappy when certain plots unfold. So I've set up a persona for you. Once you go out and wander around, few people should dare to mess with you. If there are still those who don't see the light, if you can beat them, just beat them. If you can't, just curse them." "Huh?" Bai Feifei was stunned, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Also, Sumo's voice suddenly carried a hint of mischief as he said teasingly, "Wan Shenhong probably likes you quite a bit now. You can get closer to her. I support you." Oh, Bai Feifei. She didn't quite understand the sudden change in Sumo's tone, but simply replied, "Oh, okay. Senior Wan has always been kind to me. She's a good After saying that, she got up quickly, washed up, pushed open the door, and walked into the temporary camp. She had slept for too long and had no idea what was happening now, so she decided to go out and take a look. As soon as she stepped out, she saw scavengers moving about the camp. A few noticed Bai Feifei opening the door, paused, and then proactively nodded to her. Bai Feifei suddenly felt a shadow fall over her. A massive figure blocked the sunlight overhead. Yang Shua happened to be nearby. Wan Shenhong had instructed him to keep an eye on Bai Feifei to prevent any trouble, so he had been paying close attention to this. "Miss Bai," Yang Shua said, forcing a gentle smile as he addressed her proactively. Bai Feifei was startled, not understanding why this big guy, who followed Wan Shenhong, had suddenly become so polite to her. She quickly replied, "Oh, hello." However, as soon as she said that, Yang Shua stepped back, his expression even looking flattered. "Ah, you're too kind. I had many misunderstandings about you before. Sorry about that." "Ah, it's okay." Bai Feifei laughed awkwardly. She didn't really understand what he was apologizing for. Yang Shua seemed to remember something and pointed in a direction, saying, "By the way, are you coming out now to eat? Over there is our public cafeteria. Show your badge and you can get a meal directly. It's all free." Bai Feifei looked in the direction he pointed. Indeed, there were quite a few people gathered there. She nodded at Yang Shua and said, "Okay, thank you." Then she turned and walked toward the open-air cafeteria. Behind her, Yang Shua was frozen for several seconds because of her words. She actually said thank you. After being puzzled for a few seconds, Yang Shua rubbed his bald head, then flipped his hand and pulled out a walkie-talkie to report to Wan Shenhong. "Hey boss, yeah, she's out." "Is her mood normal?" "Hiss, what counts as normal? I feel like it's very abnormal." "Killing?" "Oh no, that didn't happen. No conflicts, she was quite friendly." Okay, I'll try to follow her and ensure her safety." Yang Shua hung up and followed Bai Feifei from behind like a secret bodyguard. Bai Feifei arrived at the open-air cafeteria feeling a bit hungry. She grabbed a disposable meal box and started queuing. Soon she noticed something strange. All the scavengers around seemed to be glancing at her. Was there something on her face? She didn't know them, so why did they seem to know her? Moreover, in the line she was standing and many people inexplicably stepped aside, quickly moving her to the front. No, this was completely wrong. 9 parts out of 10. "What exactly did you do with my body yesterday?" Bai Feifei, carrying a generous meal, went to the simple seating area and asked Suemo in her mind. Suemo didn't answer, but instead said with some surprise, "Oh ho, this guy can already get out of bed. He recovered pretty fast. Bai Feifei looked up sensing something and saw a young man nearby with a twisted expression glaring at her angrily. Lian. But Bai Feifei didn't recognize him. After a few seconds of eye contact, she awkwardly said, "Who are you?" Lian was furious. "Who am I?" She actually asked who I am. Is this an insult? The crime of stabbing my brother. An irreconcilable enmity. But he dared not act out. After glaring fiercely at Bai Feifei, he limped away. Bai Feifei. She felt she was missing a lot of important information. Just then a girl's voice reached her ears. "Humph, he's always swaggering around like he's invincible." Bai Feifei looked toward the voice, and saw a pink-haired girl sitting nearby looking disdainfully at Lian's retreating figure. Noticing Bai Feifei's gaze, the girl looked back with a hint of caution but still smiled and said, "Anyway, I support you. You should have beaten him up yesterday." The pink-haired girl spoke while shaking her fist in frustration, as if venting her anger. Bai Feifei listened to her words, blinked, and asked Suemo in her mind, "Did you beat that person just now?" "I played around a bit. That level doesn't count as a beating." Suemo chuckled. "I just wonder if he's now a brother or a sister." Bai Feifei couldn't help but cover her face. She knew something must have gone wrong. However, it was unbelievable that the man had survived Sumo's hands. Raising her head, Bai Feifei looked at the pink-haired girl beside her, and suddenly realized she might be able to get some information from her. So she spoke, "Do you know me?" Seeing Bai Feifei willing to initiate a conversation, the pink-haired girl immediately opened up and praised, "Of course. Who doesn't know Bai Feifei's reputation? The two camps around here, the scavengers in the inner and outer cities. How could anyone not know you?" Bai Feifei's lips twitched involuntarily. "Really? Is it that exaggerated?" "It can't be." "Of course it is." The pink-haired girl's eyes even sparkled as she looked at Bai Feifei like a rebellious teenager seeing her idol. "Yesterday you were absolutely awesome. From the very beginning you didn't show any respect to Captain Wu Jini. That arrogant tone of yours. I remembered you." "Who was Captain Wu Jini?" Bai Feifei wondered silently, but she didn't say anything. Just listened quietly. "Later, when Wu Jini sent that arrogant Lian, you took him down with one/haha. I wonder if he can still use his lower parts. I've been pretty ruthless too. Then when the Edgewalker showed up, you even dared to curse him out. I was stunned. And it wasn't just the one from the city. You even cursed at the Edgewalker from the Rangers." "I cursed at two? That's too much." "In the end, not only did nothing happen to you, but you silenced them with a few words, and even the Rangers backed off. What a mess." After listening to the pink-haired girl's flattery, Bai Feifei nearly broke down. Her brows twitched wildly as she slammed both hands on the table. The pink-haired girl, thinking she had said something wrong, instantly stiffened and sat up straighter. "Did I say something? I'm sorry. No, I just suddenly felt dizzy." Bai Feifei supported herself on the table. For a moment she felt the world spinning. Was this what the evil god meant by establishing a persona that no one dared to bully? Recalling the looks of the people she had met today and thinking about the many big shots she had unintentionally offended, some of whom she hadn't even seen, she felt her life was exceptionally bleak. After a long pause to reluctantly accept the reality, Bai Feifei sighed and raised her head. She dared not imagine what kind of external image she had now, but she decided to put that aside for the moment. Ever since the evil god's whisper appeared in her mind, the upheaval in her life would not stop. While she still had some strength, she should focus on what she could contribute right now. With that thought, she looked up at the pink-haired girl in front of her and asked, "Let's not dwell on the past. What's your name?" "Me, Yu. I was sent out from the academy for an internship. I never expected to run into something like this on my first time out." Bai Feifei nodded and asked, "All right, Yu, are we stationed here waiting for something? Why aren't we entering the coal mine?" "Oh, the higher-ups seem to be calculating the cycle." Yu answered frankly without any guard. "Cycle?" Bai Feifei asked in confusion. "The abnormal unrest beneath the coal mine hasn't stopped. The earthquake erupts every few hours. Our action team plans to wait for about a full day to roughly figure out the earthquake's frequency before entering quickly. As for what your East District people think, I'm not sure, but I guess it's probably the same reason." Bai Feifei nodded, then suddenly caught something odd. She looked at Yu and asked, "What do you mean? Aren't the East District and your group acting together? We're all scavengers here to investigate, so why are we separated?" Yu was taken aback, as if she hadn't expected such a question. She looked at Bai Feifei with a strange expression. "You don't know? Well, the relationship between us might not be that." "Yu." A shout came from afar, interrupting their conversation. "Didn't I tell you not to get close to dangerous people?" It was Wu Jini. He stood with arms crossed, his face dark as he glared at Bai Feifei. Yu gave Bai Feifei a meaningful look, said nothing, and walked behind Wu Jini. Wu Genie stared at Bai Feifei, barely suppressing the rage and killing intent in his eyes. This woman had made him lose face completely. He snorted coldly. When you go down the mine, watch out. You might die inside. Bai Feifei looked at him with wide eyes, still holding a spoon in her hand, and asked what she felt was a very important question at that moment. Who are you? She genuinely didn't know who Wu Genie was, and she wasn't even sure if his words were meant as concern. But those two words instantly shattered Wu Genie's psychological defenses. His face twitched violently, and he finally turned and walked away in fury. Su Mo was already laughing in Bai Feifei's mind. Haha, good response. Those two words seem more damaging than cursing his mother dead. Not bad. I approve of your aggressiveness. Keep it up. Bai Feifei. The afternoon passed quickly. Bai Feifei, unlike Su Mo, naturally didn't cause any trouble during this time. But as darkness fell, the people from both camps began to converge toward the mine. A full day and night to observe the cycle pattern. The underground unrest had occurred yesterday afternoon, so the time was about right. Now the earth began to shake again. According to previous estimates, after this earthquake passed, they would have about 3 to 4 hours of calm. The scavengers of the East District followed behind Wan Qianhong, their expressions solemn like generals about to step onto the battle. Wan Qianhong meanwhile looked at Bai Feifei with a complicated gaze. This time it might be very dangerous, especially for you. For you, the danger of this operation might not just be the anomalies within the mine and the threat of aberrations. Wan Qianhong chose her words carefully, casting a few subtle glances toward the inner city task force as she spoke. The situation here is complicated. You've only just become a scavenger, and speaking up yesterday was already enough. Why don't you stay outside? I can leave someone to protect you. Bai Feifei looked at Wan Qianhong and shook her head earnestly. No need, Senior Wan. This is a scavenger's duty. How could I retreat at the critical? Besides, considering the evil god within her, following along might actually allow her to protect others. Wan Qianhong studied Bai Feifei, nodded, and did not press further. Yang Shua had reported earlier that day that Bai Feifei seemed much gentler than yesterday, and indeed she appeared to be so now. No need to overpersuade lest she turn hostile. Everyone. Wan Qianhong turned to face the scavengers. Except for Bai Feifei, you are all level 3 or above, so I won't repeat the combat discipline. Remember our objective: investigate the anomalies and sins beneath the coal mine, and eliminate any possible aberrations. Gather intelligence, do not get bogged down in battle, but never allow the disaster to escalate on our account. Understood. All the scavengers nodded and replied in unison, understood. Understood. Bai Feifei also echoed, but this time Sumo's impatient voice rang in her mind. Understand my ass. This woman is stubborn. She may seem mature, but she might die in a daze. You don't need to understand what she says. Just listen to me. Got it? Bai Feifei asked in her mind. Then, what do you mean? Once we go down, remember one basic rule. Kill any monster, grab any good stuff, and flee from any danger. Also, sometimes you must follow my commands. You rookies have no clue what you're doing. Oh, Bai Feifei responded, thinking to herself that he seemed to have been there many times. She could only chalk it up to her inability to comprehend the power of an evil god. The earthquake gradually subsided. Wan Qianhong's expression turned serious as she gestured, and the Eastern District team began to advance slowly. On the other side, Wu Genie's inner city task force also moved. The black coal mine was vast, with numerous mine entrances, no fewer than 10 along the side of the mountain alone. But after a day and night of earthquakes, many tunnels had collapsed. The two teams advanced in silence, yet they were clearly not the only ones near the mine. The darkening sky suddenly lit up with flames. A fireball streaked across the sky. Bai Yang Hongjia's bold voice echoed from above. Haha, if you're this slow, you might as well go back. The rangers can handle this. Young friend, I'll go in first. See you if fate allows. The scavengers around Wan Qianhong all turned their gazes toward Bai Feifei in the middle. Only then did she realize that the term young friend was directed at her. Me. In the sky, the fireball crashed into the mine like a missile. The entrance Bai Yang had chosen was already collapsed. But it didn't matter. With his method of entry, even a good tunnel would end up collapsed. Boom! With a deafening roar, black smoke billowed from where Hongjiu had struck, and the mountain trembled as if another quake had hit. The rangers entered first. On the other side, Li Gui's expression suddenly changed, and he turned sharply to look at Wan Qianhong. In a hoarse voice, he said, Xiao Wan, it's not too late to retreat now. This isn't something you should get involved in. Farewell. With that, his sunken eyes swept over Bai Feifei before his body vanished from the spot. A mound of earth wriggled on the ground. Clearly this level 61 edgewalker had used his burrowing technique to— Wu Genie reacted quickly, shouting to the special task force behind him. Academy personnel, stay outside. The rest disperse and enter quickly. With that, a team of well-equipped inner-city scavengers rushed into one of the mine entrances. Wan Qianhong's expression shifted, and she immediately ordered, "The third bureau team will stand by for support. The rest follow me now." Then her team charged forward as well. The two groups surged like two currents racing toward the mine, as if in a bizarre competition. But at that moment Sumo's cold voice echoed in by Feifei's mind. "Wait, don't go in yet. Let them act as the mine detectors." Hearing his voice, by Feifei broke out in a cold sweat. She slammed on the brakes and rushed to block Wan Qianhong. "No, wait, hold on." The Eastern District scavengers all halted in confusion. Thanks to the reputation Suemo had built while controlling by Feifei, no one dared to ignore her words. They looked at her with bewilderment. "What's wrong? What mine detectors? What's happening?" Bai Feifei asked Suemo in her mind. But Suemo did not reply. Instead, he began a sinister countdown. 5, 4. Wan Qianhong looked at Bai Feifei anxiously. "What's the matter? Their people are already going in. We can't delay." The situation beneath the mine was complex. The sins hidden within were surely linked to certain factions in the inner city. And in that temporary task force from the inner city there might be people with ulterior motives who wanted to destroy the evidence. That was hard to say. Neither side had spoken openly, but many things were tacitly understood. So Wan Qianhong was in a hurry. Yet Bai Feifei was equally at a loss, unable to explain. She could only whisper, counting along with Suemo. 3, 2, 1. Everyone held their breath listening as Bai Feifei finished the count. Their hearts seemed to skip a beat, alert and tense. Then, nothing happened. "Ga?" Sumo's voice rang out with a mischievous note. "Did I misremember the time? Or did it not happen?" Bai Feifei, she couldn't take it anymore. And the people around her, especially Wan Qianhong, were even more frustrated. Seeing Wu Jingyi's group disappear into the mine entrance, they gritted their teeth and prepared to move. Just then, rumbling. The earth shook violently. The earthquake that had only stopped a few minutes earlier erupted. "Aha! I knew it!" Sumo's voice echoed in Bai Feifei's mind, as if he were a cynical gambler who had correctly guessed the dice roll. "That show-off didn't land well. I counted a bit too fast. Next time he'll have another chance." The earth split open, mountains crumbled, and massive boulders cascaded down the slopes like a rain of meteorites. All present were seasoned scavengers well accustomed to such harm, yet even they felt the tremors with an extraordinary intensity. This earthquake was far more severe than any before. Moreover, the cycle had been calculated every 3 to 4 hours. So why did a new quake erupt so soon after the last one ended? Some of the mine tunnels previously entered by the Special Action Team were now amidst this unprecedented upheaval. Wan Qianhong and the others spun around, staring at Bai Feifei in utter disbelief. How did she know? The anomalous activity beneath this coal mine was so bizarre that no one in Shuguang City dared to draw conclusions yet. She had precisely predicted this sudden event. She had even counted down 3 seconds, as if she were orchestrating everything. Everyone was stunned, standing still, and watching Bai Feifei, unsure of what to do or say. Yet, at that moment, Bai Feifei's astonishment was no less than theirs. The golden cognitive filter within her trembled incessantly, and her SAN value began to plummet. Some of the mine entrances where the inner city action team had entered collapsed directly under the powerful quake, and faint screams of those trapped within echoed from inside. Under the dim sky, those indistinct sounds resembled the murmurs of ghosts. Feeling the earth shake violently before her, Bai Feifei asked Suemo with difficulty, "You knew all along?" "Not certain, just a kind of experience," Suemo replied coolly. Sensing Bai Feifei's emotions, Suemo continued in a cold tone. "Most of these people from the inner city harbor ill intentions. Dying early might be convenient for them. Put away your naive desire to save everyone. If sacrifices must be made, let those who do not stand by your side be the ones to fall." The voice of the evil god was not harsh, but its indifference sent a chill crawling up Bai Feifei's neck. "I told you, if you want more of those who deserve to live to survive, you must listen to me today. All right, let's go in." Wan Qianhong, standing beside Bai Feifei, spoke with a complex expression now. "What should we do?" With matters already at this point, there was no time to question Bai Feifei further. The group even began instinctively asking this young girl for advice. "Let's move." The tremors gradually subsided, and the East District team stirred once more, advancing swiftly toward the mine entrance that had not yet collapsed. But this time it seemed as if an additional leader had quietly emerged. On the other side, the remaining inner-city personnel were paralyzed with fear. No one had anticipated such a drastic turn of events from the very start. Many were still students, utterly unprepared for what they witnessed. They saw the team leader enter only moments before someone was buried alive, their fate unknown. Amidst the flock of terrified quails, one pink-haired girl's eyes sparkled as she stared unblinkingly at Wan Qianhong's group. This was Yi Yu, Dodging falling debris, she felt her heart race, her hands tremble, and adrenaline surge. It was not fear but an inexplicable exhilaration. Her gaze never left Bai Feifei's face. She clearly saw Bai Feifei stop their own people, and seconds later the terrifying earthquake erupted. This only intensified the aura of mystery that Bai Feifei already held in her eyes, adding a layer of thrilling allure. Life in the inner city was safe, stable, and routine, utterly boring to her. But in Bai Feifei she sensed a completely opposite thrill. Clenching and unclenching her fists repeatedly, she finally made up her mind. She dashed forward and followed the East District scavengers into the mining area. Hey, Yi, come back. Students are forbidden from underground operations. The leader left behind in the inner city action team didn't notice until it was too late to stop her. His heart sank. What he dreaded most was these young masters and ladies from the inner city ignoring orders and running off, but he never expected that Yi, who had been well-behaved before, would now, with danger so apparent, seek death by going in. Yi, of course, ignored the command, following the East District scavengers as they rushed into the unknown coal mine. The tunnel was pitch black. The original lighting had been mostly destroyed after a day and night of relentless shaking. The ground was no longer smooth, jagged rocks protruded everywhere. On the walls, rebar jutted out due to stress deformation. The earthquake had not yet fully ceased. Fragments of rock continued to fall onto the already broken path. Fearing a secondary collapse, Wan Qianhong and the others did not pause. They rushed through the corridor without stopping until they reached a relatively flat and open click. Several members of the East District team pulled out portable searchlights illuminating the cavernous space that resembled a karst cave. The entire vast underground mining area was a maze of interconnecting tunnels. Some had collapsed, others were impossible to tell if they led anywhere. The group felt like they were trapped inside a squeezed beehive. Damn it all to hell. Yang Shua couldn't help cursing. What kind of hellhole is this? How was it built? Is this even a coal mine? Would they build this just for digging and transporting coal? Let's ignore that for now and take a head count, Wan Qianhong said with a frown. The action team had split into many squads, each entering different tunnel entrances. But the East District had fewer people, and after witnessing the sudden earthquake, it was certain that the action team had suffered casualties. To avoid unnecessary losses, Wan Qianhong decided to concentrate their forces and enter a tunnel entrance that still appeared relatively solid. After the headcount, Yang Shua and the others were astonished to find that there was an extra person. Their eyes darted around, finally settling on a pink-haired girl who was panting heavily. District Chief Wan, please let me join. I can help too. Yi spoke up proactively, while the corner of her eye kept darting toward Bai Feifei. TSK. Your luck with women is really something absolutely incredible. Suemo remarked in Bai Feifei's mind. Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei let out a faint sigh as she listened to the cynical offhand remarks echoing in her mind. What do you mean I'm When Yi developed this admiration for me, it was clearly you who were controlling my body. If that's the case, then the situation is dire. Bai Feifei gazed at Yi, her eyes even tinged with pity and concern. If the other truly came for her, it would be a death sentence. When I saw this girl during the day, I didn't think she was such an impulsive person. Wan Qianhong scrutinized Yi, and upon seeing her expression, involuntarily furrowed her brow. You came with the Eastern District Action Team, right? You still look like a student. Wu Jini would never dare let you participate in this kind of operation. Leave here. Yi quickly replied, Senior Wan, my physique is stronger than Li Yan's yesterday. I'm almost a level 3 scavenger, just lacking in ability. Before she could finish, Wan Qianhong interrupted, you should say this to Wu Jini, not to me. Yi paused crestfallen and glanced back, murmuring the Academy's practical requirements state that we must participate in normal scavenger field assignments. But every time we go out, we're just observers doing irrelevant tasks, like gilding ourselves with the lives of other scavengers on their... I don't want to keep doing this. Besides, there are clearly very young people here too. Hearing this, Wan Qianhong's expression visibly softened, and Yang Shua and the others also looked over. They had initially considered having an inner-city person troublesome, but Yi's words made them much more amiable. Bai Feifei stood quietly on the sidelines, observing the situation unfold, when Sumo's voice suddenly echoed in her mind, monsters here already. This should still be the periphery. How did they find us? Bai Feifei was startled. She had become acutely sensitive to warnings from the evil god, and almost blurted out, everyone be careful. Wan Qianhong and the others simultaneously looked up. From the myriad intersecting passages around them, a faint red glow was emanating. The searchlights in the hands of the surrounding scavengers instantly swept over, and then they witnessed a scene that made their hearts tremble with fear. In this dark space, they were no longer alone. There were people standing everywhere, or rather a mass of inhuman rotting flesh. It was a large number of corpses, their skin and flesh barely remaining, flesh and blood maimed with only a few tendons still connected. The brownish, even blackening flesh reeked of decay. To encounter such a scene reminiscent of a horror film in the dark underground mine, Yi Yu's face instantly turned pale. Holy shit! Seeing the sheer number, Yang Shua was instinctively stunned. Most of these were Type 1 aberrations, insignificant to the level 3 and above scavengers. But the problem was that every aberration meant a corpse buried beneath this coal mine. Without even delving into how these corpses had mutated, the hidden evil beneath the coal mine exceeded even Wan Qianhong's and the others' estimates. Prepare for battle. Protect your teammates and try not to get injured. At Wan Qianhong's command, all the scavengers swiftly drew their weapons. Yi Yu was no exception. Her weapon was a whip made of iron rings. Roar! The desiccated, rotted vocal cords of the aberrated corpses let out an ear-piercing, terrifying shriek as they charged at the group. Do you know what you should be doing now? Suemo asked in her mind. Kill the aberrations. Bai Feifei replied, pulling a long sword from her storage space. Of course not. Your goal now is to steal kills. Suemo said, exasperated. Killing on your own would only net so many. When Suemo played alone before, he usually ended up alienating everyone early and went solo. But this time was different. Unexpectedly, 3 teams had descended into the dungeon together, giving Suemo a sense of many possibilities. Remember, you don't have to deal damage, but you must steal the kills. You can level up by killing monsters. These people get nothing from taking heads. Watch closely, and when someone's about to kill a monster, finish it off. Bai Feifei was momentarily stunned. Just then, a grotesque corpse with a gaping mouth charged at her. She swung her sword and lopped off its head. Feeling the faint, intangible energy enter her body, seemingly increasing her strength by a fraction, she quickly replied, oh. Realizing that strength was the key to better confronting anomalies, she now took leveling up quite seriously. Then she swiftly scanned the battlefield, observing the other scavengers' fights. Yi Yu was right beside her, swinging her iron whip wildly. Her physique was indeed impressive. One whip stroke could snap an aberration's bones and tendons. But her combat experience was lacking, and she couldn't finish them off quickly. At that moment, her whip was wrapped around one aberration which refused to die, while another was closing in. She genuinely didn't understand how to make a corpse die. Just as she gritted her teeth, ready to fight desperately, Bai Feifei flashed to her side, and with a swift, clean stroke dispatched both corpses. The killing machine metal's weakness display was most convenient in this situation. Seeing Bai Feifei willing to help, Yi Yu's eyes sparkled. She was about to thank her when Bai Feifei turned into a gust of wind and rushed elsewhere. She followed Sumo's advice. Instead of dealing damage, focus on stealing kills. Whenever an aberration was about to be slain, she would dart in and deliver Her efficient combat quickly drew everyone's attention. She was like a ghost on the battlefield. At first, Yang Shua and the others were impressed by the girl's fighting prowess, not only handling herself effortlessly, but also constantly aiding her teammates. This was a stark contrast to her earlier unbridled cursing of the fringe dwellers. It seemed District Chief Wan was right. This girl was indeed a merciless hand, compassionate heart kind of person. For a time, the Eastern District members, having received help, repeatedly expressed their thanks. But soon they noticed something odd. This girl seemed helpful to an excessive degree. How was it that sometimes, even when the aberration's head was almost severed, she would still rush over in a flurry and smash its skull with her sword? Especially for powerful high-level scavengers like Yang Shua, these aberrations were no match for them. So they repeatedly thanked Bai Feifei for her righteous intervention, and expressed that they didn't need help. But Bai Feifei wouldn't listen. For an act that harmed no one while enhancing her own strength, Bai Feifei was already highly proactive, even without Sumo's advice. Thus everyone watched as she busily darted through the crowd like a firefighter slaying aberrations. Sometimes, even when a scavenger from the Eastern District was about to finish off the corpse in front of them, she would charge over, deflect others' swords, and land the final blow herself, as if she had an obsession with killing. Gradually everyone understood her peculiarity, and exchanged awkward glances, waiting for her to deliver the final. Even Wan Qianhong, seeing her like this, refrained from using her word spirit to detonate the aberrations. Until the last aberration fell. Bai Feifei, who had been charging and killing at high intensity, leaned on her long sword still embedded in the corpse's chest, slightly panting. The experience points these aberrations could provide were already somewhat insufficient for Bai Feifei, who was now at level 29. But small gains add up. Having taken all the kills, Bai Feifei could clearly feel strands of energy growing within her body. Then, as if some barrier had been breached, giving her a refreshing sensation of stepping into the next stage, Bai Feifei closed her eyes and let out a long breath. Am I leveling up again? Suemo watched Bai Feifei's character panel, noting the changes after this wave of mobs. Character level 2930. Well, not bad. Level 30 now. You've officially reached the level of a level 3 scavenger. Remember, you'll need to do the same for the more formidable things in this mine later. At level 30, It's time to figure out how to get a word spirit to play with. I wonder if there's an opportunity in this mine. Suemo continued muttering to himself, but Bai Feifei didn't pay attention. She was somewhat dazed. Was she now already at the strength of a level 3 scavenger? Truly a rocket-like ascent speed. When Bai Feifei opened her eyes again, she discovered that everyone led by Wan Qianhong was not doing anything else but staring at her with strange expressions. It wasn't surprising, or in their eyes, Bai Feifei's frantic determination to personally kill aberrations followed by a look of bliss was really too twisted. Wan Qianhong, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, spoke. Bai Feifei, do you have some kind of special OCD in terms of psychology? Bai Feifei fell silent. She knew that her current bizarre behavior, coupled with the evil god occasionally controlling her to do outrageous things, would eventually arouse suspicion. By comparison, being suspected of having a mental problem might be a good thing. So she thought for a moment and directly admitted, "My mental state, due to some reasons, is indeed unstable at times. Please forgive me." Wan Qianhong suddenly understood. That explained it. Previously she had felt that Bai Feifei's temperament could no longer be described simply as strange. That sudden shift in demeanor, without any warning, was simply capricious, like a mad woman. If it was some kind of mental illness, it made sense. For a moment, a glimmer of understanding and sympathy flashed in Wan Qianhong's eyes. Indeed, behind those seemingly prodigious talents, there must be their own difficult stories. Bai Feifei, prolonged contact with aberrations and anomalies can lead to mental issues. That's normal. There are relevant psychological clinics in the inner city. If you have time, you can receive counseling. Yang Shuiyu and others nodded, repeatedly chiming in. Yes, you must never hide your illness and avoid treatment. Seeing everyone looking at her, as if she were a patient, Bai Feifei's mouth twitched slightly, but she said nothing. Were these people thinking too much? After this sudden skirmish, Wan Qianhong tacitly allowed Yi Yes' presence, letting her follow the operation, but at her own. Mainly the shocking scene before them left no room for further delay. The scavengers from the Eastern District were now drawing blood from the corpses on the ground to preserve possible identification information. These should be the former miners here, judging by the decay of the bones and flesh, roughly 30 years old. There are sharp instrument wounds on the bodies and some puncture marks on the bones. It doesn't look like a normal mining act. Listening to the subordinate's report, Wan Qianhong was silent. She knew that this meant these corpses had likely experienced torture and even some human experiments. Combined with what Bai Feifei had said earlier, someone here was researching a potion that transformed humans into aberrations. We've only just entered far from the core. We're too late for this mine. Wan Qianhong sighed self-reproachfully, but there was no time to think too much. They needed to quickly confirm the direction. They were already somewhat late in entering. The inner city task force members who had entered earlier could be doing anything by now. If the crimes in this coal mine were connected to some big shots in the inner city, then there must be people sent by them within the task force to eliminate evidence. They had to race against those people. She looked at Wu Xian beside her. It's up to you. Wu Xian was the deputy of the second stronghold, and Lu Yishou of the second stronghold was one of the protectors behind this coal mine. He was worried that if something was uncovered, he would also bear responsibility, so he volunteered to follow, hoping to gain some credit. Plus his ability was indeed convenient, so Wan Qianhong agreed. Alright, District Chief Wan, please use your ability to stabilize my physical condition, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll just drop dead. Wan Qianhong nodded and placed one hand on Wu Xin's shoulder. Revolutionary's blood, a myriad of colors. Thousands of wind and thunder entered. The two uttered their word spirits simultaneously, and the entire space rippled with abnormal energy fluctuations. Everyone stepped back a few paces, silent, not disturbing them. Meanwhile, Bai Feifei, under Sumo's direction, walked to the edge of the clearing and looked at the various crossroads one by one. Bai Feifei didn't know what he was up to, but since the evil god had her do this, there must be a reason. When they reached a collapsed fork, Suemo suddenly spoke. Stop. This position looks a bit like it. Let's go from here. Well, proceed from this spot. Bai Feifei. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Xian, who was using his word spirit to probe the mining area, suddenly had 2 streams of blood spurt from his nostrils. Cough. Cough. Amidst violent coughing, Wu Xian hastily interrupted his word spirit. If not for Wan Qianhong controlling his blood flow with her own word spirit, the backlash would have turned him into a fountain of blood. This direction might have more aberrations, but I can't guarantee the specifics. Saying so, he weakly raised a hand and pointed to a direction. Bai Feifei looked at that direction and her scalp instantly tingled with dread. It was completely opposite to the divergent path the evil god had instructed her to take. His position doesn't match yours, Bai Feifei murmured inwardly. Suemo replied coldly, follow my lead. Bai Feifei felt awkwardness crawl up her scalp. Gazing at Wu Xian, who was still wiping his nosebleed in the distance, she had no idea how to broach the subject. Why didn't she say something before Wu Xian activated his word spirit? The poor guy was still bleeding. I did it on purpose, Suemo said calmly, as if reading her inner conflict. Ha! Why? Bai Feifei blurted out. No reason. Just do as I say. Bai Feifei, it's fine as long as we have a direction. Wan Qianhong nodded to Wu Xian. Are you all right? Wu Xian waved his hand indicating he was fine. The Eastern District scavengers all rose to their feet invigorated and ready to proceed. Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement, his hands itching to participate in such an operation. Just then Bai Feifei spoke. Wait. She raised her hand pointing at the nearly collapsed path that Suemo had indicated earlier and said, We. Take Wu Xian. Still bleeding from his nose. He looked at Bai Feifei with a head full of question marks and blurted, Why sis? From what I sensed of their physical constitutions, there's not a single abnormal fluctuation in. Wan Qianhong also stopped and looked at Bai Feifei. Is there any reason for choosing that direction? What reason could there be? It was the evil god's command. Bai Feifei didn't dare to directly confront the evil god. But now to accomplish this task, she could only raise her head with a sense of conviction and look earnestly at Wan Qianhong. Please trust me. I have my. Wu Xian was about to retort when he heard Wan Qianhong say, Fine. Well, follow your lead. As the words fell, Yu, who happened to be near Bai Feifei, happily ran over to her side. The other Eastern District members voiced no objections, as if no mental preparation was needed. They naturally walked toward the direction Bai Feifei had indicated. In the eyes of Yang Shuo and the others, Bai Feifei was no longer a sinner but a special operative with some mysterious ability. She had helped them avoid a direct retreat from this mission, miraculously withstood the pressure from Li Gui and Bai Yang Hongju despite being a sinner. Even before entering the mine, she had uncannily predicted the sudden earthquake, indirectly saving some lives. So now, despite Bai Feifei's youth, Yang Shuo and the others had begun to hold a superstitious faith in her decisions. Who was Wu Xian? Irrelevant. Wan Qianhong looked apologetically at Wu Xian and explained, Wu Xian, please understand. Based on past experience, Bai Feifei seems to have a unique understanding of the conditions beneath this mine. Exploration is exploration anywhere. Let's first follow Bai Feifei's direction. Wu Xian. You didn't say that before. He wanted to say more, but just then he saw Bai Feifei looking in his direction. Unbidden, he remembered 2 days ago. She had mercilessly struck down the scavengers of the third outpost, killing countless who dared to fight her. In the end, she had even killed Lu Yishou in front of Wan. If he hadn't been wise enough to back down then, he might have been in danger too. Thinking this, he shuddered and said nothing. Thus, without any vote or discussion, all the Eastern District scavengers followed Bai Feifei onto that rugged path. The smoothness of the process surprised even Bai Feifei herself. So this was the persona the evil god had established. Quite efficient. The journey was arduous. The Eastern District members followed Bai Feifei, advancing through narrow mine shafts. Some sections were completely collapsed. Without Sumo's guidance in her mind, Bai Feifei wouldn't have even known that was a path. The scavengers cleared the way using their powerful physiques to move boulders, tear apart steel bars, and advance with difficulty. After all these years as a scavenger today, I've truly become a road clearer. Yang Shuo let out a bitter laugh, his steel-like muscles straining, as he shifted a steel frame twisted by a huge rock. Wu Xian happened to be nearby. He leaned close to Yang Shuo's ear and whispered, I'm just saying, do we really need to? I think District Chief Wan trusts her too much. I've scouted this area. There's nothing here. These are all collapsed roads, a pure waste of time. We don't have time to waste. Hearing Wu Xin's whisper, Yang Shuo's expression wavered slightly. Just then Wu Xian tripped over something, stumbled, and fell flat on the ground. Whoosh! Several consecutive sounds of breaking wind. Wu Xian felt a lightness as Yang Shuo lifted him and tossed him behind. Clang, clang, clang. The next second, a dozen arrows embedded themselves in the floor exactly where Wu Xian had stood. Had Yang Shuo not saved him, Wu Xian would have been riddled with holes. Damn! A trap in a place like this? Wu Xian was still shaken. Yang Shuo didn't reply. After gently setting Wu Xian down, he fixed his gaze ahead with a grim expression. Not far ahead stood a platform, and on it were 4 scavengers in the uniform of the Inner City Special Action Team. We've arrived. This is the place, Sumo's voice echoed in Bai Feifei's mind at the same moment. Interesting. So it really is man-made, huh? Sumo's voice clearly carried a note of growing interest. He had visited this coal mine many times before, each time searching for an item with an unusually intense energy fluctuation, but had never found it. But this time, coming with Bai Feifei, he stumbled upon something he had never noticed before. What's wrong? Man-made? Bai Feifei asked Suemo in her mind. Don't you want to know the truth beneath this coal mine to find out who is the source of the evil? Suemo chuckled. Now it seems we have some clues. First kill these people, then blow up this ground. Never mind, this seems quite important. Maybe I'll just do it myself later. Bye, Fei. She was momentarily speechless, wondering why the evil god's way of solving problems always started with killing. At this moment, Wan Qianhong and her group, all covered in dust, walked out of the cave and saw the members of the special action team. Both sides stood still looking at each other, the atmosphere slightly tense with no one speaking. Although the Eastern District Scavengers and the Special Action Team were not direct enemies, their objectives at this moment were clearly different. District Chief Wan, what a coincidence meeting you here. Among the Special Action Team, a Level 4 Scavenger said indifferently. Disobeying the inner city's orders, refusing to coordinate with us, insisting on bringing a criminal to participate in this operation. I hope you get the results you want rather than encountering any accidents. Yang Shua, also a Level 4 Scavenger, knew this man well. Hearing his words, his fiery temper immediately got the better of him. Huang Chang, who the hell are you being sarcastic to? This mine has been shaking for a whole day and night, how could there be such a trap? You said it, didn't you? As he spoke, he pointed at the arrow that had almost killed Wu Xian just now. This arrow is even poisoned. What are you up to? Huang Chang looked at the furious Yang Shua, a hint of disdain on his face, and sneered. This mine is riddled with dangers. We left some warning devices to prevent sudden aberrant mutations. What's the problem? Some people are blind, don't blame others. With that, he turned to Wan Qianhong and said, District Chief Wan, our paths diverge, so let's not cooperate. This mine is so vast with so many paths. Let's part ways here. As he spoke, Huang Chang raised his hand and made a gesture toward the fork in the road, indicating that the Eastern District people could leave. Wan Qianhong actually didn't want to have any dealings with these people, but she wasn't the one leading the way, so she instinctively looked at Bai Fei. It's here. There seems to be something wrong below. Following Sumo's instructions, Bai Fei explained in a low voice to Wan Qianhong. This very subtle interaction was keenly observed by Huang Chang, and a flicker of shock passed through his eyes as he spoke. Wait, am I seeing things? District Chief Wan, were you just asking a criminal for her opinion? Wan Qianhong ignored his rudeness. After hearing Bai Fei's words, she looked around at the surrounding space. This area was very empty with nothing at all. She wondered why there was such a space beneath such a large mine. It was indeed somewhat suspicious. You're investigating here. Investigating what? It looks like there's nothing here, yet you even set up traps. It seems quite unnecessary. Huang Cheng's rank and position were lower than Wan Qianhong's, but he didn't seem afraid of her, and immediately said sarcastically, District Chief, when you're not my direct superior, are you? Why should I explain anything to you? We had our own purpose before coming here, no comment. Huang Cheng's eyes flickered between Wan Qianhong and Bai Fei, sneering as he continued. You, a district chief of the Eastern District, trust a criminal so much that you even insisted on her accompanying you down the mine. You should know this woman is already full of suspicion. If many things were confirmed, she would deserve the death penalty. As the leader of the Eastern District, this level of deference is already dereliction of duty. I will report this. Bai Fei knew this matter was caused by her, so she stepped forward and took the initiative to speak. You can investigate, but we can also investigate, right? Huang Chang glanced disdainfully at Bai Fei and said, Sure, am I stopping you? Bai Fei said calmly, Then please move aside a little. We might need to blow up the ground right here. As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Cheng's previously mocking and contemptuous expression changed drastically, and a flash of disbelief passed through his eyes. Then he sneered and directly cursed. What are you saying? Am I hearing things? Or is there something wrong with your brain? Your so-called investigation is to blow up the ground beneath our feet. Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how fragile the walls and ground here are after the previous earthquake, since we are inside the mine? Are you trying to kill us? This could even endanger people in other parts of the mine. Not to mention Huang Chang, even the Eastern District people on Wan Qianhong's side were all stunned, looking at Bai Fei in surprise. After walking all the way here, how come it's directly blowing up? Huang Cheng's entire demeanor was vastly different from before, as if he had entered a state of rage. He looked at Wan Qianhong and said, District Chief Wan, this is the person you value. Is this the person who has been confirmed to have more than one murder case, yet you still insist on protecting her? Wan Qianhong, Dawn City is not a place where you can do as you please. This kind of criminal should have been dead long ago. It's only because of your shielding that she keeps making mistakes. I even have reasonable suspicion that her following us down the mine this time has some ulterior motive. Huang Cheng's words came out rapidly like a machine gun, frantically accusing Bai Fei of crimes. But at this moment Bai Fei did not explain. She looked a bit troubled, her eyes lowered, expression unreadable. Her voice carried a hint of pity as she softly said, Please just move aside. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Ha! Huang Chang almost laughed in anger. You're giving me a chance. You son of a... Before he could finish, Bai Feifei suddenly lunged her dagger aimed at Huang Cheng's ribs. You reject kindness, now your chance is gone. Suemo took over. After Suemo expressed interest in the current situation, Bai Feifei vaguely sensed that these inner-city people were likely headed for trouble. Volunteering to negotiate with them was already her act of mercy in trying to save them. Unfortunately, those who refused to reason would find someone who would not reason with them at all. Sumo's movements were lightning fast. One moment he was speaking amicably, the next he turned hostile and struck to kill, catching everyone off guard. This was also due to Bai Feifei's deceptively innocent appearance. Even though everyone knew she was capricious, they always let their guard down. The transforming dagger in her hand, marked by the killing machine metal, instantly plunged into Huang Cheng's side, drawing blood. But Huang Cheng was no ordinary man either. As a level 4 scavenger, his level number overhead was 43. Still a major stage stronger than Bai Feifei at present. The moment Sumo's dagger thrust in a flash of shock passed through his eyes. He quickly retreated 3 meters to avoid further damage. Blood gushed from his right side. The intense pain made Huang Cheng gasp for breath and his steps began to falter. Bad. My old wound. How could this be? Oh, not bad, kid. Pretty quick reaction. Suemo, seeing that his strike didn't kill the opponent, seemed surprised and praised. Huang Cheng, damn it, I'm a level 4 scavenger, and you a level 1. Seriously wounded me with one strike, and now you're even complimenting me. Fighting against the intense pain, Huang Cheng glared and shouted. How dare you attack directly? Don't you know that assaulting a fellow scavenger during a mission is absolutely unforgivable? Suemo couldn't be bothered to listen. He moved with the dagger and charged again. Yelling all useless nonsense. I've already made my move, what's this dare or dare not? Since he had already struck, the opponent would be a future threat if not killed. Suemo certainly wouldn't leave a landmine. Huang Cheng, severely wounded, saw the fierce aura of Bai Feifei and dared not engage Hedon. While blocking and retreating, he glared at Wan Qianhong with eyes wide open. Wan Qianhong, this is your subordinate? Haha. Earlier it was District Chief Wan, now it's just Wan Qianhong. Suemo laughed mockingly and turned to Wan Qianhong saying, Dear Ms. Wan, could you please give me a buff? Clang. Huang Cheng finally managed to draw his weapon, colliding with the short sword in Sumo's hand, producing a crisp metallic sound. This struck Huang Cheng with great shock. This girl's physique was incredibly strong. How long had she been one hand clutching his bleeding side, the two were now extremely close. Huang Cheng's shocked eyes met Bai Feifei's murderous gaze. Huang Cheng clenched his teeth, staring venomously at Bai Feifei, and said, I will report everything about this mining operation truthfully. The inner city's laws will have you executed in the most painful way. No one can save you this time, not even the prophet. Suemo sneered. Such threats meant nothing to an old veteran like him. How old are you still tattling? Put your heart in your pelvis. You won't have a chance to get out. With that, Suemo forcefully parried the opponent's sword, swept his foot heavily, and thrust the dagger toward the throat again. Huang Cheng felt enormous pressure fighting this opponent. Every move posed a deadly threat, forcing him to only defend, unable to use even 7/10 of his full strength. He immediately roared at the people behind him, Move! What are you standing there for? The inner city action team, stunned by the scene, finally snapped back to reality and activated all the traps they had set earlier. A barrage of poison darts and arrows rained down on Bai Feifei in unison. Meanwhile, the Eastern District people were also at a loss. Although they had mutual grievances with the inner city action team, and their relations were tense, they had never considered a direct confrontation. Wan Qianhong instantly regretted her own carelessness. Bai Feifei had clearly stated that her mental state was unstable. The seemingly harmless girl could kill at any moment. Boss, Yang Shua couldn't help but speak up. Hurry up and act. Don't just stand there, said Wan Qianhong. Then, who do we help? In theory, the suddenly deranged Bai Feifei was the one who needed to be restrained. But along the way, the Eastern District had temporarily regarded Bai Feifei as one of their own. How could they help outsiders against their own people? Wan Qianhong's forehead veins bulged as she yelled at Yang Shua. What do you mean by who to help? Help control the situation. Stop them from fighting and don't let Bai Feifei kill anyone. Oh right. The Eastern District people rushed in, immediately outnumbering the others, and quickly suppressed Huang Cheng's team, preventing them from interfering in the battle between Bai Feifei and Huang Cheng. At the same time, the Eastern District people tacitly refrained from dealing with Bai Feifei. No way. They had all seen her temper. If they intervened, wouldn't she cut them down too? At this moment, Huang Cheng sensed the situation turning unfavorable, and a look of unusual urgency flashed in his eyes. The previous wave of traps hadn't even managed to slow Bai Feifei's steps for a second. The opponent for some reason seemed to harbor a deep hatred and was determined to kill him. The Eastern District people were also blatantly taking sides. Were they all insane? They actually tacitly allowed a criminal to commit such outrageous acts. No, this was bad. If he really died here. Huang Chang had never imagined he would die in this mine, but now he truly sensed the crisis of death. His face hardened. He no longer held his wound, gripped his long sword with both hands and roared, "Wan Qianhong, are you really going to condone your subordinate's murder?" Then Huang Chang swung, his blade down toward Bai Feifei's head. He must not die now. Even if he had to be severely wounded, he would take down this madwoman. His roar also snapped Wan Qianhong out of her dazed confusion. Seeing the blade about to strike Bai Feifei, she subconsciously murmured, "Blood of the revolutionary, a riot of colors." Su Mo felt his whole body heat up instantly, his blood seemingly boiling. His reaction and speed. Sensing the changes in his body, Su Mo felt a hint of surprise. He had merely spoken casually earlier, never expecting that he would actually gain a buff for himself. This was a treatment he had never experienced before. Only upon this first encounter did he realize that Wan Qianhong's ability was truly the pinnacle of support. In the blink of an eye during the lightning-fast exchange with Huang Chang, Sumo's subsequent movements were already instinctive. At the critical moment, he twisted his body, narrowly evading the blade by a hair's breadth, and then thrust his own dagger against the clang. Anyone who has played games knows how difficult it is to defend against a delayed strike. Sumo's combat experience was already exceedingly rich, and under the boost of the killing machine, his movements were exceptionally cunning. Now Huang Chang had barely formed some expectations of Sumo's movements, but the sudden surge in speed left him utterly unable to react. Bai Feifei, stop! Wan Qianhong immediately realized the mistake after her instinctive assistance, and hurriedly called out. But it was too late. Just kidding. Even if it were Su Mo would not have stopped. Clang. The dagger made intimate contact with the skin of the neck like piercing a piece of soft butter. With a single stroke it cured Huang Chang's hyperactivity. Because he stopped moving. Blood gushed out, spurting towards Su Mo. He didn't dodge much. The crimson liquid turned his freshly changed uniform into a blood-stained garment once more. Huang Chang stared in disbelief, his consciousness quickly fading from the massive loss of blood. No! If he died, the thing's on him. Instinctively, his fingers twitched slightly, trying to reach for the storage ring on his hand. But Su Mo had been watching his every move and was on guard. He instantly withdrew the dagger from Huang Chang's neck and plunged it into his arm instead. Huang Chang, in his hazy consciousness, he seemed to have forgotten the physical pain, looking at the Bai Feifei before him in disbelief. The purpose of this strike was far too clear. How did she know what I was carrying? What was I trying to take? In the final moments of his life, Huang Chang opened his mouth filled with bloody foam and asked the question that troubled him most. Why? Behind this question lay too many things. In the flash of his life before death, Huang Chang did not recall his own past. Instead, he remembered only the various suspicions he had encountered underground since meeting Bai Feifei. Why could you specifically find this place? Did you know what was down here? And how did you know what I carried and what I was here for? Why could you be so certain and dare to kill me directly? He couldn't understand, and it was utterly impossible to comprehend that she had no reason to know all these things simultaneously. He received no answer. His consciousness fell into pitch blackness, and he collapsed to the ground. A faint smile curled at the corner of Sumo's mouth. He spoke to Huang Chang's corpse the words the latter had once said to the people of the Eastern District. I kill you because I kill you. No comment. A fierce gust of wind swept in. Wan Qianhong flashed over to Bai Feifei's side. She crouched down, checked Huang Chang's pulse, and confirmed his death. Thanks. Your support skill at the critical moment has the power to turn the tide of battle. Wan Qianhong listened to the praise, blood rushing to her head, feeling overwhelmed. Don't thank me. Why are you thanking me? It's as if I joined hands with you to kill someone. She had instinctively buffed Bai Feifei out of concern that Bai Feifei would be killed by Huang Chang. Little did she expect to become an accomplice. Bai Feifei, you? She whirled around, but seeing the expression of "what can you do about it" on Bai Feifei's face, she felt a sudden helplessness, realizing that nothing she said would make a difference. At this moment, the other members of the action team had all been subdued by the Eastern District people. They were terrified, their faces ashen. It's over. They truly showed no regard for reason. They simply killed. Judging by the situation, they themselves would probably be silenced too. Even the Eastern District cleaners who were restraining them were staring wide-eyed at each other, unsure of what to do next. This Bai Feifei was truly ruthless. So far, not a single person she wanted dead had survived. Why did you kill him? Do you know what? Wan Qianhong said weakly, like a helpless parent watching a child go astray. Still no explanation. Hey, don't make such a big deal. You act like you've never seen blood before. Su Mo shook the blood off his dagger, speaking carelessly, as if he had killed a chicken. But this time he'll reluctantly give an explanation. This man's death is absolutely not unjust. Check his storage ring. Wan Qianhong was stunned. This was the first time she had heard Bai Feifei explain her actions, and it felt quite strange. Instinctively, she looked at Huang Cheng's corpse at his pierced right hand. Without a word, she removed the ring from his finger, dripped some of Huang Cheng's blood onto it, and rubbed it hard. The next moment, everything in the storage space was released, scattering all over the ground. There wasn't much. Just Huang Cheng's personal belongings. An ID card, clothes, weapons, a plain cup, a phone, and some medicine. Among the ordinary items, a tube emitting a purple glow stood out conspicuously. This is... Wan Qianhong looked at the purple object, sensing an abnormal energy within it. She reached out and, in Sumo's mind, Bai Feifei's surprised voice came through. Isn't that the thing that caused the foreman to mutate? Sumo nodded without denying it. When he arrived and saw Huang Chang and his men standing in this empty place, he knew something was wrong with them. Even if the item wasn't on Huang Chang, it was on one of the others. Watching Wan Qianhong pick up the potion, Sumo said, "Be careful with it. Don't break it. This is the thing researched here that can cause human mutation." Hearing Bai Feifei's words, Wan Qianhong's hand trembled in fright, almost dropping the tube. "What? Can you not say such shocking things with such a calm face? Are you serious?" Wan Qianhong came to her senses, clutching the vial of potion tightly in her hands, holding it against her chest, as if afraid someone might snatch it away. The other cleaners from the Eastern District immediately gathered around, looking at the scene with curiosity. "How can you be so sure? Have you seen this kind of thing?" Wan Qianhong looked at Bai Feifei nervously. "You don't have to be so tense. Holding it that high, someone might think you're about to breastfeed him." Sumo shrugged, then glanced around at the action team members who were being restrained by the Eastern District people. "Well, if you're not convinced, we can test it right here." Saying that, she pointed at one of the action team members. "Let's use him. Do a human experiment. Force the stuff down his throat and see what happens." The action team member, the designated member, almost wet himself and immediately shouted, "No! Don't kill me. It's not my fault. I was just following orders. I really don't know anything. I can testify. They'll say whatever you want. District Chief once saved me." The team member twisted his body like crazy, scrambling away from Bai Feifei. In his eyes at that moment, the girl's image was no different from a demon. Others might only threaten and scare when they talk about killing, but this Bai Feifei actually follows through. It's as natural as eating and drinking to her. So he had become obedient, not daring to cite laws or anything, and directly appealed to Wan Qianhong. Wan Qianhong, the head of the Eastern District, naturally couldn't agree to such a human experiment. She quickly raised her hand and said to Bai Feifei, "No. That's enough. Stop killing, please. This doesn't conform to procedural justice. These people can serve as witnesses too." Around them, the cleaners of the action team all nodded frantically like pecking chicks, speaking in unison. "Yes, yes, we can all be." Each of them was terrified that any sign of disobedience would make that blood-clad girl cut off their heads. She had even killed Huang Chang, a level 4 cleaner. This was too terrifying. Wan Qianhong saw that Bai Feifei showed no sign of continuing, so she lowered her head and looked at the small vial in her hand with mixed feelings of sorrow and joy. The joy came from the fact that after all the bickering over this coal mine, they finally had breakthrough evidence. The sorrow was simpler. Huang Chang was a member of the inner city action team sent by the inner city. There must be some big shot from the inner city behind this. When such a drastic anomaly occurred in the coal mine, the first thing they thought about was their own shady dealings. Over so many years, how much darkness had occurred beneath this ungoverned coal mine. How many innocent souls had been buried there? Wan Qianhong dared not think about it. At that moment, Yang Shua walked heavily to her side and whispered, "Boss Huang Chang." But his surname is Huang. This was a redundant statement. Everyone knew Huang Cheng's surname was Huang. However, this surname had some significance in the inner city. The Huang family was one of the 5 great families of the inner city of Shuguang City. Wan Qianhong frowned slightly, thinking about the surname, and couldn't help recalling something. Earlier, Bai Feifei had become a criminal precisely because she directly killed Huang Jiahao during the assessment test. Huang Jiahao was the young master of the Huang family. For a moment, Wan Qianhong raised her head with a strange look in her eyes, staring at Bai Feifei. "You've always thought that family is problematic, haven't you, Suemo?" He looked at Wan Qianhong's expression, not understanding why this woman suddenly had such a look. What family? What is she thinking? Your ability to fill in the blanks really shocks this evil god. Wan Qianhong attributed Bai Feifei's silence to personal secrets and didn't press further. She just sighed and said, "If this harmful substance is related to Huang Chang, then he deserved to die. But you were too impulsive. If Huang Chang were still alive now, he could be more valuable. We could capture him and confront the inner city, dragging out the whole chain of people behind him." Suemo crossed his arms looking at Wan Qianhong's naive idea and felt a bit speechless. Sister, I think you should stop. Why are you still playing the legal and power struggle game? This is a high martial world. What if you take Huang Cheng back? The people behind him will just cut ties and claim ignorance. What can you do? Or worse, they might bite back and say you planted the potion on him. Wouldn't that make you so angry you'd get breast cancer? As he spoke, Suemo casually kicked the already dead Huang Cheng on the ground. So if you have a chance to kill this kind of thing, do it quickly. Don't wait until it's too late and regret not killing them earlier. Suemo was speaking from bitter experience. Back when he first started playing games, he had played story-driven games too. The frustration was real. Missing out on some good game items was one thing, but not killing some annoying NPCs, that was true regret. He would even want to reload a save just to kill them. Wan Qianhong looked at Bai Feifei and was momentarily speechless, wondering what this girl had been through to become so extreme. Suemo stomped the floor beneath him and continued. By the way, I killed him at the very last moment, okay? You don't understand anything. Sometimes being a little too saintly can cause a lot more trouble. Do you know what would happen if he had desperately thrown the potion down there in his last moments? Wan Qianhong then remembered that Bai Feifei had initially said she would blow up the floor beneath them. She looked down and saw that compared to the surrounding rock walls, a section of the ground was protruding as if it had been covered later. Is there something underneath? Wan Qianhong asked, then without further ado turned to the crowd and said, do a controlled blast on this ground. Everyone except the demolition team pull back. Suemo leisurely walked to the wall with Yu following behind her idol like a little shadow. The Eastern District cleaners divided into groups and placed measured amounts of explosives along the edges of the protruding ground. Boom! Amid the roar of the explosives, a circle of cracks appeared along the edge of the protruding ground. Yang Shuo strode forward, let out a long breath, and finally used his word spirit for the first time. My body is like iron, indestructible. Uttering the words to channel energy, Yang Shuo tore off his own clothes, revealing a body of steel-like muscles. At that moment, under the reinforcement of the word spirit, his steel-like muscles were no longer mere metaphor, for his muscles now appeared iron-gray. After strengthening his own flesh, Yang Shuo, resembling a giant, strode to the edge of the fissure. He pressed his 10 fingers together like 2 iron spades and plunged them directly into the earth. Then, gripping the seams, he strained upward with all his might. Rise! Yang Shuo gritted his teeth, every cell in his body seemingly exerting force. Amidst the grating sound of breaking rock and soil, he managed to pry open the heavy stone slab. It looked as if he had lifted a manhole cover dozens of meters in diameter. Whoa, it seems hollow underneath. Let me see what's inside. Yang Shuo, his muscles taut, propped the stone slab with one hand, while pulling out a searchlight with the other, shining it down, but the next second his smile vanished instantly. The searchlight wavered in his hand, his body swayed, and he nearly toppled forward along with the light. Thud! The stone slab crashed heavily to the ground. Yang Shuo's face turned pale as he involuntarily stepped back. Careful, what's wrong? Wan Qianhong frowned and came to his side, asking. Boss, Yang Shuo couldn't help swallowing. How many people have gone missing from the outer city of Shuguang City over the year? Wan Qianhong's brow instantly furrowed as she grasped his meaning. She raised a hand and patted Yang Shuo's shoulder, activating his blood to enhance his combat power. You haven't just started as a cleaner, have you? Don't get weak-kneed. Lift it. Yang Shuo swallowed again, then drove both fists into the ground, sending the massive cover plate flying. The surrounding cleaners gathered around, aiming various searchlights downward. Beneath their feet lay a vast space, its edges barely visible. In comparison, the stone slab Yang Shuo had flipped over was like a bottle cap, and in this boundless space there were nothing but corpses. Complete or incomplete, they were piled up beyond the horizon. Bones and rotten flesh intermingled like shattered building blocks, piercing one another. Many details were impossible to discern, all fused together like melted human fat mixed with blood, then solidified anew. Maggots constantly wriggled in and out of the corpses, as if they had found their paradise. Staring at the endless heap of bodies, almost everyone instinctively calculated in their minds. How many must there be? Even the cleaners from the Eastern District, who had grown accustomed to all kinds of aberrations, now had pale faces and weak legs. Yu, the young lady from the academy, could endure it no longer. She turned away and vomited. But at that moment no one mocked her, for even several seasoned cleaners began to retch. In fact, in Sumo's mind, the sound of Bai Feifei gasping sharply echoed. She had no psychological preparation for such a sight, and if she had been in control of her body, she too would likely have thrown up. These beasts! Wan Qianhong slammed her fist heavily into the ground. Beyond the nausea, a surge of overwhelming rage welled up in her mind. Such a death toll and such a cult-like method of disposal made the abnormality abundantly clear. The crimes here were utterly indescribable. She had never imagined that the most horrifying scene she would witness in life would come not from aberrations or anomalies, but from human hands. Well, that's quite shocking. TSK. Just as everyone was still struggling to process their emotions, a slightly flippant voice rang out. Suemo stood at the edge of the mass grave, raising an eyebrow with mild surprise as he spoke. To be honest, this was his first time seeing the scene at the opening with his own eyes. The reason he had brought people here was that in his previous gaming experience, every time they explored this underground mine, a massive number of aberrations would emerge at some point. Those aberrations were all transformed from corpses appearing in terrifying numbers, as if they were springing from the ground itself. The sheer quantity was like a natural disaster impossible to handle. Even the coal mine would be destroyed in an instant, leaving nothing to salvage. Players could only be forced to retreat, at most grinding a few levels. One person facing a single cockroach is naturally unafraid, but what if an overwhelming swarm of cockroaches charges at you in a dense mass? Let alone fear, even personal safety would be in jeopardy. After that, this batch of terrifying aberrations would create a zombie apocalypse sweeping through the outer city of Shugwang City and causing a horrific massacre. That was why Suemo had said that after the coal mine's disturbance, the doom of Shugwang City was not far off. This time, the disturbance at the Black Smoke coal mine had come earlier. The situation wasn't urgent, and the opening conditions were favorable. In this game, Wan Qianhong had been quite kind to Bai Feifei. So Suemo had a sudden inspiration, and based on past experience, tried to find the possible source of these sudden aberrations. Thus he arrived at this clearing whose ground shape looked strange, where Huang Chang and a few other suspicious figures were lurking. And so Suemo was certain. His sudden inspiration had effectively preempted a catastrophe, altering the entire course of the plot in Shugwang City. He had never triggered this storyline before. Thinking of this, Suemo felt quite proud. Looking at Wan Qianhong, who was half kneeling on the ground, he said smugly, if Huang Chang hadn't been killed and that aberration potion in his hand had been thrown onto these corpses below, tisk, you would have been trying to gather evidence and uncover the mastermind behind it all, huh? Hey, hold it tight, don't you drop it. That would be interesting. Hearing Bai Feifei's flippant words, Wan Qianhong shuddered and quickly stored the potion in her storage space, a look of lingering fear on her face. Killing them was right, she suddenly said, looking seriously at Bai Feifei. Letting those people die is letting them off easy. Hey, what do you think? Of course I killed them. Well, Suemo waved his hand. I don't just kill people randomly anymore, you know. Wan Qianhong suddenly stood up, her eyes locked on Bai Feifei, and gave him a solemn 90-degree bow. Bai Feifei, Shugwang City will never forget your kindness. Suemo stared at Wan Qianhong's solemn bow, his mind suddenly blanking. How did this become a matter of gratitude? Wan Qianhong straightened up, casting a fearful glance at the terrifying mass grave below, murmuring to herself. This has accumulated for who knows how many years with so many victims, if they were all truly transformed into aberrations. That scene, I dare not imagine. The entire Shugwang City would become a living hell, and you prevented all this from happening. Saying this, she sighed, looking at Bai Feifei, and said, I will report your merits truthfully. The misunderstandings I had about you before and your charges. You have been wronged. Her tone made it sound as if Suemo had been enduring great humiliation. Even Bai Feifei in his mind spoke seriously to him. Thank you. Suemo, wasn't I a dark god? Why did I suddenly get such a good person card? The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said helplessly. Actually, I didn't think much before killing them, but if you see it that way, it's fine. Remember to make the city lord of Shugwang City kowtow to me later. Wan Qianhong couldn't help but smile. She had started to get used to Bai Feifei's sudden erratic mental state and even found, all right, get on with the finishing work. Once this hidden danger is resolved, we can continue. Suemo spoke to Wan Qianhong, then stepped aside. At that moment, a prompt suddenly appeared on the game panel in his vision. Special plot, triggered the mystery of Haiyan Coal Mine. Current completion 30. Note the secrets beneath Haiyan Coal Mine are not just sin, but also a marvelous existence beyond human anticipation. Quest completion reward to be determined. Suemo. Oh, I actually triggered a special plot. If not for this panel reminder, he had almost forgotten about this game function. Old Days Revival is an open-world game. Generally, there are no main quests for players to complete or they explore on their own. But sometimes special events like now still give hints to players. However, before, Suemo didn't study this kind of thing much. He preferred fighting and didn't like sorting out plots. But this time, through a series of twists and turns, he avoided a possible outbreak of aberrations, and also found a Huang family member holding aberration potions. This degree of plot advancement might have been judged by the game as increasing the completion rate, thus triggering this special plot. A newbie area's Haiyan Coal Mine can actually trigger a special plot. Resolving this tidal wave of aberrations and preventing the mine from falling directly only completed 30%. It seems that the thing underground that I never found each time is probably of a high level. What could it be? With Bai Feifei's current weak body, if she can't take it, it would be a pity. Suemo stood alone in a corner thinking to himself, and couldn't help but feel a bit excited, even letting out a hee-hee laugh. He still didn't know what the treasure below was, but maybe. This time. Moreover, he was basically sure that even those people from the inner city who were making aberration potions here couldn't really know what that What are you laughing at? In his mind, Bai Feifei was scared by Sumo's abnormally perverted laugh and couldn't help asking. Nothing, you're lucky. If this trip really succeeds, your newbie start will be absolutely amazing. Next I need to be a bit more serious. Bai Feifei, so you've been playing all along. While Sumo was fantasizing about a bright future, Wan Shenhong and the others were doing some finishing work. All these remains below needed to be dealt with. Who knew how many beasts were in the inner city action team? If someone with a potion came after they left, it would all be for nothing. But dealing with so many bodies was a terrifying amount of work. Yang Shuo was the first to offer a constructive suggestion. Burn them. Just cremate all these countless remains, and hold a collective funeral to liberate their souls. But Wan Qianhong decisively told that muscle-brain guy to get lost. This whole mining area is a coal mine. You want to use fire? Are you really trying to light a mountain as a birthday candle? In the end, the scavengers of the Eastern District had no choice but to use heavy water to temporarily deal with the problem. Heavy water is a research product of the scavengers, made by mixing water and silver powder, which can block abnormal energy and delay aberrations. Due to the large area, they could only pour a thin layer, then recover the huge lid and pour heavy water again at the joints. Finally, they left a few scavengers as guards to report to Wan Qianhong at any time. After doing all this, many scavengers clasped their hands together with solemn expressions, silently mourning for the unjustly deceased. During this process, Suemo was not in a hurry to return the body to Bai Feifei. Instead, he crossed his arms, leaned against the edge, and coldly watched everyone present. Suddenly, as everyone was silent, he spoke up. Hey, you're Wu Xian, right? You look terrible, what's wrong? Wu Xin's face was very gloomy, head down and silent, lost in thought. Hearing Bai Feifei suddenly call him, his body trembled as if abruptly awakened, and he quickly looked up. Like a thief, he looked up, forcing a reluctant smile on his face. I'm still inexperienced, haven't been through many things. Seeing so many corpses just now really scared me. Wu Xian gave a very reasonable answer. Oh, then you're really quite cowardly. Suemo shrugged, not sparing any face. Wu Xian. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Wan Shenhong said, All right, the few staying behind, remember to report the situation in time. We should continue our action. Wu Xian. Use your ability. Wu Xian pursed his lips and said, Otherwise you guys discuss where to go first. Don't let me use my ability, endure the backlash, and then you don't listen to me. Before he finished, Wu Xin's vision blurred and a dagger was placed against his neck. Wu Xian. Feeling the coldness on his neck, Wu Xian almost wet himself, instinctively raising his hands, stammering. Don't. The person who suddenly appeared beside him, very friendly, pressing a metal object against his neck, was naturally Bai Feifei. What's the matter? Mumbling about something, being sarcastic. Suemo held the knife, rubbing it against Wu's. No, I just said my ability has a high cost. When used, it's better not to waste it. Wu Xian said nervously, not doubting at all that this woman could cut off his head at any moment. Bai Feifei. Wan Shenhong also came to the side, raising her hand to press down on Bai Feifei's wrist. But this time her eyes carried a hint of inquiry. Because of Bai Feifei's previous clairvoyant-like displays, which had left a deep impression on Wan Shenhong, now seeing her act, Wan Shenhong began to suspect if Wu Xian had some problem. But Suemo said nothing, only put away the dagger, which transformed and combined into an exquisite bracelet, slipping it onto his wrist. Be careful. Don't say things that displease me. Don't do things that displease me. Seeing that, Bai Feifei didn't point out any problem with Wu Xian, but instead acted like a bully among teammates. Wan Shenhong could only twitch the corner of her mouth. Turning to Wu Xian, she said soothingly, Please forgive me, I'll keep an eye on her. Please use your ability. Wu Xian immediately nodded, obediently, silently reciting his incantation, and finally, with his energy depleted, pointed out a path. This way, the fluctuations of blood and energy are relatively the strongest. The group set off again, while Bai Feifei stumbled, paused for a moment, then followed. To save some control time, Suemo returned control of the body to her. Now Bai Feifei walked with the team, hearing Sumo's voice in her mind. Watch out for that guy named Wu Xian. Bai Feifei, hearing Sumo's voice, also slightly serious, said, What's wrong? Do you think he has a problem? So far, the people Suemo had killed, while controlling her body, were not entirely innocent, so Bai Feifei tentatively considered him a good evil god, who kept their agreement. No, Suemo said decisively. He didn't have any impression of this small fry. I just don't like him, that's all. Bai Fei was speechless. What reaction is that? I'm a veteran, you know? Sometimes I have a bit of intuition. Disliking him is already a great sin of his. Bai Fei was a bit speechless, but didn't want to argue with the veteran, so she just nodded, indicating she understood. The group from the East District moved forward, occasionally seeing some human bones among the collapsed mine gaps. Some bones didn't look like normal remains. Instead, they were polished very smooth with holes drilled and strings threaded. It looked like crafted ornaments. Under what circumstances would someone treat such human bones as decorations? Everyone was silently collecting these items as evidence and continued forward. Now was not the time to feel anger for the victims. The mine was too large and the source of the abnormal fluctuations had not yet been found. There was still much to investigate. In the calm water-like atmosphere, it suddenly became a few degrees hotter. Literally fiery hot. The temperature seemed to have suddenly risen by several degrees, making everyone feel somewhat stifled as they moved through the narrow. Suddenly Wan Qianhong's expression changed drastically, and she shouted to the cleaners beside and behind her, "Everyone spread out. Quickly." The people of the East District all stopped in unison, instinctively crouching down. The next second a series of rumbling sounds rang in their ears. Boom! Boom! The sound came from the left wall, not like an explosion but rather like something collapsing. Then, after the loudest rumble, the corridor wall where the East District people were located directly exploded. Everyone ducked down simultaneously, hastily dodging the flying debris, and heard the hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! I knew it! I knew with such a big commotion there must be something good underground. This coal mine is nice, but we rangers will take the items for you know. This exaggerated voice, anyone who had heard it would recognize it. Ares Hongjiu, the 68-level Ares cadre among the rangers. At this moment he had no idea what a corridor was, relying on his brute impact force. He crashed through several passages, passing over everyone's heads like a fireball. A few cleaners who couldn't dodge in time had their eyebrows singed directly. Just as everyone was still reacting, the rocks around the corridor twisted and transformed into stone locks, trapping Hongjiu's burning body inside. A hoarse and furious voice rang out simultaneously. Ares, put down the items. That level containment object belongs to our Dawn City. The sand and stones on the ground twisted and piled up, forming a human shape that turned into Li Gui's figure. As he finished speaking before Ares Hongjiu's reaction, Wan Qianhong immediately turned pale with fright and couldn't help exclaiming, "And level containment object from Dawn City? How could such a thing be in this coal mine?" Wan Qianhong, as a disciple of the Prophet, understood many situations within Dawn City. What was the concept of an level sequence item? Even the Prophet found it difficult to handle such things. If too aggressive, one could even be backlashed to death by the sequence item. In the entire Dawn City, there were only 2 level sequence items, usually kept sealed in the most confidential chamber of the inner city. That was the highest taboo of Dawn City. How could it appear in this coal mine? Li Gui frowned slightly, glanced at Wan Qianhong in the ruins, seeming somewhat surprised to encounter her here. But he didn't speak. After a glance, he turned his gaze back to Ares Hongjiu. "Haha! Well said. How could your Dawn City's sequence item appear here?" Ares Hongjiu laughed heartily, and with a burst of strength all the stone locks on his body exploded. Bai Hongjiu let out a hearty laugh as the stone locks on his body trembled wildly, only to be shattered by his sheer force in the next moment. "Does this thing have your names written on it? Don't try to claim credit for everything you see." Li Gui's cold and stern expression turned extremely grim. He raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the void. The surrounding sand and stones instantly gathered, coalescing into a gigantic sand and stone giant that charged toward Hongjiu. At the same time, Li Gui cursed. "Nonsense! With your strength, are you even capable of getting this close to an glass containment object? This thing has already been contained by Shuguang City. We've obtained its sequence number through the Book of Answers, and it's currently under a sealed state. Otherwise, would you be worthy of holding it this close?" Listening to Li Gui's scolding, Bai Yang was not angered. Instead, he picked up the object in his hand and examined it from left to right. It was a sphere wrapped in a special material, its surface covered in liquid mercury that flowed in a strange, almost living manner. Embedded on its surface were many silver or gold dials, perhaps serving as a special seal. It's been packaged quite nicely. Bai Yang weighed the sphere in his hand and grinned. "I don't care about all that. It looked like this when I found it. A tiny place like Shuguang City holding on to such a thing will only bring disaster. The rangers will take on the karma of this object." As he spoke, the fire ring on Hongjiu's wrist blazed brightly. He punched forward fiercely, and the sand and stone monster conjured by Li Gui was instantly obliterated. Flaming fragments scattered like bullets, forcing the surrounding scavengers to dodge repeatedly. "So soft." Hongjiu sneered coldly, looking at Li Gui. What's the matter? Getting old? Can't keep your body and abilities up anymore? Step aside. You're no match for me and am not here to take your life. Li Gui's face turned ashen. After a brief exchange, he could roughly gauge that he was outmatched by Yang. But he could not afford to show cowardice. Immediately, he manipulated the surrounding stone blocks in the passageway, causing them to dance wildly and transform into stone chains that lashed furiously at Hongzhou. While fighting, he took a moment to shout toward Wan Qianhong. District Chief Wan, please act quickly. Shuguang City's belongings cannot be taken by the ranger. When he had spoken to Wan Qianhong earlier, he had put on airs of seniority and called her Xiao Wan. Now that he needed reinforcements, he addressed her as District Chief Wan. Wan Qianhong's face twitched involuntarily. She had just witnessed the mass grave and knew of the heinous crimes beneath the coal mine, as well as the mutated potion research involving the inner city. Now beneath this very coal mine, the town-protecting treasure of Shuguang City had appeared. The implications. She dared not dwell on them. But regardless, the object could not fall into the hands of outsiders. Without much hesitation, she immediately cast a blood amplification on Li Gui. In an instant, Hongzhou felt that Li Gui, who had seemed weak before, now posed a certain pressure. He couldn't help but look at Wan Qianhong with curiosity. Hey, a rare ability. Not bad. Holding the sealed containment object in one hand and sparring with the enhanced Li Gui with the other, Yang still had the leisure to chat and joke in the state, demonstrating his overwhelming advantage in strength. As he looked toward Wan Qianhong, he happened to catch sight of Bai Feifei among the crowd. His eyes lit up immediately and he spoke. Oh ho, my little brother is here too. What a coincidence. Haha, didn't your society claim to have grander ideals? You're not here to fight for the containment object with us, are you? By the way, according to what you said, what's your purpose here? Could it be that beneath this coal mine lies the corpse of an outer god? Bai Feifei. She had no idea why this violent powerhouse in the midst of battle would suddenly address her. How utterly irresponsible. And so arrogant. But she couldn't understand a word of what he was saying. What corpse of an outer god? What grand ideals of an organization? These things sounded so mysterious. How could they possibly have anything to do with her? Without a doubt, this must be another mess left behind by the deity when it used her body. She instinctively lowered her head, avoiding Bai Yang Hongzhou's gaze, and whispered in her mind. What is he talking about? How should I respond? Did you say something to him before? The masked god-hiding society that Suemo had casually fabricated had stuck in Bai Yang's mind ever since. However, Suemo did not respond to Bai Feifei at that moment. He was not in the mood to teach her how to spin tales. His eyes were fixed on the object in Bai Yang Hongzhou's hand, muttering to himself. Damn! Our luck is incredible this time. This thing is actually here. But the problem is... Damn! Although the sequence object was still in a sealed state and no one knew what it contained. Suemo, as a veteran, clearly knew. Sequence S079, the crown of time lag, and Glass containment object was a treasure in any stage of the game. Especially in the early stages. In every previous playthrough, entering this coal mine didn't always yield a chance to encounter it. Sometimes it simply wasn't in the mine. It was a probability-triggered item. Finding it so easily this time was indeed lucky, but the problem was that they had descended too early and had no preparation. With Bai Feifei's current strength, how could she possibly snatch this item from among these people? Hiss! How can I figure out a way to get it? Suemo felt a pang of frustration. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Since he had seen it, how could he not take it? Not picking up something good when you go out is a loss. Bai Feifei had no idea what the deity was muttering about. Seeing that it ignored her, she could only grit her teeth, ignore Hongzhou's words, and focus on the matter at hand. By now the other rangers had already charged through the wall breach that Bai Yang had smashed open. These wolves of the wasteland wore cold expressions. Without a word, they entered the battlefield, glanced around, and directly attacked anyone they saw. They didn't care whether you were from the East District or the Inner City Action Team. As long as their boss was fighting the other's boss, they would fight too. As expected of the soldiers trained by Bai Yang, their temperaments and thoughts were perfectly in line. Bai Feifei reacted instantly. Seeing several rangers charging at her, she yanked Yi's arm hard. Watch out! It's starting! Boom! After Bai Feifei pulled Yi away, a heavy iron fist wearing brass knuckles slammed into the exact spot where Yi had been standing. The wall instantly became covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the roaring shockwave in the air blew Yi's hair into a wild dance. Yi seemed to snap out of her daze, only now earlier she had been watching the battle between the two edgewalkers, almost completely mesmerized. Her heart nearly leaped out of her throat. Turning to Bai Feifei, who had just saved her life, she gasped, Thank you. Don't get distracted. There's life-threatening danger at any moment here. Bai Feifei warned seriously, then, very naturally pulled you behind her. Her movement was entirely natural, purely instinctive protection of the weak. But in Yi Yes' eyes, watching that slender figure, who still shielded her, a flicker of admiration shone in her beautiful eyes. She's so strong. Bai Feifei had no time to mind her. She drew a long sword from her storage ring and directly engaged the rangers in front of her. These rangers had extremely high personal quality, vast combat experience, and ruthless attacks. Normally, when fighting against Shuguang City's scavengers of the same rank, a ranger could easily take on 2 or more. But Bai Feifei was no ordinary person. Under the influence of the evil god, her combat experience over these few days was more intense than others' years. Furthermore, she could mimic the evil god's combat techniques, and with the blessing of the killing machine metal, her combat performance was in no way inferior to the rangers, perhaps even. Soon during the melee, the rangers noticed this young girl. The ranger who had been the first to fight Bai Feifei, wearing brass knuckles, nodded approvingly as he fought. As a woman impressive, worthy of the one white goat leader has set his sights on. So young, what level scavenger are you? Bai Feifei parried while casually answering, level 1. The ranger. Hearing this, his originally smooth and powerful punch suddenly faltered and he stumbled. Level 1? First he was stunned, then his gaze toward Bai Feifei turned somewhat pitying. Your strength is definitely not just that of a level 1 scavenger. Are they deliberately holding back your promotion? The inner workings of Shuguang City are truly corrupt. Bai Feifei, what is this guy talking about? In the not-so-spacious space, the rangers were already in chaotic battle with the people from Shuguang City, while White Goat Hongzhou was beginning to get annoyed. As fellow edgewalkers, although Li Gui was no match for him, pestering him was still annoying. Hongzhou said impatiently, "Alright, just scram. Your little scraps here can't possibly be our opponents. We still have other places to visit." But Li Gui's eyes blazed with fury, as he said venomously, "Stop spouting nonsense, you thugs of an illegal organization. The people of Shuguang City are not afraid of death. If you want to take what belongs to Shuguang City, you'll have to step over our corpses." Hearing Li Gui's righteous words, Hongzhou was so furious that he laughed, cursing, "Fuck you. I've seen plenty of your type, all talk and no action. In reality, you old bastard are more afraid of death than anyone. You plan to wait until all your men are dead, then use your escape art to run away, right? That way you can report back and get credit for a desperate fight while also dumping the blame on us. You fucking idiot." This white goat guy was interesting. He got himself angry while cursing before Li Gui even said anything. Immediately he assumed a bow stance, opened his chest, and violently pulled back his right hand, taking a deep breath as all the flames on his body gathered to the position of his right fist. Die! Hongzhou's entire fist clenched red-hot as if gripping an instant explosion bomb in his palm, and he smashed it towards Li Gui. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Li Gui's heart. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly tried to transform his body into sand and stone to escape, but it was too late. Boom! In the dim underground mine tunnel, it was as if a sun had been lit. Hongzhou's heavy punch struck Li Gui's body, embedding him directly into the ground. Ugh! Ah! Li Gui violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest somewhat caved in, and his eyes flashed with uncontrollable terror and a will to. After becoming an edge walker, he had thought his cultivation had finally reached the shore, that he would never die again, and he could go anywhere in the world. But facing White Goat's punch, he felt the crisis of death for the first time. At that moment he shouted without any regard for dignity, "District Chief 1, save me." At the same time he frantically activated his word spirit ability, like a cornered beast, causing all the surrounding walls to shatter, and turn into a torrent that crashed toward White Goat Hongzhou. With this he sought an opportunity to retreat. Under that fierce strike just now, the shockwave was so powerful that Hongzhou didn't notice that several dials on the surface of the sealed sphere in his hand had been shattered. And now, under Li Gui's desperate life-saving attack, the wrapped sphere shattered. The seal that had contained the glass containment object was blasted apart by the attacks of the two edgewalkers. A brilliant golden light burst forth in the tunnel, causing everyone to instinctively squint. Buzz. A humming sound rang in everyone's ears at the same time, like an electric current passing through, making them all turn their heads toward the source. It was a crown floating in the air, radiating dazzling golden light. Series S079, the crown of temporal stasis. With just a single glance, people's eyes could no longer look away, as if the deepest desire for power had been awakened within them. The nearest White Goat Hongzhou raised his hand to seize the crown. But suddenly he found that he couldn't move. No, it wasn't that he couldn't move. His movements had become extremely slow. His finger lifted slightly, moving toward the crown at a speed of 0.00001 millimeters per second. The surrounding space was the same. The burning flame swayed extremely slowly, and the flying debris moved slowly through the air as if trapped in glue. In the entire space shrouded by the crown, time became abnormally slow, as if frozen. At this very moment, on Sumo's game panel, next to the Crown a Game prompt box popped up. Sequence S079, Crown of Temporal Stasis. Proceed with direct containment, yes no. Sumo's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the options that appeared. Because if you focus your attention on the yes option, a containment condition immediately pops up: single consumption, SAN value, 9,999. And on by Feifei's character panel, the description of SAN value is current SAN value 97,100. 97 compared to 9,999. By Feifei's current maximum value is only 100. High-level containment objects contain the power of ancient evil gods. Not everyone can activate them. To use its power, one must either gain the recognition of the containment object or perform a series of complex rituals. As for players, if your strength is sufficient, you don't need to go through that trouble. You can directly contain it by meeting the but obviously by Feifei's current strength, when facing an class containment object is far from the level required to directly contain it. At this moment, Bai Feifei saw everything before her slow down by millions of times. Her mind was fine, but her movements were as slow as if time had stopped. She thought it was the power of the evil god inside her Sumo. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement in her mind, so she asked, "Was it you who stopped time? What should I do now?" "It wasn't me," Sumo replied calmly. "This is the anomalous property of that crown." "The crown's property?" Bai Feifei was startled and looked in shock again at the golden magnificent crown in the distant sky. Her worldview was refreshed at that moment, and she couldn't help saying, "So everything that's happening now is all the power of that crown. Even the two edgewalkers are controlled and unable to move." Seeing Bai Feifei's exaggerated reaction, Sumo couldn't help but adopt his ultimate know-it-all attitude and began to explain, "What do you think? Glass containment objects are beyond the league of small fry like edgewalkers. This is S079, the crown of temporal lag. Because the seal containing it was broken, its anomalous property has erupted. The effect is to slow down all material movement within the range by tens of thousands of times, but the speed of thought remains unchanged." Actually, Sumo had always thought that the effect of this crown was full of malicious amusement, because it seemed that its power could be used to achieve the time-stop series operations in Japanese adult films. The game designer's clever little idea. His mind wandered off somewhere while Bai Feifei looked at the deathly stillness before her and fear began to rise. If the property of the crown of temporal lag cannot be broken, then everyone present is almost suffering a torture. Under its influence, everyone is trapped inside their own body, enduring the pain of an eternal prison until death, she said with a trembling voice. Sumo replied, "You can understand it that way, but don't be so pessimistic. Most of you won't last until then. Under this powerful anomalous property, SAN value will continuously decrease. When SAN value reaches 0, you go mad and then become a mutant. At that point, you won't feel pain anymore." Bai Feifei, she now found it extremely difficult to even move her eyeballs, unable to see the state of the people behind her. But from the withered look in Li Gui's eyes ahead, she could feel that this edgewalker was immensely shocked and terrified. Seeing no way out, Bai Feifei asked for help in her mind. "So what should we do now?" Sumo said, "What to do? Nothing. In your current state, you can't break free." "I know," Bai Feifei said. "I mean, do you have any method?" Sumo. At this stage, he didn't have the ability to forcefully break the situation. He was an old Timur, not a real ancient evil god. Of course, it's impossible to crash here. At worst, he could use a rollback ability to return to before and not enter the range of the crown of temporal lag. But the problem was that Sumo was unwilling. Having encountered the crown of temporal lag, if he could obtain it early on, it would be an absolute top-tier trump card. How could he just leave? But this item should have been found by Yang Hongjiu first. It's also somewhat unlikely to get it before the seal breaks. The more Sumo thought, the more annoyed he became. At this point, he even wanted to complain to Bai Feifei about why she didn't have 9,999 SAN points so that she could. Wait, a flash of inspiration crossed Sumo's mind as he remembered something. The reason Bai Feifei couldn't directly contain it now was because she didn't have the qualification to consume 9,999 SAN points at once, as her maximum was insufficient. But without enough, can't she still consume? If you have no money, can't you spend on credit? Sumo suddenly remembered that when they first arrived at the coal mine, Bai Feifei seemed to have entered a special state while trying to save a mother and daughter. Sumo thought that state should be the hidden talent of Bai Feifei in the game introduction, which Sumo named the God Slaying. In that state, Bai Feifei directly seized control of her body, and her combat power instinctively rose to the maximum within her own condition. Most importantly, it locked the SAN value. Her spirit and will became extremely firm. In that mode, no matter what kind of mutant she saw, Bai Feifei's SAN value never decreased. So now this seems like an opportunity to exploit a bug. How did she enter it last time? It seemed to be driven by a sense of justice, anger at evil, and a desire to save people right. In a place where Bai Feifei couldn't see, Sumo's smile gradually became sinister. He felt that he had suddenly thought of an incredibly brilliant idea. "Oh, righteous maiden, you wouldn't want to." Sumo's voice with a hint of sinister charm replied in Bai Feifei's mind. "Do I have a way? I am a great ultimer, and glass containment object is just a small problem." Bai Feifei breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to admit it, but as long as this evil god spoke, she inexplicably felt a bit reassured, as if no problem was unsolvable before him. The only unsolvable problem might be himself. Sumo's tone shifted, and he said sinisterly, "But you know, every gain has a loss. In this state, my power cannot be casually mobilized. If I act at the least, cities and fortresses will be destroyed. At the worst, heaven and earth will collapse. These people around us won't survive." Bai Feifei. Hee. But it doesn't matter anyway. Just a few insignificant small fries. I've already tried to walk as softly as possible to avoid stepping on passing ants, but now letting them witness the pinnacle of the world before they die is worth it for them. Wait a moment. Bai Feifei quickly shouted in her mind. Perhaps due to extreme anxiety, Bai Feifei's voice in her mind became somewhat stuttered. No need, you don't have to act. Let me handle it." Suemo felt a secret joy, thinking to himself, "That's right, your urgency is exactly what I want." But on the surface he maintained his inscrutable demeanor and continued with a hint of doubt. "Oh, you'll handle it? How do you plan to do that? This glass containment entity would doom even a prophet-level scavenger without preparation. You, a newly promoted third-level scavenger, an ant among ants, still think you can solve it? Heh. Rest assured, once I've finished my operation, this crown of time lag will be yours." Being able to independently operate a glass containment entity, you are one of the few strong ones on this continent. Their sacrifice to empower you is worthwhile. Bai Feifei was shocked. How could it be that they sacrificed themselves to empower me? All this started because of her. She came to investigate the coal mine, hoping to do something more before the evil god destroyed her. Following that, her original intention was to help, using the evil god's power to protect everyone. But now the result was that she would indirectly cause the death of everyone just to obtain a powerful containment entity for herself. This was too far from her initial thoughts. "No, I can give up the crown of time lag, you stay hidden." Suemo said with feigned impatience. "I have no patience left. You can't even move or take a single step, so don't think about bargaining with me. Alright, I'm starting. 5, 4, 3. Suemo deliberately began the countdown, intending to push Bai Feifei into that strange state. As he went on, he even slowed down the count. After all, he wasn't confident either. If he finished counting and Bai Feifei showed no reaction, the scene would be awkward. 2. I said wait. Bai Feifei's eyes suddenly widened, her black pupils instantly turning blood red, and her hair behind her head began to flutter without wind. The foot that had been lifted in the air, unable to be set down due to the effect of the crown of time lag, now landed heavily on the ground. For a brief moment, Bai Feifei, with the strength of a third-level scavenger, actually broke free from the crown of time lag's restraint. Killer god mode. That strange hidden talent unique to her finally emerged again, under the pressure of the evil senior. Current SAN value 83100. On the task panel, the introduction of the character's current status had this line directly grayed out. SAN value locked. Suemo inwardly roared beautiful. Then he turned his gaze back to the crown of time lag in the distant sky. Sequence S079. Crown of time lag directly contain. Yes, no, yes. Without any hesitation, Suemo made a decisive choice and attempted. Insufficient SAN value cannot directly contain this type of item. Please try other containment methods. Containment fail. Recalculating. Insufficient SAN value. Special case. Recalculating. On the game panel in front, several prompt messages popped up one after another with contradictory conclusions, as if the game's underlying code was frantically computing. That bouncing state was like a computer stuck or infected with a virus. Finally, amidst the frantic jumping of game pop-ups, an answer emerged that made Suemo ecstatic. Containment successful. System error, direct containment function temporarily disabled. Unlock time 47, 59, 58. It worked. Using Bai Feifei's hidden trait, Suemo actually managed to exploit this bug. Sumo's mood at that moment was comparable to Columbus discovering the New World or the ape god discovering fire for the first time. Who said Bai Feifei is the weakest game character? This character is absolutely freaking awesome. With this trait used properly, she is the most potential character of all. Good, it's worth me spending years of day and night persistence playing only this one character. In the blink of an eye, within 1 second of Bai Feifei stepping forward, Sumo's game panel had already completed the judgment. The next second, the powerful force of the game system instantly contained the crown of time lag. A golden crown, seemingly harmless, lay quietly in by Feifei's. In the coal mine tunnel, the disappearance of the crown of time lag instantly restored the paused time and space. No one could react to their suddenly changed physical state. Many people, following their previous movement patterns, abruptly charged forward. In an instant, people fell over, some hit the wall, others crashed headfirst to the ground, turning into rolling gourds that couldn't stop. Even Bai Feifei stumbled and sat down on the ground. Seeing everything restored, Bai Feifei looked around in panic, then grabbed Yu beside her, felt her up and down, and asked her, "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Yu replied blankly, not knowing what Bai Feifei meant. Bai Feifei looked at the people around. Didn't the evil god just say that these people would all die? In her mind, Sumo's voice came, "The item is already in your storage ring. Just know it, don't take it out." Bai Feifei swallowed and asked anxiously, "What will happen to them? Didn't you just say?" "Oh." Sumo gave a very malicious smile. "I was just messing with you, he Bai Feifei." In the core battle circle, stones and flames splattered. Baiyang Hongzhou grabbed at empty air, unable to withstand the force, and crashed into the wall. After coming down from the wall, he opened his palm and looked at the empty hand, momentarily unable to process. Subconsciously, he began turning around, looking up and down, left and right, frantically searching for something. Why did the abnormal effect of that containment entity suddenly disappear? And most importantly, where did it go? It was only a dozen centimeters from his fingertips just now. Didn't catch it. Li Gui, lying on the ground after realizing he could move, was first bewildered, then, similar to Hongzhou, his old eyes searched up and down, left and right. Finally, their anxious gazes met, and then they shouted at each other in unison. "Where is it?" They both shouted simultaneously, then froze after seeing each other's reaction. Their faces darkened as they fell into a grim silence, plunging the air into an eerie. Both of them knew in their hearts that this glass containment item, whose seal had been broken, was not something the other party could handle. When time and space had been slowed tens of thousands of times, just now they clearly saw the other's body moving with excruciating slowness, utterly helpless. Baiyang Hongzhou had already made his mental calculations. At his previous movement speed, it would take about 10 hours to seize the crown of temporal stagnation. By then, it would all depend on how many days his body could endure, and whether he could hold out until the rangers and other powerhouses came to the rescue. But now that thing had vanished from right under his nose. Li Gui, equally baffled, rose from the ground and sneered at Hongzhou, saying, "Hey, it seems even the rangers harbor skulking rats who hide their faces. I thought this time it was just you, Baiyang Hongzhou, leading the team, but now it seems there are other friends lurking in the shadows to back you up." Li Gui meant that there was another powerhouse among the rangers who had used some trick to suddenly snatch away the crown of temporal stagnation. Bullshit. Baiyang cursed directly. "Who the hell do you think you are? Skulking and hiding? You think you're worthy of making us rangers skulk and hide?" The tension between them was thick. They probed each other through insults, both slightly suspecting that the other might have a hidden expert. Only Bai Feifei knew that the true master was a different entity altogether. The crown of temporal stagnation, which everyone had been fighting over, now lay quietly in her storage ring, completely lacking the terrifying aura of its glass containment item. Now, after the temporal deceleration earlier, everyone was still shaken and refrained from further action, converging and clustering around their teammates. That feeling of powerlessness made all who experienced it understand what despair truly meant. "Are you all right?" Wan Qianhong instantly returned to Bai Feifei and the others, speaking. "I'm fine," Bai Feifei replied, lowering her head slightly to conceal the crimson in her eyes, easing out of her slayer mode state. Wan Qianhong looked at Bai Feifei with some suspicion. While under the control of the crown of temporal stagnation, she had been keeping an eye on Bai Feifei's direction. How could she have just now had an illusion that, before the slowing effect had passed, Bai Feifei had already moved slightly? Seeing that Bai Feifei was unharmed, she said to the others in the eastern sector, "This glass containment item has a tremendous mental influence. Everyone quickly take out your best cognitive filters and wear them. Those with lower strength should consider evacuating. Especially you. Can you still manage?" This last question was directed at Yi Yu. "I'm not injured. Earlier Bai Feifei was protecting me all along." Yi Yu quickly indicated that she was fine, but couldn't stop glancing at Bai Feifei beside her. Wan Qianhong noticed her behavior, frowned slightly, and felt an inexplicable displeasure, but said nothing, only sighing. The level of danger in this coal mine had far exceeded her expectations. It was simply not something her abilities. If not for the sudden disappearance of the crown of temporal stagnation, these people would likely have been completely wiped out. Even if her own master came to the rescue, most of the cleaners here would probably not have lasted until then. So this is the power of its glass containment item. It's terrifying. Why did it suddenly appear here from the inner city? Yang Shuo, standing to the side with his upper body bare, spoke with lingering fear. But why did it suddenly vanish? On the other side, through verbal probing, Hongzhou and Li Gui had basically determined that the crown of temporal stagnation did not seem to have been taken by the other party's people. After all, to be able to stealthily break free from the temporal slowing effect in that state and instantly take away and class containment item, the person's strength must far surpass both of theirs. If it were one of the other party's people, they would have no reason to put on an act. In other words, beneath this coal mine, there was likely another hidden powerhouse who had taken the containment item. That powerhouse should be a third party belonging neither to Shuguang City nor to the Rangers. But who could it be? This would have to be at least a prophet-level powerhouse to accomplish such feats so stealthily. Such a powerhouse wouldn't possibly fear Hongzhou, and Li Gui not showing up could only be due to disdain, or because they had more important matters to attend to. The question was, what could be more important than an class containment item? The more they thought, the more uneasy they felt, both frowning, as if they'd seen a ghost unable to come up with a plausible explanation. After eliminating all possibilities, suddenly the name of an organization they had only recently heard of came to both their minds. The Masked God-Concealing Society. That organization that claimed the Rangers' vision was too narrow and boasted of containing the corpses of ancient evil gods. Hongjia's eyes lit up, feeling he had glimpsed the truth. Given that organization's audacious goals, it must be teeming with experts. It would be reasonable for them to have stealthily taken the crown of temporal stagnation. Moreover, that Bai Feifei had said she was a member of that organization. Since this coal mine had erupted with such violent energy fluctuations, it seemed perfectly reasonable that she would have reported to her organization and called for experts to investigate. Everything fit. Li Gui had a similar thought, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had previously been completely dismissive, thinking that the so-called Masked God-Concealing Society was nothing but nonsense from that poorly mannered woman Bai Feifei. How could such a thing exist? Only an idiot would believe it. But now there seemed to be no other explanation. As if by tacit agreement, Hongzhou and Li Gui stopped arguing, their necks stiffly turning, as they simultaneously looked at Bai Feifei among the crowd. Bai Feifei. Seeing herself stared at by two edge walkers, Bai Feifei's breathing became difficult. She was guilty of something now others didn't know, but she was well aware that the S079 crown of temporal stagnation was in her. Meeting the gazes of Hongzhou and Li Gui, she thought she had been discovered. How did they find out? Containing that crown was the work of an evil god. Could it be that they could sense the aura from her storage ring? Finally, among the people whose thoughts were misaligned, it was Hongzhou who spoke first, somewhat reluctantly, to Bai Feifei. Hey brother, you guys are being a bit unfair here. Your Masked Shrouded Society always said we are narrow-minded, but now, why are you Rangers trying to snatch things from us? Bai Feifei. She was momentarily stunned, clearly not understanding what he meant. What did he mean by our Masked Shrouded Society snatching things? So they didn't realize I was the one who snatched it. At the same time, Sumo's laughter echoed in her mind. Oh, ha ha ha, how interesting. What a delightful misunderstanding. Tisk tisk, how do these people's brains even work? Sumo never expected that the nonsense he had fabricated to establish Bai Feifei's intimidating and unpredictable persona would now bear fruit. Could it be that they truly believed an expert from the Masked Shrouded Society had been covertly following and had just made a move to seize the crown of temporal lag? Come to think of it, this speculation actually sounded quite plausible. Bai Feifei lowered her head and hastily asked Sumo in her mind, "What's going on?" Sumo chuckled. "Nothing, just listen for now. Let's play along with them." He was curious to see how far these people would go in their imagination about the non-existent Masked Shrouded Society. Bai Feifei. Hongzhou turned around first, looked at her, and solemnly cupped his hands. Your Masked Shrouded Society's ideals are indeed grand. I, Hongzhou, cannot fathom such a vision. As for what just happened, it was actually your senior's intervention. Logically, I owe a debt of gratitude. But the Rangers still have the duty to contain all anomalous objects in the world. Please, could that senior of your organization come out and meet with us? Bai Feifei. She had no idea what they were misunderstanding, but meet. Did they want to meet the ancient evil? On the other side, Li Gui also spoke to Bai Feifei. Miss Bai. That crown of temporal lag belongs to Shuguang City. Please ask your expert to return it. We can discuss specific terms. Moreover, only we currently know how to contain and seal it. That unidentifiable expert must be under great pressure right now. Li Gui was extremely adaptable, a master of tailoring his words to the audience, changing his address based on the person's. Now facing Bai Feifei, he even called her Miss Bai. Bai Feifei could only remain speechless, truly at a loss. The others around were also staring at her, as if she were a rare specimen. Wan Qianhong's expression was complex, recalling her teacher Lu Yongxianzi's warning. She never expected this girl's identity to be so mysterious. Yi's eyes were filled with admiration, feeling a sense of pride, as if her idol's strength reflected on her. The other scavengers and rangers also wore varied expressions, silently engraving the name Masked Shrouded Society. Bai Feifei almost wished the evil deity would take control of her body even if it meant saying something thunderous. Anything would be better than her awkward silence. She was naturally introverted, and being stared at by so many people made her feel like some kind of celebrity. Just as she was at a loss, a voice broke the silence. Ah! Wu Xin, who had been trailing behind the Eastern District team, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Whatever severe injury he had sustained, he was now coughing violently, the blood containing solidified chunks, possibly fragments of internal organs. His abnormality drew everyone's attention. Wan Qianhong rushed over, intending to use her word spirit to regulate his qi and blood. But Wu Xian raised a hand to wave her off, indicating he didn't need help. Then he wiped the blood from his mouth and pointed in a direction, speaking with great difficulty. Over there. I sensed it. The crown just now, it went that way. Bai Feifei. Suamo. Beast. What did you sense? Bai Feifei was bewildered by Wu Xin's words, instinctively rubbing the ring on her finger. Wasn't the crown of temporal lag in her storage ring? What did he mean by that way? But the others present didn't know. The white ram Hong Zhou's eyes lit up. His body transformed into a scorching gale as he flashed to Wu Xin's side. What's going on? Li Gui reacted swiftly too, arriving beside Wu Xian and encasing him in a pile of stones as if to prevent him from escaping. What do you mean by you sensed it? Wan Qianhong frowned at Li Gui's action, displeased by his treatment of an ally. Seeing Wu Xin's poor condition, she took the initiative to explain. His ability involves detecting the location of energy fluctuations. But if the anomalous fluctuation he detects is too powerful, he suffers backlash. He's now severely injured from that backlash. Please release him. He needs treatment. Li Gui's eyes lit up. He couldn't care less about Wu Xin's injury. He instantly realized that such a strong backlash could indeed be the result of detecting the crown of temporal lag. Meanwhile, the white ram Hong Zhou wasted no words. He turned into a streak of flame and charged in the direction Wu Xian had pointed. The other rangers needed no orders, instantly dispersing into multiple streams and rushing forward. After them, Li Gui's expression changed, and he employed his escape technique, turning into a plume of smoke as he dashed ahead. The action team's Wu Genie and his men quickly followed, but their steps were far more hesitant than the rangers. Chase after the crown of temporal lag and the unknown expert from the masked shrouded society. That seemed like suicide. With Wan Qianhong's word spirit assistance, Wu Xian struggled to his feet and urged, "Quick, don't worry about me. Catch, this level containment object is important. I can still sense it. Hurry." Seeing his determination despite his injuries, the Eastern District members didn't hesitate and charged after them. Only Bai Feifei stood there utterly confused. Watching the three groups all busy and urgent, she couldn't make sense of it. Wasn't the crown of temporal lag in her possession? And the hidden expert didn't exist at all. What were they chasing? Wasn't this like chasing herself? Bai Feifei quickly asked in her mind. What are they doing? They must have sensed it wrong. Sensed it wrong. Sumo's voice came through with a meaningful tone. He didn't sense it wrong. He's just being dishonest. Sumo's voice in Bai Feifei's mind was laced with amusement, carrying a hint of a knowing sneer, as if he had anticipated this all along. Bai Feifei rushed forward with the crowd, asking inwardly, "What does he mean? The crown of temporal stagnation is clearly on me. Why does he say it's over there?" "Because he's doing it on purpose," Suemo said lazily. "Tisk, my gut feeling was right. These eyes of mine have seen far too much. Then what should I say now?" Bai Feifei couldn't grasp the evil god's smugness at this moment. She was growing anxious. "Should I tell Senior Wan? Don't say anything, just follow along." Sumo's voice didn't sound urgent at all. "Why are you panicking? I'm here. No rush, let's toy with him." Bai Feifei gritted her teeth, watching Wan Qianhong's back ahead, but ultimately remained silent. The group surged forward in the direction Wu Xian pointed. Hong Zhou, like a human bulldozer, led the way, smashing through walls instead of following the existing mine tunnels. As they moved, the path grew wider and several small tunnels were merged into one. Li Gui and his action team followed closely, while Wan Qianhong's Eastern District crew brought up the rear, occasionally tending to Wu Xian, who kept coughing up blood. Bai Feifei ran in the middle of the crowd with Yi Yu right behind her, his eyes fixed on her. He whispered, "Bai Feifei, you look terrible. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Bai Feifei replied curtly. Her mind was in turmoil. What was Wu Xian up to? If something was wrong, why wouldn't the evil god let her speak out? Inside her mind, Suemo stared at his game panel, a wild grin spreading across his face. Special story: The Mystery of the Black Smoke Coal Mine. Current progress 40. It had increased. But it was far too little. And Sclass Containment objects something that made Dawn City and the Rangers factions clash over had been glitched into his storage ring. Yet the progress only rose by 10%. So the remaining 60%. Interesting, Suemo murmured to himself. That thing I've never seen before must be beyond imagination. This time there's real substance. Having played Old World Revival so many times, he had explored the Black Smoke coal mine countless times, always driven back by the tide of aberrations or leaving with only scraps. But this time the story had advanced. The people around him were far friendlier, and even the crown of temporal stagnation and glass containment object fell into his hands with ease. He had a premonition. Perhaps this time he might actually witness the true face of that thing. What exactly was it? Could it be one of the top 10 glass containment objects? Or something related to the ancient evil gods? For a moment the veteran was filled with eager anticipation. Hongzhou up ahead smashed through another wall and bellowed. Sir, are you really not going to show yourself? He was addressing the supposed expert from the Masked Divine Concealment Society. But since that expert didn't exist, naturally no one replied. Frowning, he turned back to look at Wu Xian. Wu Xian, supported by Wan Qianhong, was pale and spoke in a broken voice. Almost there, we're almost there. I feel it. It has stopped. Stopped. Li Gui's eyes flickered with doubt, his gaze toward Wu Xian growing more suspicious. But Hongzhou kept charging ahead, leaving him no time to dwell. The mine tunnels grew narrower, the temperature rose, and strange patterns began to appear on the walls. No signs of carving, as if the stone had grown that way naturally. Bai Feifei noticed the patterns and whispered to Suemo, "What are these?" Suemo was inwardly amazed. He had never been this deep, but from his experience these patterns seemed related to some ancient evil god. What was its name? Lost in thought, he answered Bai Feifei dismissively, "Ask Wu Xian, he's the one leading the way." Bai Feifei's heart sank. The evil god's words practically screamed that Wu Xian had ill intentions. Yet the deity's attitude was one of tacit permission for this betrayal. Finally Hongzhou smashed through the last wall, and everyone surged into a vast underground cavern. The cavern was astonishingly large, with no other passageways. If not for Hongzhou's reckless wall-busting, they might never have discovered it. But it was empty. No aberrations, no containment objects, no anomalous fluctuations. Nothing. What's going on? Hongji glared, clearly sensing the strangeness. Li Gui's face darkened as he surveyed the surroundings, brows furrowed. Supported by Wan Qianhong, Wu Xian coughed up blood and raised a trembling finger toward the front. "They're right there, I can feel it." Everyone followed his gaze to a bare rock wall. "Are you out of your mind?" Hongzhou's tone turned hostile, but then Wu Xian suddenly laughed. It was an odd laugh. Not a survivor's relief nor a schemer's triumph, but something inexplicably sorrowful. As if he had just heard a joke only he could understand. "Here. Right here." He muttered, his voice growing louder. "The crown of temporal stagnation is right here on you." He pointed at Hongzhou. "Hongzhou. No, it's on Li Gui." Wu Xian changed his mind again, inexplicably emboldened to act insolently toward the two men he had previously dared not provoke. Hongzhou and Li Gui both changed color. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Hongzhou roared, but Wu Xian seemed not to hear, rambling on. "No, Hongzhou took it. He snatched the crown in the chaos. No, it was Li Gui stole it with his escape art. No, it was Wan Qianhong used her word magic to control everyone and secretly took it." His words grew faster, his voice shriller, blood-flecked spittle flying from his lips as if he had gone mad. And listening to him, everyone's heartbeat began to quicken inexplicably. It wasn't ordinary nervousness, but an indescribable sense of panic. As if something was staring at their hearts, plucking at their blood vessels one by one. Bai Feifei instinctively clutched her chest, her heart was pounding so fast it left her breathless. Yi's face was pale. He grabbed Bai Feifei's arm, clinging to the only person who made him feel safe. "This is wrong." Bai Feifei cried out inwardly. "On the contrary, this is exactly right." Suemo laughed, now feeling almost grateful to Wu Xian. Just then the ground began to tremble violently. Not the rhythmic intermittent tremors of before, but a fierce shaking, as if the earth itself was pulsing with a heartbeat. "Another earthquake." Bai Feifei was startled and asked, "Why is there still an earthquake? Wasn't that glass crown contained?" The previous anomalous fluctuations weren't caused by the crown of temporal stagnation. Sumo's voice was eerily calm, sending a chill through her blood. "Of course not. S079 is nothing special." Bai Feifei was rendered speechless with shock. The time-lag crown's unconscious emission of anomalous properties had previously immobilized everyone present. Two-edge walkers before that crown were no different from chickens awaiting slaughter. She had always believed that the terrifying earthquake and bizarre uprising in the coal mine must have originated from that glass containment object. But now the elder god told her otherwise. Then, what is the source? Bai Feifei asked in her mind. "I don't know." Sumo's reply was crisp and succinct. Bai Feifei almost thought she misheard. an elder god who could reverse time and was omniscient claiming not to know. How could you not know? She pressed instinctively. Sumo's voice carried a hint of irritation. Why must I know everything? This world is not mine alone. There are other Ultimers, understand. Bai Feifei's heart felt as if it were being squeezed. Ultimers? Did the elder god's mention of Ultimers mean what she thought it meant? The thing beneath this coal mine, the anomalous fluctuations here, were they actually related to an elder god? She felt her blood run cold and instinctively looked at the people around her. Yi was gripping her arm tightly. Hongjiu and Li Gui were glaring at each other, and Wu Xian was still deliriously babbling nonsense. If it were an elder god, how many of these people would die? How many could survive? A profound terror engulfed her, and she felt that the root of all this was her own recklessness. Even at the start, they could have been swapped back. Bai Yang Hongjiu suddenly became exceptionally irate. He grabbed Wu Xian by the collar and lifted him up. You're losing it already. Your mental fortitude is this fragile. Wu Xin's face turned purple from the chokehold, but he kept laughing, tears streaming down his face. Damn it! Hongjiu threw him to the ground, then turned to glare at Li Gui. Is this old bastard messing with us? This kid is from your Dawn City, isn't he? Li Gui's skeletal face was filled with malevolence. Bullshit. Who was the one trying to steal our containment object? Go to hell. I should have killed you back then. The auras of both men erupted simultaneously, flames and sand colliding in midair. The shockwave rattled the surrounding stone walls, sending dust cascading down. Their subordinates also squared off on the verge of an all-out brawl. Suddenly Wan Qianhong frowned deeply, sensing something amiss. Everyone's blood flow was abnormal. Yang Shuo flexed his muscles and snorted. Boss, should we make a move? Who do we help? Wait. Wan Qianhong said. Everyone was off. At some point their emotions had all turned abnormally negative. Just then Bai Feifei's body trembled violently. Suemo took over. He cracked his neck, surveyed the crowd, and sneered. A bunch of greenhorns without experience. Can't even realize your own state is off. Given what had transpired, Bai Feifei now held a special status in the eyes of the group. When she suddenly stepped forward, everyone froze. Hongjiu stared at her. What do you mean? What do I mean? Suemo sneered. You may not be the sharpest tool, but don't you think you're a bit too dull right now? Why did you come here? Why are you now only thinking about fighting? Earlier trusting Wu Xian made no sense either. And you? Suemo pointed at Li Gui. Old man, you're usually the most cautious. You almost got killed just now, and now you're still provoking. Li Gui's face twitched violently. The people around listened to her words, falling into silence. Cold sweat gradually soaked their clothes. They were all being influenced without realizing it. That inexplicable irritability, anger, and suspicion were not normal emotions at all, and they had been completely oblivious. If not for Bai Feifei suddenly speaking up. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Suemo turned to look at Wu Xian, who was lying on the ground. Wu Xian was still coughing up blood, his chest heaving violently, and the manic grin on his face was starting to falter. Suemo crouched down, leaned close to his ear, and grinned. Stop pretending. Wu Xin's smile froze entirely. You volunteered to come in. That alone is suspicious. Every time you pointed the way, it seemed deliberately toward danger. And you even dared to stop me from going to the mass grave earlier. Under normal circumstances, would you have had the nerve? Wu Xin's pupils contracted sharply. The mass grave was sealed and dealt with. Huang Cheng failed to trigger a mutation riot. Your expression was like you'd lost your own mother. After the time-lag crown was gone, you pointed this way again, leading everyone to this godforsaken place. Suemo patted his face, the gesture flippant, as if teasing a dog. Who sent you? Spill it. Wu Xian was silent. He remained silent for a long time. Then he laughed. Not the feigned madness from before, but a complete, desperate, resigned. Impressive. He lay on his back, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. Damn impressive. I knew something was off with you from the start. Bai Feifei. Is your mind messed up? Bullshit, you're more lucid than anyone. I just don't understand why you know so much about this place. It doesn't make sense. He struggled to sit up, leaning against the stone wall, coughing up blood, and laughed bitterly. But it doesn't matter. You're all going to die. Having a few big shots as my company in death isn't a bad deal. Wan Qianhong finally understood, staring at Wu Xian in disbelief. What did you say? You were sent by someone. Who are you working for? Wu Xian looked at her, his eyes carrying both apology and relief. He suddenly cursed like a madman. How did you become the Eastern District Director? Why investigate? Why did you have to investigate? Don't you know how complicated this is? It's been untouched for years, so why now? Wan Qianhong was left speechless, her mouth half open. She hadn't expected that even in this short-notice operation a mole had been planted among them. Suemo asked for her. Who threatened you? Wu Exan laughed bitterly. Who else? You're all big shots. Secret organization's disciples of prophets. Impressive. But I'm just a nobody. I can't afford to offend anyone. He shook his head as if talking to himself. My whole family is in the inner city. They threatened my wife and children. What could I do? I had no choice but to obey. It didn't have to be this way. It didn't have to be this way. If I could just lead you astray if that mass grave hadn't been discovered. No one had to die, but I never expected you to actually neutralize an glass containment object. He closed his eyes, his voice growing fainter. The final ritual has already begun. Everyone will die. By Feifei, that master behind you. Hell die too. Suemohu. Me. The earthquake continued, and as his words faded the shaking intensified. It was a rhythmic heartbeat-like vibration. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone present changed color. But the worst expression belonged to Li Gue. He suddenly grabbed Wu Exine, his skeletal face twisted with pure terror. What did you say? What final ritual? This operation was supposed to be just destroying the critical evidence. Who ordered you? How is this any of your business? Who the hell are you? At these words the entire space fell into dead silence. Everyone, including the Eastern District scavengers and the rangers, fixed their gaze on Li Gue. Suemo looked at him with amusement, raising an eyebrow. Oh, another one blowing himself up. Li Gue had inadvertently let slip in his haste, but now he could no longer afford to care. Clearly he was aware of many matters beneath the surface, and his arrival here was itself at the behest of certain individuals. Yet he had no idea who this Wu Exine before him was. No one had even mentioned this to him beforehand. Wu Exine, being grabbed by the collar, stared at him dazedly. Then he began to laugh. Ha! Ha ha ha! Wu Exine laughed until tears streamed down his face. So that's how it is. I never thought this operation would involve you as well. I thought only my life was worthless, but it turns out even a big shot like you is just a pawn to be discarded. Li Gui's face turned extremely grim as he spoke. What exactly are you here for? And what is the ritual behind this earthquake? Wu Exine shook his head. Do you really not know what I'm here for? Our tasks are probably similar. But haven't you noticed something off? Why hasn't this mine erupted into an aberration tide yet? Because of her. Wu Exine pointed viciously at Bai Feifei. Because she found that pit, the one filled with corpses, and stopped your men from acting. It's been so long, oh, haven't you sensed anything wrong? As he suddenly pointed at her, everyone turned to look at Bai Feifei once more. Oh, it seems I've been doing a decent job. Suemo said calmly, even finding a flat stone to sit on. Then, as if an amused spectator, she smiled and said, Go on, tell us more. Since we're all going to die anyway, there's nothing left to hide. Don't take your secrets to the grave. Wu Exine turned back to Li Gue, gritting his teeth. You're from the Li family, aren't you? I'm guessing your task was to provoke an aberration riot and retrieve the containment object from Shuguang City. Li Gui's murderous intent was palpable. He did not deny it. He had been so focused on the strongest containment object being taken by Baiyang Hongjiu that he had forgotten all about the aberration riot. How did you know? I deduced it from my own mission, replied Wu Exine. My mission was a sort of insurance, to mislead Wan Qianhong and the others as much as possible. If things went awry, I was to activate the final measure and kill everyone here. Li Gui's eyes trembled as he murmured, No. Impossible. The clan head told me before. Which clan head? Suemo interjected from the side. Naturally the Huang and Li families, said Wu Exine. Oh, do tell, Suemo prompted smoothly, playing the straight man. Seeing the situation had changed, Wu Exine stopped pretending. Looking at the stunned people from the Eastern District, he smiled bitterly. Since we're at this point, let's die as enlightened ghosts. Do you think this coal mine belongs to whom? On the surface it's Shuguang City's property, but in reality the entire mining operation is run by the Li family, while the Huang family secretly provides funds and labor. They force people from the outer city to work as miners here. No wages, just work until death, tormenting their bodies and minds to make them more susceptible to aberration. Then, using the power of whatever is down there, they try to develop a potion that induces aberration and a means to control. As for whether there are deeper purposes, I don't know either. Wan Qianhong clenched her teeth. The source she had been chasing, the evidence she had been seeking, was now laid bare before her. The Huang family and the Li family, the two inner-city clans, have been committing such heinous acts together. Wu Exine shook his head helplessly. Heinous acts? Ha! How enviable your naivety is. Where is there any justice? Moreover, I'm afraid even these two families might not be the top masters behind this scheme. Oh! Suemo became somewhat curious and quickly pressed on. What do you mean? Are there higher powers? Hearing her persistent questions, the others began to feel puzzled, staring at her in confusion. Hey sis, isn't your attitude a bit too good? It seems like we're all about to die together, yet you're acting like it's a game. Is this really the time to be curious? Even Wu Xin, who had already mentally collapsed, now stared at by Feifei with a hint of bewilderment. What's the point of asking these questions now? Oh, in the morning hear the way, in the evening die content. Suemo waved his hand breezily. When he had been playing the old world revival game before, he couldn't untangle the plot threads, so he hadn't bothered to sort out the ins and outs. Now that Wu Xin and Li Gui were turning on each other and spilling everything, Suemo saw it as having the game story, which would have required solving puzzles, laid out right before his eyes, and it was quite a pleasant surprise. As for in the morning hear the way, in the evening die content, he could just reload the game later. Why all this life and death drama? Whatever was beneath this coal mine was worth using a precious reload opportunity. In the morning hear the way, well said, but this is not the time for that. Suddenly a roar echoed through the space. Baiyang Hongjiu charged forward, flames enveloping Wu Xin. What is this thing you speak of beneath here? Tell me now how to end this ritual of yours, or you'll lose your head in the next second. Wu Xin's body was scorched by the flames as he struggled to speak. Dying in the next second or dying in a minute makes no difference to me. Besides, it's already too late. Haven't you noticed the walls closing in? I don't know what's down here, and neither does anyone else. If you had tried to break through the ground from the start, maybe you'd have had a chance. Baiyang Hongjiu had no time to listen further. The moment he finished speaking, his fist, wreathed in flames, slammed heavily onto the ground. A strange thud echoed. The ground no longer felt like hard rock, but had become resilient, almost like jelly forcefully bouncing the ram's body back. The entire space continued to contract and tremble. The walls that Baiyang Hongjiu had shattered earlier had already closed back together, now soft. Li Gui's body instantly turned into sand and gravel, attempting to escape using an earth escape technique, but he failed to merge into the surrounding walls, and was bounced back, his face pale as death. How could this be? Wasn't it said that after reaching the level of a border walker one could no longer be crushed to death by physical means? The originally vast space had now shrunk to less than half its size. Seeing that even two border walkers were helpless, despair crept onto everyone's faces. As they were about to be crushed to death in the soft elastic space, Bai Feifei couldn't help but ask in her mind, "Evil God." Suemo listened to the slightly pleading voice in his mind and calmly replied, "I know, don't worry." He knew that Bai Feifei had witnessed his timer-winding ability, and now she was likely hoping he would use it again. He certainly intended to rewind time, but he wasn't in a hurry yet. He wanted to observe a little more. Ever since entering this space and the earthquake resumed, he could feel the ground beneath his feet gradually softening. It seemed to be transforming from solid rock into something else. Something like very tough flesh. Which eldritch deity's power was this? He couldn't quite recall. The walls now turned to flesh, pressed in from all sides, forcing everyone to gather at the center, awaiting the arrival of death in the next moment. Yi Yu and the others had even lost the ability to scream in panic. They could only stare at the comside profile of Bai Feifei, who was even casually poking the ground. Was she truly so unafraid of death? All right, that's enough for now, Suemo said to himself, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Although he had decided to rewind time, he could still haggle with the girl a little before that. "Do you want me to save them?" Bai Feifei was startled by Sumo's voice, then quickly replied, "Of course." Ever since she realized that the ultimate thing beneath the coal mine was connected to an eldritch deity, guilt had weighed on her heart. "Very well, I can promise to save them. But my condition is that you must not defy me emotionally. Even if I cannot control you, you must obey me, even if it means risking your life." "Okay," Bai Feifei said. The deal was struck. Suemo stood up, and at that moment Wan Qianhong, whose eyes were filled with despair, turned her head to look at herself. "Bai Feifei," Wan Qianhong said through gritted teeth, her face a mask of despair and self-blame. She felt that her own blindness and overconfidence had led her to drag the other into the mine, causing her death. "I'm sorry, it's all my. Oh, enough with the mutual confessions for now. You'll forget all this anyway after we rewind." Suemo interrupted, utterly oblivious to the romantic tension. Then he snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! The world froze, the walls ceased their trembling and contraction, and everyone's expressions were frozen on their faces. Then the god who governs time turned the clock back half an hour. Player Suemo negated the history of this timeline and resolved to start anew. Even experiencing this miraculous reversal of time for the second time, Bai Feifei still felt the shudder of her soul as she watched the world collapse around her. Moreover, last time it was only a few seconds, this time it was a full half hour. After a dizzying sensation, she opened her eyes again to a familiar scene, as if an entire lifetime had passed. At that moment she was running forward with the group, charging toward the unknown end of death. Bai Feifei, are you okay? You look terrible. Yiyu grabbed her arm and asked with concern. I'm fine, Bai Feifei replied instinctively, then her face suddenly changed drastically. No, that's not right. She couldn't continue charging forward. That Wu Xian was lying. She had to stop them. Just then her body trembled and control was taken over by the eldritch deity. Sumo's voice echoed in her mind. I told you must obey me. Don't worry, I'll save these people. Bai Feifei immediately grew anxious. But, over there is not just an eldritch deity. So what if it's an eldritch deity? Sumo snorted coldly, his tone filled with the arrogance of a player. Just a bunch of decrepit old things that have been dead for ages. Bai Feifei, dead for ages. Then what are you? She had no choice but to obey the senior player at this critical moment, so she watched as Sumo controlled her body, and continued following the group forward. During this time Hongzhou still smashed through wall after wall, and Wu Xian still appeared as weak as ever. Eventually, after passing through those strange markings, Hongzhou burst into the vast space. What's going on? Hongzhou's eyes widened as he sensed something wrong. Li Gui's face darkened as he looked around the space, feeling a strange familiarity. Wu Xian, supported by Wan Qianhong, coughed up blood under everyone's gaze. He raised a trembling finger and pointed ahead. It's there, right there. I can feel it. Everyone followed his finger, but there was nothing there. Only a bare stone wall. You're out of your... Hongzhou started to curse, but then he saw Bai Feifei step forward from the crowd. She was humming a little tune, strolling leisurely over to Wu Xian, a dagger in her hand. She bent down and sliced off his head as easily as cutting a bunch of chives. Her action was so natural, as if she were performing a routine task, that no one thought to stop her. Only when she dropped the severed head to the ground did the surrounding people realize what she had done. Their expressions shifted dramatically. What are you doing? Wan Qianhong stared at Bai Feifei in disbelief. Aries Hongzhou's mouth hung, half up in the curse he had meant to hurl at Wu Xian stuck in his throat, his mind frozen. Li Gui's mind was also sluggish for a long moment. He finally said, his face dark. Bai Feifei killing someone at a time like this. Shut up. Sumo took a deep breath and let out an extraordinarily powerful roar. No one could understand how such a frail body could produce such a sound so loud it hurt their eardrums. Look at me, all of you. Time is short. I have an announcement. Sumo spread his arms and shouted. In his mind, Bai Feifei couldn't help but cover her face. Even though she knew the situation was perilous, she still felt an unbearable embarrassment. I am the one true prophet here. From now on I take command. Everyone listen to my orders. We only have a few minutes left. If you don't want to die, do as I say. With that, Sumo casually pointed at Yang Shuo in the crowd and said, You're strong, right? Go brace the opening with your body. If the walls start to contract, let me know. Yang Shuo was dumbfounded. He hadn't even processed why Bai Feifei had killed someone, and now he was being told to brace against a wall that might contract. Unable to comprehend these prerequisite knowledge, Yang Shuo stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for what to do, and instinctively looked toward Wan Qianhong. Wan Qianhong frowned but still spoke. Listen to her for now. Yang Shuo nodded, accepted the order, and walked with a perplexed expression to the gap that, by Yang Hongzhou, had smashed open, spreading his arms and bracing against the edges. Like a giant cross. Sumo looked at the crowd, especially at Wan Qianhong's gaze fixed on him, and took the initiative to speak. Alright, stop staring at each other like that. In simple terms, Wu Xian was a spy sent by the inner city to follow you with the aim of leading you to insignificant places to waste time. If you really discovered something extraordinary, then he would try to lead us to dangerous places and have everyone die normally. If that still didn't work, then use the final resort. Activate the ultimate weapon of this coal mine and let everyone perish together. That's about it. Sumo dumped all of Wu Xin's circumstances before the rollback onto Wan Qianhong. Wan Qianhong's eyes grew wider and wider as she looked at Bai Feifei in disbelief. The amount of information was too overwhelming. She couldn't accept it all at once. She had previously noticed something off about Bai Feifei, Wu Xin's attitude, and had asked him, but at that time Bai Feifei had said nothing. Li Gui listened to Sumo's words, his eyes full of shock. Wu Xian was a spy. How could he not know about? He immediately asked. These are just your one-sided words, aren't they? How could a mere outer city cleaner have the means to make all of us die? Did I say it was his means? Are your ears just for decoration? Sumo looked at Li Gui bluntly, then stomped the ground with his foot. Of course he doesn't have that power, but the thing down below does. In a few minutes the surrounding walls will become flesh-like and squeeze in. By then everyone will probably be dead. Hearing Sumo mention the thing down below, Li Gui's expression completely changed. He instinctively asked. Then how do you know all? How do I know? I know a lot. I even know why you're here. Suemo said, looking at Li Gui. Aren't you just the pawn sent by the Li family? You caused the aberration riot here, making outsiders think this riot was just another tide of aberrant corpses, and then conveniently erase the evidence of your dirty deeds over the years, and bring the crown of time lag back, right? Unfortunately, you won't achieve any of these goals. Huang Chang has already been killed by me, so forget about the If the flood of information given to Wan Qianhong just now was overwhelming for her, then what Suemo just said to Li Gui made Li Gui feel like his brain was about to explode. His eyes deep in their sockets were about to pop out again. You? What did you say? He instinctively wanted to say you're talking nonsense, but he knew that Bai Feifei had gotten everything right. His mission was received in the Li family head's room. How could an outer city woman he had never seen before know about it? No. Impossible. Don't say impossible. Accept reality. Do you think you're so important? You're already a discarded pawn. Suemo mocked with a smile. The people behind you brought in Wu Xin because they were afraid that a useless piece of trash like you might fail. They wanted a backup plan for the final stage, to kill everyone and be done with it. Li Gui's face turned pale. He had to believe that the Bai Feifei before him truly knew these things. These deepest secrets which the Li family thought were unknown to anyone. You, how exactly do you know all this? For a moment he didn't even want to argue. He just wanted to know how this information had leaked. Their vaunted secrecy mechanism had been exposed just like that. Hey, I told you long ago that I'm the only prophet. Suemo didn't explain. In this regard, he was just spouting nonsense. How do I know? Of course I know from the rollback. Do I have to tell you that I have a precognition cheat? If Wu Xin could still speak, he would probably curse directly. Everything you said is my line. But now Wu Xin's head had already fallen, so he had no objections. While Li Gui was struck speechless, Wan Qianhong looked over in shock. Is the Li family involved in this too? Yes, mainly the Huang and Li families. Maybe even higher-ups, who knows? Wan Qianhong and all the East District people looked at Bai Feifei in confusion. If you knew everything, why didn't you say it earlier? What was the purpose of our coming down? Brilliant, brilliant. Bai Yang Hongzhou the brute had been standing by forcibly enduring the spectacle for so long and now started clapping. He curled his lips and said disdainfully, Your Shuguang city is indeed corrupt enough. I didn't expect to see such a thing when I came. Suemo, hearing his applause, said somewhat speechlessly, You don't take what I say seriously, do you? Forget it. Hurry up. Don't just stand idle. Use your fists to open a hole right in the center of the ground. Bai Yang was momentarily stunned, never expecting that he would be ordered around after interrupting. Looking at Bai Feifei, he couldn't help but say strangely, Whether those things you said are true or false, only your Shuguang city people know. It has nothing to do with us rangers. What you call the thing down below? Stop rambling. Suemo interrupted impatiently. We'll be out of time soon. If you don't want your most valued successor to be buried here along with your ignorance, then act now. As he spoke, Suemo raised his hand and pointed at someone in the rangers' ranks. Bai Yang Hongzhou. Now he became the third person after Wan Qianhong and Li Gui to widen his eyes. How did she know that he had already chosen the next Ares? Don't ask me how I know. Suemo said with his hands behind his back, looking invincible. The masked Divine Concealment Society can know whatever it wants to know. In fact, the reason he knew was naturally because he had been through many cycles. As his words fell, blazing flames instantly erupted from Bai Yang Hongjia's body. Then he charged forward and slammed his fist heavily onto the ground. Boom! Bai Yang made decisions with remarkable speed, devoid of any hesitation. If earlier, when Bai Feifei revealed the details of Li Gui and others, he could still remain aloof, appearing as a mere spectator. But now, at the moment the other party pointed out his successor, he truly could not smile. For that was a secret known only to himself in this world. Even the successor himself was unaware of this. So much so that, when Bai Feifei pointed at him, the man was taken aback. Because Hongzhou had not yet told him. He was only testing him secretly, often keeping the other by his side. For Bai Feifei to know such a thing was truly baffling, coupled with that masked shadow society. Hongzhou decided not to waste words and to listen to the other first. Although taking orders from a junior might seem shameful to most, Hongzhou did not care much about such. Boom! 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 Under his iron fists ablaze with flames, the entire earth trembled, space shook, and massive chunks of rubble rained down from the sky. Ha! So sturdy! As he kept striking, even Hongzhou himself felt something was wrong. Normally, with his current strength and ability, it would take only a punch or two to smash through a hollow ground. But now the texture under his fists gradually became abnormal. His strength was shaking the entire space, yet the ground still hadn't collapsed. The blood of revolutionaries, a myriad of colors. The voice of the word spirit sounded. Bai Yang suddenly felt his power surge to a higher level. Turning around, he saw that it was Wan Qianhong who had given him a boost. Earlier, when Bai Feifei was commanding Bai Yang, Wan Qianhong saw flames rising on the other's body and thought he was about to attack Bai Feifei. Unexpectedly, he did not do that, but actually followed Bai Feifei's suggestion and began inexplicably pounding the ground. Well, then she might as well lend a hand. As for Li Gui's matters, her mind was in a mess. She would wait until the current issue was resolved, then ask Bai Feifei. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Yang Shua, boss, something's wrong. This man, a burly figure standing 2 meters tall, actually carried a hint of terror in his voice. The stone walls around us seemed to be shrinking inward. No, I feel like they're getting softer. Hearing his words, everyone's hearts leaped, and they suddenly had a bad premonition, recalling what Bai Feifei had said earlier. These walls would contract like flesh, crushing everyone into powder. It seems the shaking isn't just from your pounding. Suemo looked up, frowning as he felt the shaking of the space. The familiar sensation of an earthquake from before the rewind had begun. Put some effort into it. Did you skip breakfast today? Suemo shouted at Bai Yang and Hongjiu. Time is running out. Seeing this, the surrounding rangers immediately rushed forward, intending to help their boss. All of you get back. Bai Yang Hongjiu's roar erupted violently in the empty underground space, echoing through the area. He stood up with a sinister grin, tore off the muscles of his upper body to reveal a set of iron-like muscles, and muttered with his head down. Damn it, can't I even break through a piece of shit like you? After saying that, he struck a bodybuilding pose with devil's horns, as if showing off his muscles. This sudden move left everyone around stunned, and for a long time, they couldn't figure out what he was doing. But the next second, he tensed his muscles too forcefully, causing a layer of capillaries on his body surface to burst, and his entire body was enveloped in a mist of blood. Those who didn't know were all confused, while the rangers quickly retreated one after another. Ha 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 ha. Hongjiu laughed heartily and roared out another word, spirit. Under the flames of Ares there are no cowards. As his words fell, the restless aura on his entire body instantly surged. Looking at Li Gui on the other side, his face alternated between green and so the opponent had such a life-risking ability. If that blow he had struck earlier had been like this, then he himself would have probably died directly. After thinking for a moment, he stepped forward and stood not far in front of Bai Yang. He was skeptical about Bai Feifei's words, but since the other had been correct about his own matters, he had to temporarily believe what was said about the underground. As a fringe walker of the Li family, he knew the secrets beneath this coal mine, and also knew that there was a hidden, extraordinarily powerful thing within the mine. But he didn't know what that thing was, nor where it was. Since Bai Feifei said it was down here, he had to get closer to be prepared for any contingency. Hongjiu ignored the cunning Li Gui who was rushing towards him. His face was ferocious, and the blood mist that had erupted from his body earlier had now been instantly evaporated. His fist, like a red-hot branding iron, slammed heavily into the ground before him. Open up, damn it! Boom! This time his fist sank deep into the ground. The rock and soil had begun to show some flexibility, just like before Sumo's rewind. But the force of this punch was too strong, like hitting an elastic cushion beyond its limit, smashing it directly. Boom! Amid the terrifying roar that gave everyone a headache, the ground was blasted open with a large hole, and the ground even bounced and wobbled. But seeing that they had finally succeeded, Sumo's expression did not improve at all. Instead he shouted, fall back! Get away! Bai Yang Hongjiu did not think twice and quickly stepped back 2 paces, retreating a certain distance. But Li Gui's expression changed, thinking that Bai Feifei was trying to snatch something. He quickly stepped forward and looked into it. From the smashed hole, a dark green substance suddenly spurted out, both liquid and gas, extremely disgusting. This disgusting stuff splashed all over Li Gui's face. At the same time, the scavengers closer to the ground gap were also touched, among whom the action squad members were the most. Sumo's face changed drastically. Without even saying a word, he drew his longsword, rushed forward, and stabbed a scavenger from behind straight through the back. That scavenger didn't react at all, turning his head in disbelief before collapsing dead. You! What is this? Bai Feifei, who had been obediently silent in her mind, now spoke in surprise. Tisk, young people still lack experience dealing with evil gods. Suemo said with a grim face. What? Bai Feifei's mind went completely blank in an instant. She didn't understand Sumo's meaning, thinking that the evil god he mentioned was himself. Killing directly now, that means falling out. No more pretending. How could this be? She had been deceived again. What the hell are you thinking? Stop it. The next moment, Sumo's scolding rang in her mind. He was really losing his composure. In that instant his control over the character had clearly loosened a bit. It was definitely Bai Feifei's mindset causing trouble again. So he could only explain, "What I'm saying is that the air current spraying up from below is something tainted with the most direct aura of the evil god. These people really have no experience dealing with evil gods, yet they dare to join in the fun. This is no mere aberration. With their level of skill, there's no way they can withstand it." Bai Feifei, listening to Sumo's words, she finally calmed down. Who would have such experience? Meanwhile, Wan Qianhong and the others nearby were stunned as they watched Bai Feifei suddenly kill someone. Before they could even ask, they saw her raise her sword and charge at the next person. Everyone present had witnessed the level of Bai Feifei's killing efficiency. Bai Feifei. Wan Qianhong wasted no time. With one hand forming a claw-like grip, she temporarily controlled the blood flow of Bai Feifei, causing Sumo's body to halt abruptly. Damn it! This woman's early-stage abilities are really troublesome. Sumo cursed inwardly, unable to help recalling the feeling of fighting against her in previous games. He looked up and saw the rangers standing at the edge. Since Baiyang Hongzhou had previously ordered them not to intervene, none of them were affected by the suddenly erupted air current from below. Sumo shouted at them, "Move! Hurry up! Kill everyone who approached the underground opening just now." The rangers hesitated as they looked at the Bai Feifei, yelling at them, but then Baiyang Hongjia's roar came, "Listen to her! For the time being her words are the same as my orders." At that moment Baiyang Hongjia's rough eyes were filled with lingering fear. Earlier when he had smashed through the ground, he had fortunately listened to Bai Feifei, and quickly stepped back a few paces. Most of that filthy watery mess was borne by Li Gui, while the small amount that splashed toward him was dried by the blazing flames on his body. He didn't know what it was, but as a member of the Rangers he had seen countless containment objects. The anomalous aura attached to that watery mess was stronger than any containment object he had ever encountered. Thus following Bai Feifei's lead, he quickly ordered his own men. Then the flames around him curled inward, covering his body and forming a flowing armor. He charged fiercely behind Li Gui. "Take this!" With a sweeping leg kick, he slammed into Li Gui's calf, sending him crashing to the ground. Then he pounced forward, grabbing Li Gui by the back of his clothes, and pressing him firmly into the hole he had created, blocking the still emanating airflow. At the same time, the rangers also moved, drawing their weapons and charging at those who had been splashed. Now Wan Qianhong no longer tried to stop what was happening, because even with the naked eye one could see that something was wrong. Those who had been splashed by the erupting air current stood motionless, not even reacting when the rangers' long blades struck their necks. They seemed to be completely resigned to death. Yet their aura was mysteriously growing stronger. The flesh beneath their clothes began to writhe abnormally, until from the back of one person's neck a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the ranger's incoming weapon. "They are aberrating." Wan Qianhong stared in horror at the person before her. "No, it's not just aberrating. If it were merely aberration, their strength wouldn't surge in sync." In that brief moment Wan Qianhong could sense that several level 3 scavengers had their aura swelling to match her own. What did that mean? If not for Sumo's quick reaction and the ranger's swift killing, who knew how much more their power would have surged? "Of course it's not just aberrating," Sumo's voice rang in her ear. "Aberration is merely being corrupted by anomalous aura. What they just got contaminated with is the source and progenitor of anomalies." Which elder evil god was this? I really can't recall. Elder evil god. Hearing Bai Feifei's earth-shattering words, Wan Qianhong stared at her blankly. She had wanted to investigate a corrupt and dark case, but as she delved deeper, what exactly had she unearthed? Did the masterminds behind the inner city know what they were doing? After Hongzhou blasted open the hole, it seemed that some force had been released and the earthquake stopped. However, the aura continuously emanating from the opening was draining everyone's sanity. "Help! Help me!" Li Gui was now half kneeling on the ground, coughing violently, his fingers digging deep into the earth as he struggled to call for help. But in his state no one could save him or even know what was happening to him. Hongzhou stood by frowning as he observed his— Even though the rangers had traveled far and wide and seen all sorts of bizarre anomalies and containment objects, this was still the first time Hongzhou had encountered such a situation. "What are you standing there for?" Sumo was exasperated seeing him stop. "Kill him!" Oh! Baiyang Hongzhou finally snapped out of it, and with a punch like a missile he slammed it toward Li Gui's head. Thud! In the abnormally dull sound, Li Gui didn't budge, his head only swayed slightly. The aura on his body began to surge sharply. "Wait! No need, it seems I don't need saving. I'm fine, this is a good thing. I've succeeded." Li Gui's flesh began to twist and deform, stretching and elongating, truly becoming a demon-like figure, causing Sumo to grit his teeth in pain. "Bad. If an Edgewalker-level powerhouse were to be influenced by the evil god's aura and become a minion, that would indeed be troublesome. No one could say what level his strength might reach. And now it wasn't just that. There was something even worse. Suemo realized that his control time was about to run out. He thought it was indeed about time. He had been down in this coal mine controlling Bai Feifei for quite long enough. Unless Bai Feifei could fall unconscious and sink into deep sleep before he could continue to control her body and do as otherwise, time was truly running out. Bai Feifei. What? Can you go to sleep right now? Huh. Bai Feifei was still puzzled, wondering why the evil god would suddenly call her. Hearing his question, she couldn't even process what he was saying. But Suemo no longer wanted to explain. Looking at the pit in the ground blasted by Hongjiu and the menacing Li Gui, he gritted his teeth. Hey, do you remember what you promised me? I helped you rewind time to save them. From now on you have to listen to me even if it might be dangerous. I know. Bai Feifei didn't quite understand Sumo's intention but still readily agreed. At this moment all of Li Gui's skin had been burst open by his wildly growing bones and flesh. He was now over 3 meters tall with arms sprouting from his back, waist, and thighs waving wildly. His belly had burst open, spilling out many intestines like an octopus. It seemed his genes had instantly gone haywire, with all his organs and limbs growing chaotically. But at this moment he was exceptionally joyful. Ha 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 ha. I've made it. I've made it. It's all so simple. I've wasted all these years. Ares Hongjiu looked at the now completely frenzied Li Gui, his expression extremely grim. He had always been somewhat disdainful toward Li Gui, sensing that this old man's strength was far inferior to his own. But now the other's aura and power had clearly surpassed his own. Moreover, the hole he had blasted out, though no longer spewing the mutation-inducing substance, continued to emanate an ominous aura. It seemed some force was continuously making Li Gui stronger. Troublesome. Rangers. Muscles tense, ready for battle, Hongjiu began to speak in a low voice, but before he finished he caught sight of an unexpected figure in the corner of his eye. Behind him, Bai Feifei suddenly charged toward him. Her identity was a mystery, and she seemed to belong to a highly mysterious and powerful organization, but in terms of current strength she didn't seem impressive enough. What was she here for? To help? You? Ares Hongjiu turned around about to advise her to retreat, but found that Bai Feifei didn't even glance at him and charged right past him. Then she did something no one present expected. She rushed toward the blasted hole in the ground and leaped straight in. Wan Qianhong, the rangers and others. Wait, what? Hongjiu was utterly stunned. He couldn't understand why she dared. Given the power and corrosiveness of the air blast just now, even he wouldn't dare go down that hole. And this woman just, how dare she? But at the same time, the moment her figure disappeared, the hole twisted, contracted, and sealed shut. It was as if a flesh hole that had been poked had healed itself. The Eastern District scavengers were dumbfounded. Ever since they entered this space, they had been in a daze, unable to make sense of the situation. Now a series of events happened too quickly. Watching a powerhouse of the Edgewalker level mutate, and then Bai Feifei dared to jump into that hole. What difference was there from jumping into hell? But then everyone noticed that after Bai Feifei jumped down, the earthquake completely stopped and the walls around them no longer pressed inward. The now monstrous Li Gui's aura also stopped growing. Yiyu stared with big watery eyes, gazing blankly in the direction where Bai Feifei disappeared, murmuring, "Is she sacrificing herself for us?" Her expression was somewhat on the verge of tears, and no one knew what story she had concocted in her mind. "Save it. Forget about her for now. She might have her own plans," Wan Qianhong said beside her. For some reason this time, watching Bai Feifei court death, she wasn't overly shocked. Perhaps it was because the other's absurd behavior had desensitized her. She now inexplicably had confidence in Bai Feifei, and didn't think she would necessarily die. Lifting her head, she shouted behind her, "Yang Shua, is the passage okay?" "Holding it. Good, all Eastern District scavengers evacuate first." Hearing this, none of the Eastern District members wanted to play hero. In the current situation, dying for nothing was utter. But just as they were about to flee, several huge rocks flew up from behind Yang Shua and slammed heavily into his back. Boom! Yang Shua's steel-like body let out a thunderous boom. A mouthful of blood sprayed out and he fell forward onto the ground. Behind him, the passage he had been holding open was blocked again by rocks. Li Gui clenched his right fist, waving all the arms that had just grown, and sneered, "Leave. Now. It's too late. Stay here." Normally, if a person mutated, they would completely lose their mind and become a mindless zombie, but Li Gui could still speak and even use his own word spirit. So Wan Qianhong asked, "Li Gui, do you still know who you are? Stay here." Li Gui completely ignored her, clenching his fist. The space shook and countless rocks fell from the sky like a volley of missiles. Ugh! Bai Feifei rubbed her head. After jumping down the hole, the old-timer suddenly returned control of her body to her. This caused her body to go into free fall. But the expected near-death fall didn't happen. She felt as if she had landed on an elastic cushion, and now only felt a bit dizzy. Just as I thought. I guessed correctly. In her mind, Sumo's voice came. Bai Feifei stood up with difficulty and asked, "Where are we now?" Sumo replied with a sinister smile. "Hey, we might be inside the body of an ancient evil god.